So I gotta start putting enthusiasm.
If you rub a little oil on it, it'll feel
I don't
better.
know you.
What's up, Golson? What's up? Support.
SG, nephew, what it do? You can always count on nephew ghosting. SG be in the house.
God damn. One don't call me tall, gonna call his ass up in
Oh
here.
yeah.
Motherfucker interrupted my other lad came in there talking about it. I'm like, glad nigga, this ain't that type of live, glad. And he was like, now Trump is bumming Iran and you over here talking about a stupid show. Like, first off, this is my channel with glad. Nigga, who the fuck you talking to? You know what I'm saying? And then on top of that, I'm like, bro, and then I don't understand why you telling me that. I mean, what I supposed to
What
do?
can you do about it?
This
What can we do
You acting like I support Trump bombing them. I don't. So what's your purpose of coming in here? Then he brought a bunch of his little punk ass minions.
Oh,
Bunch of
stop.
random stags came up in there
Yeah.
saying crazy shit.
Yeah. Oh, that's crazy. Don't call me tall. Where you at? We're gonna get on today. That's the
Taj,
way.
where are you? Because I'm so used to you staring in the camera looking so serious.
Yeah, I'm waiting for my phone to charge up to 100. So I'm speaking through Jamie mic, and then I'm gonna go in probably about 10 minutes.
But we don't hear that echo though.
Oh, that's good. So you don't hear an echo from where I'm sitting?
No. Because usually, when we come on, we like Jamie, like, oh, we have to fix the mics.
But do you hear echo on my voice when I'm sitting? Because I'm sitting behind the mic.
No, you sound good. It sounds clear.
Cool. All right. I might just chill here for a little bit. But I'm gonna log in a few.
Shout out to Grand Man.
What up, Grand
Stupid
Man?
chat said rub a little oil on that like button, people. he heard your ass, Cairo. He heard y'all conversation.
Oh, when I was talking about rub some oil on my feet,
Yeah.
I didn't know y'all could hear that because you put us on
Yeah.
mute.
Nah.
Oh my God, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
we definitely heard that
Yeah,
shit.
we heard
We heard that little Diddy
Oh
activity
my God,
going
I'm
on.
so sorry. I saw the mute on. That's embarrassing. You had me on mute though. I saw it. I was muted.
Nah, you were muted. We heard that.
Oh my God. Oh wow. Now I know to mute my fucking self to make sure.
Yeah. But shout out to your man, Cairo. Super salute to him.
Oh, thank you. He's right. I was wondering, did y'all hear him too? Did y'all
We
hear him?
We definitely
I've never
heard.
heard his
Oh
voice
my
before. So when I heard it, I'm like, who was that? But then I put two and two together.
Oh my God. And you know what's crazy? Because I say, okay, Jamie done muted us because he said we going on live.
Yeah, but it automatically take it off after the countdown is done. That's what it is.
But I wasn't talking after the countdown because I was watching. I was looking at the countdown.
Right. As soon as the countdown was over, I heard his voice. Just a few words.
Same.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
All I heard was something about the oil and shit.
Yeah, well, it ain't no type of lube oil. I just wanted my feet rubbed, and when you put the oil on it, it's better. So
Now we appreciate him allowing you to do this with us. So
thank you. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Hey, what's up, Chills 06? What's this? Candy, what's good? Solo, we ain't heard you all day. What's up?
she waiting to make her vocal grand entrance.
Well,
Wait, what parties? Somebody gonna say Solo been to them parties.
Uh-oh.
that's
What
because we
party?
Now look at it. We gotta
What party?
no. This is because I made a joke about the Diddy oil, so that's why I don't know why he's pointing her out over everybody, but yeah.
Somebody gonna put rubber little oil on that like button. What like button?
The
Y'all
like
gotta
button
update me. I
said,
don't be knowing.
the algorithm. The comment and the like button.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Yeah, we just wrapped up the BET NAACP awards out there, the Image Awards. Today was the last day.
Oh, my friend worked that event as a cook.
Oh, good. That was good food too. You know, if she did the main show, or they do events throughout the whole week.
I don't know. I think that day he said they had like some fried food or something.
Yeah.
Appreciate the sub, Candy. Who is Jackson talking to saying, "Can you sing?" What is he talking about?
I feel like that's a little racially motivated.
Yeah, you got it. It's some kind of.
You know that's Fetty Wap.
Fetty Wap.
When he did I think that's his something song. He was like 1738.
Oh shit.
Trap Queen.
Oh, okay, I get it now. So ugly ass out. I didn't know what you were talking about at first. Oh, yeah, it probably is some racist motherfucker trying to crack some little lame ass joke like they out.
Somebody said I rub my white feet all the time. Shout out to you, Grandman. 21.
Grandman in VA, right?
That's what's up.
Oh, Tennessee. Yeah. I should have known that was the main one.
Shout out to all the men out there who like rubbing their women's feet. Look at Jamie. Look at that.
I ain't gonna lie to you, I ain't no feet rubbing that nigga.
That Smirch looked at mischievous. Then he looked over there at Taj. Well, shout out to the men that do that. You know.
No, I'm not saying. Look. I'm not saying I'm against it, but I ain't no nigga to just do it like that.
Jimmy, we need our feet rubbed. We go through so much out there paving them hills on the concrete on them hills. Feet be hurting.
Man. Well, you know, you act right. Sometimes I might do it.
Oh my God.
But that's at least it's a step so low. He said if you act right, so at least he's willing to compromise.
You know, because it's always a transactional. Whatever you do this, I'll do that. If you do this,
I ain't rub no feet to nobody that
you do this, I'll do that.
You damn right.
But Jamie, it's a stress reliever.
Set your ugly ass up. So you put your ass up out of here.
Jamie, stop playing in the chat.
Whatever.
Yeah. Y'all ready for these topics?
Yes, sir.
Cool. I'm actually gonna discuss. What's up, Talia? I'm gonna discuss the rundown for the people. What we gonna do? So this first one right here, Cairo. This is yours right here. I was thinking.
Why you always put me on the first one? Which one is it?
No. I'm not saying you gotta go first, but
okay.
I'm looking forward to hearing you
on which one?
This first one.
What, the college? I can't see because it's so small. The college experience?
No. The light and darkness in life.
Oh.
So basically, we're gonna be talking about on this one, how it's basically is a negative and a positive to everything. You know how they try to demonize so much stuff, like when it comes to certain things, spirituality and stuff like that. They try to tell us, "Oh, you don't supposed to be dealing with that. That's a demon. That's the devil." Shit like that.
Right. And
what they fail to realize is it's a positive to that shit, just like it's a negative to that shit.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So a lot of people act like they don't understand it. We're gonna talk about it.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And then next, of course, we got the college experience. I know, Kyra, you didn't go to college, but you know, you can still give your take on some of the stuff. But yeah, I really wanted to do that because a couple of people was talking to me about, because some people that didn't go to college was talking about, so I didn't miss out on nothing if I didn't go to college. Because I tell people, I think college is, you know, good for certain things depending on what you want to do with life. Yeah. So
we can't hear him.
Yeah, they can't hear you. But you know, I'll give my full experience and opinion on it when we get to that segment. Then the marriage edition, that basically what I'm talking about on that one is this is an ongoing thing that I be saying where I think people that are in relationships be complaining about
To college. I
you.
went to community college. My major was engineering.
Okay. Yeah.
We can't
Yeah.
hear him.
But
We
I couldn't
cannot
have
hear
enough
Todd.
time because I'm in a relationship and your boyfriend wants some of your time, your family wants your time. So it's hard. It's not easy, you know? So I had to stop because everybody wanted some of my time.
But yeah, like I was saying, the next one basically, oh shit. Basically is talking about when should you be doing, I guess when you're in the boyfriend and girlfriend stage, should you be acting as a husband while you're a boyfriend, and vice versa? Should the woman be acting like a wife as a girlfriend? So we're gonna discuss that. That's why I said put the marriage edition for right here. And lastly, of course, America officially has jumped into the war on Iran. So we're gonna kind of touch on that and how that affects all of us. So that is our rundown for today. So back to the top. Let me check up on these comments real quick. He said, "Let that goofy nigga stay, bro. That's how you can tell it's the bargain." Oh shit! Nah, I didn't touch him. I let him stay up in there. What up, though? Shout out to Detroit Kings.
What up, though, Detroit?
I don't know who you calling Milk Dog, but hey, can't be me. Milk Dog's normally, what you refer to with bald head niggas. I mean, shit. Yeah, shit. I don't know what he little lad mean by that. But anyway, so so the lights and the darkness part. Let's go ahead and touch in on that. So we got a lot of things. We got magic, if you want, and so some people like Todd. I know you saying you don't believe in magic. You think it's science.
It's science. It's super science, right?
Okay, so some people think it's they talk about dark magic. Then
But it's counterintuitive too.
But name one example. We're gonna let Jamie finish. But name
no,
one.
I was going about to turn it over anyway.
Okay.
So
Well, the paranormal and supernatural. You can't explain, science can't explain
supernatural.
things that's paranormal or supernatural, and that has to deal with magic. So it's counterintuitive too. Because like I told you, you can't physically see a scientist haven't explained them entities that come through them portals and feast off of people. And I want to remind everybody a portal is about to be opening. So if you're a carnivorous or a meat eater, them entities are about to come through and feast off of you. Because I don't know if you know it's a blood moon tomorrow. So they're about to cut up. They're about to eat all week. And science can't explain that because it's supernatural. It's counterintuitive. But Jamie, go ahead. So finish. But I just wanted to make that interjection and let everybody know. Listen, everybody, I'm warning y'all. The blood moon is tomorrow. The portal already open. These entities have already attached themselves to y'all. So they watching y'all. Everything you eat, everything. Probably either between tonight and tomorrow.
Right now.
Yeah, between tonight and tomorrow, they're gonna attack. So y'all gonna be laying there, y'all gonna feel them coming, and I don't know which one's coming through the portal, if it's the grays, if it's the regular spirits, because certain time of the month, different ones come through these portals and they feed off of you. They're all nocturnal, but when the grays come through, they feed in herds. So it's gonna be 6 of them. You're not gonna get no sleep. They're gonna be taking turns eating off your ass back to back. But a portal is open. It's already open. So a lot of y'all about to get 8 for the next week.
All
So
right.
I'm letting y'all know.
All right. So is that magic or is that science phenomenon? What you call supernatural?
It's counterintuitive.
Help me understand that. I know counterproductive means going against
So
it.
counterintuitive is something that you can't explain.
So that's
You
science
just
phenomenon. Just because you can't explain it don't mean that's magic. And Cairo, I really want to hear your thoughts on this because me and Jamie have been looking forward to this segment. So do you
Right.
like we had a show, this is what, Sunday? So we had a show Friday. Well, I was like, well, name one case of just proven magic in the whole history of the world. Just one case.
Sorcery is magic. Like when them entities touch you, see, you don't know this, right? It's sorcerers. That's why I tell you this is esoteric now. You'll think I'm suffering from counterintuitive, suffering from psychosis, but I need you to follow me. So sorcery is magic. It's a movie, and they tell you, they put everything in the movies, but if you don't have this esoteric knowledge, you'll just think you're watching it for pure entertainment rather than absorbing information. I don't watch television or documentaries for entertainment. I'm receiving information because I already know what's up. But I can't have these intellectual conversations with a lot of people because, first of all, eating animal products, you're putting bad energy into your body. So we're only totally 2 different frequencies, 2 different spectrums. But a lot of times, quote, some people say they have to tell you what they're doing to you, so they put it in the movies. A lot of things are in the movie. So when you talk about magic, sorcery is magic. Just like they taught to the women, like for example, when women put on makeup, you don't know that's a form of sorcery. You're not attracted to her. 9 out of 10, you're attracted to the illusion of how you think how she looks. That's when she go home and she begin to remove all of this makeup and these fake ass eyelashes and them nails in their hair. You're no longer attracted to that. You're wondering why you're angry all the time, why you don't like her, because you like the sorcery that she performed in order to attract you, not the real her. That's a form of magic. Now let's go back to the sorcerers. So they have sorcerers that's on this planet right now. I see them all the time. And it's in movies too. They'll touch you. When they touch you, I'm not sure if they're able to like retract memory or whatever, but 10 minutes later or 20 minutes later, you wondering why you having these negative thoughts that you can't control. You're like, where the fuck that thought just come from? That's not even me. You're wondering why you're angry or you just had a heated confrontation with a person, because through touch, they're able to influence you some type of way, and they don't try to bump into you it'll be a slight little brush touch, something that'll go unnoticeable. But those are sorcerers that's here on this planet, and a lot of people don't believe that they have extraterrestrials that's on this planet, and they do. They look just like me and you. I'm able to see them all the time because I know how. I can't look at them and say, oh, this is an alien. You know what I mean? Because they look just like us, all shapes, all colors, all sizes. They have all them shapeshifters that people talk about. This shit is real. You got to think about it. If a chameleon can shapeshift, an eel has an electromagnetic ability to shock your fucking ass. You don't think it's other forms of life on this planet that harness that same type of ability too? So they do. They have shapeshifters. That's just even like a gecko, a geico. A geico tail can get cut off, and then in 30 minutes he can regenerate that motherfucker. It'll grow back.
Right. That's biology.
Your liver do the same. Is it your liver? Your liver do the same thing too. You can lose 80% of your liver, and in 30 days, it's the only organ that'll reproduce. That'll grow right back. You know what I mean? So it's a lot that's going on this planet, and the government, people like me that's aware of it, they don't want us with a platform because they don't want us warning you. But they know everything that I'm telling you, they already know.
Why you here, Cairo? That's why you here.
They know. And I'm telling y'all, watch. Whoever in here listening and you carnivorous and you eat meat, that portal is open. These entities are already out. They following you whether you know it or not. When you go to sleep, they're going to wait till that melatonin start to secrete, and they're going to tear y'all ass up. Y'all going to be there screaming, trying to move, trying to pray, and ain't none of it going to work. They're going to eat. In the month of Ramadan, people don't even know what Ramadan is. They know. They don't want to eat meat because they know them portals opening. So they're like, okay, we going to fast and then we'll eat around this time. They still getting their ass ate too. But yeah, it's a lot. It's real deep. But I just want to say they have entities that's on this planet and they come from another planet. They able to touch you and influence you. I don't know what they do, but I see it do it to people all the time. Then I see people start getting angry and negative, and I'm like, oh my God. And they even try to touch me, but the shit don't work because I'm straight raw vegan. So they'll double back. That's how I'm able. I'm like, okay, this one of them. They'll double back and try to subtle touch me again. But I figured it doesn't work. Just how, like, when you watch The Golden Child, I tell y'all, watch The Golden Child. He was a vegan. They could not get him because he kept eating that little leaf. And they kept putting that bowl of blood in front of him, which is symbolism, symbolize a animal-based diet. And he wouldn't eat it. So they couldn't attack him when he was coming through them, when they were coming through them portals. They tell you everything. It's in the movies. Watch Dark Tower.
I agree with you. First and foremost, for everybody that's in the chat right now, if you're not subscribed to the Black Chat Chronicles YouTube channel, please go ahead and click the link and subscribe over to that, because eventually I will move this particular platform, like this segment, Black Chat Chronicles, over to that YouTube channel, and it'll only be over there eventually. So subscribe over there so that you can still be in the loop once I do that. And also, I want to share something with this magic situation, right? So obviously I wasn't here when this happened, but this was a story that was passed down by my mom and my aunties. And basically, she was telling me about this girl it was a woman named Keita. And she said that this woman came and did like a lot of witchcraft to our family during the time. And she talking about she used to cast spells and stuff like that on people. She used to make people become possessed, all kinds of shit. So one of the ones that I remember that stood out was she said that she used to just point, she used to look at people and be like, this is gonna happen to you tonight, or something like that. And she said she pointed at my dad or something like that, and my dad became possessed, and my mom was pregnant with my oldest brother at the time, and he started trying to poke my brother out of my mom, like out of nowhere. And like they had to, like, my grandmother, they said had to uncast the spell or something like that to get him, to make him stop doing it. And then she ended up doing something to make the Keita lady leave. And she said, before she leaves, she said, I'm gonna be back one of these days. And then the craziest, here's another thing, the craziest part. My grandma, she died when I was 4 months old. But they also said that our grandma told us that spirit is going to return to this family again, and I won't be around to stop it this time. So y'all going to have to be strong together. And it's just very ironic and weird that a girl named Keita ended up showing up, and she was the girlfriend of one of my cousins. She's like, he's the first cousin of our family, first cousin to die. And he got killed because he was messing around with some girl named Keita, and it was just crazy. So I'm just saying that's not science.
Right.
That's my whole point of saying that.
Would you call that serendipity? Not to use a big nerd.
I ain't gonna lie, I don't know what that is.
It's not serendipity. It's like events that seem like they were meant to go together, like synchronicity, but they're not related. But now what Ty's saying, some stuff is science too. Some form of magic is science.
I agree with that.
Tyrone, what I'm saying is it's all either lower or higher level of science. But so for example, if
you're right.
The technology,
if you're going by scientific definition, then you're right. But some things are kind of, yeah.
That's all I'm saying. That it has, we just don't. So imagine us showing somebody 50, 60 years ago the iPhones we have today. To them, that would be magic. If we time traveled 60 years ago, it's 2026, and we went back to 1950 and showed somebody the iPhone and how we can just get information at the snap of a finger, they would consider that magic, but it's actually a process of science evolving. So that's all.
Exactly. No, you're right about a lot of that. Just like with the Black Mirrors, like I laugh at girls who like do that fake ass witchcraft, because witchcraft doesn't have anything to do with like objects. It's all, everything has to do with like planetary alignment, like astrology.
There you go. That's science. The planetary part,
with food and like that.
A witch is nothing without her herbs, right? She's using certain herbs and brews the witches brew. So which means she needs some type of potion to do whatever she's gonna do. She just can't think it out of her mind and it happens.
Well, she have to be working with some type of spirit. You have to be working with spirits. You have to have that connection with certain entities.
The spirit is science. I mean, the spirit is just a combustion of gases, depending on what spirit you're talking about. But so that's still scientific.
Well, it's matter. So yeah, matter is science.
There it is. It's just, I call it science phenomenon. What you said, supernatural, it's the same thing. Supernatural and science. In this world, supernatural is something we can't explain.
Well, it's something kind of like, it's interchangeable.
Right.
You know what I mean? Science and paranormal activity, to me, they're interchangeable because they're very, very like related. They are connected, but some people can't explain certain occurrences through science. So that's why they have different labels. But I'm pretty confident that it's a scientific method to explain these things. They are just not able to explain it through science.
They can't even measure. So for example, Cairo, if you told all the scientists in the world right now, how many birds is in the air right now, they couldn't measure that. But we know that there's a certain amount of birds in the air as we speak. But it's just impossible. So I'm with you on that. There's just certain things they can't measure, and that's where they stop. But it still doesn't mean it ain't science. It's just that they don't have the ability to measure how many birds are in the
everything is science. Everything.
So there we go. All right, so you said that.
Everything is science.
All right, so there we go. Now I was last Friday when we did the show, I was sharing how I had just heard Neil deGrasse Tyson basically say mathematics is the language of the universe, which means everything is what you just said. Everything is science.
Everything is science. Yeah, everything is science. But some people, they like, we can't explain it. We don't know. They can't measure it. Right. So that's why they say it's counterintuitive.
Absolutely.
But yeah, it's a lot of esoteric things going on this planet, a lot of sorcery, I know it, but no matter how much, that's like, what somebody told to me, one of my elders, and I love this quote. He said, no matter how many times a bee try to explain to a fly why pollen is better than shit, will that fly even understand? So I can explain to people 1,000, 1,000,000 times, but they're not going to comprehend it. They're still going to go back, because what the government and the CIA use on us is magic and science. They use it on you all the time, but you don't know what it is, and they do, and it's called mind control. Yeah, and like I was telling you earlier, when these girls come around and they get them little wish spell books, I laugh at them because I'm like, I don't tell them this, but I'm like, this bitch have no idea. You know what I mean? Like, she messing with these bitches. That's not the real magic. The real magic is television. The real magic is fucking the radio. The real magic is plants. But they don't know that. They doing that Hollywood magic. The real magic is planetary alignment. The real magic is meditation. But they don't know that, because they only going on what they see from Hollywood, like painting a mirror black. Bitch, knock it off. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's deep. But I just say this, whatever, a Caucasian tell you, or not even that, whatever the government say is good for you is usually bad.
I tell folks that all the time. That's the best way to be able to dictate what's good and what's bad. Whatever they're telling you in the fucking media, think the opposite of that shit, because they lying.
Yeah, because they have an alliance with these deities that come through these portals now. They
it's
have an
crazy
alliance.
You say this. So I got a video I want to share, and I want to get your take on it once I share it. I'm gonna read these comments real quick, and I'm gonna play that video because we kind of already looked at it on the Friday show, but you haven't seen it yet.
Okay.
But let me read this real quick. He said, "Did y'all believe in the spaghetti and burying draws in your backyard to keep a man theory?"
And why my aunt used to do that, and all her husbands died, all 8 of them. When she wanted them dead, she'll go bury their underwear in the back. I told you, like, my uncles were shamans. I grew up in that type of home. Like, I'm from New Orleans. Like, come on, my grandparents are Haitian, so I have that background. You know what I mean? I told you my first toy when I was like 5 years old was a Ouija board. Like, I had to like do certain things. Yeah. So it was just like, fuck. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, all of my she had like 8 husbands. When she wanted them gone, she would just bury their drawers in the backyard, and they would die.
Wow. Yeah.
And Oprah Winfrey said it too. She said, "If you want to keep your man, cook spaghettis."
Mm.
Hey man, don't tell me that.
Yeah.
Cause I heard a couple of shit about that. I ain't that. We ain't gonna put that out there.
That shit was funny.
What they say, I rebuke you right now. We ain't doing that. Anyway, he said, did y'all believe in a woman putting blood in the spaghetti and burn draws? Okay, you asked the same question again, basically. I'm not catching no blood to keep nobody.
Let's see what we got.
Who is this ascendant said, I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you. Explain what? The sun holds so many nutrients for you, for your body / mind. Absolutely. That's that natural vitamin D and shit. So yeah, definitely discussing the one chick I know did it, and then she didn't even want the nigga no more. He lived in her basement even when she remarried. Oh shit.
Jamie, you gotta read T. Bergerus 1, where he's talking about all religion played to the black cube of Saturn, the Kaaba of Allah, the Kabbalah, the cube of all of Allah, carbon 6 protons, 6 electrons. You live in a matrix. He's right. The all-seeing eye. He's on it. He knows.
All right.
Text me the name of it. I do be liking new book recommendations. But yeah, let me go ahead and share that video real quick. Cause this is talking about the giants and the grays and stuff. Cause you know they say it's giants underground and shit. Oh shit, I forgot I gotta do it like that. Hold up.
DeMarcus shouting us out. Shout out to DeMarcus.
I see that. Yeah. This is why Cairo is my girl. DT is about to start World War III.
We're gonna get to that.
All right.
DeMarcus gave a donation. Y'all see that?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
what's
I'm
up.
about to
Thank
get
you,
to it.
DeMarcus.
All right, so appreciate the super chat. He said, "This is why Cairo is my girl. DT is about to start World War III." Yeah. Like I said, we're gonna definitely touch on that last segment. Yeah, right now I'm about to share this video so you can see it.
And I'm telling you that the comments are here now, where there are 1,833 of them that have been living underground between 100 and 200 miles beneath the surface. They've been here, some of them have been here for a long, long time. They have lifespans that are thousands of years. They're carnivorous. They are not friendly to mankind, at least the ones that are here. Are you saying carnivorous that eat humans? Yes. And they won't eat a dead human. It has to be alive at the time of the killing. Their preference is children. You know, and we've been told you shouldn't talk about that. You know, there are other people say, well, you better not talk about the reptilians. Well, you know, bull. Why not? According to the Andromedans, they're responsible for 31,712 children disappearing in the last 25 years from the United States. These children were food. And to just shut up and not say anything about it because people don't want to hear it, that's tough. That's tough. Westchester County, in the last 5 years, 3,000 children in the Westchester County, New York, have vanished without a trace. Where are they going? Why are we allowing this to happen? And why should people stay in denial of it?
How are they able to do this? How are they able to? How are they able to? How are they able to do it? How are they able to come up out of this from underground and do it? Or do they have
tunneling systems everywhere? They're being helped by the Greys, and also there are groups within the higher echelon that are really helping them acquire this.
So human beings are abducting the kids and giving them to the Greys and taking them to the Alpha Draconians.
That's right. That's part of the deal. They won't come up as long as we feed them down there. You understand? It's about human beings selling themselves out. The echelon attitude here, the needs of the few outweigh the needs of humanity. I'm sorry, that just isn't right. But it's going to have to be humanity that's going to rise up and take the stand. You're just going to have to turn off their television. They're going to have to get in their car. They're going to have to fire everybody in Washington, D.C. that knows and does nothing. And they're going to have to do something. This apathy's got to end. Otherwise, the way we live is going to end. Period. That's the bottom line. And I'm not going to look at space. I'm really quite angry about the apathy and the fact that, when people get lectures and try to tell us, people want to stand up and fight with them. Look at what's happening around us. The indications are everywhere. Everywhere. The truth is now an obscure thing. The lie is the norm. There's something wrong here. What's wrong with this picture?
So that is the clip. So, God damn. He mentioned the grade up in this one, right? Damn, I don't know. The connection got really bad. So far on your end. Somebody's in. I don't know who exactly. But yeah, he mentioned the grades up on there, because it's different types of these, aliens or extraterrestrials or whatever it is you want to call them. He particularly said the grades are assisting with, the feeding of children. And also, I want to put out there, all of this is for educational purposes, YouTube. So leave me the hell alone.
So Jamie, the Greys are the ones, they can walk through walls. Those are the ones, remember I told you, even though they're nocturnal, they feed in herds. They don't feed alone. Them the ones that feed off of humans. The ones that here are talking about underground, they're reptilians. Their planet was destroyed thousands of years ago. They can't come to the surface of the earth because of the sun. But they little cousins, that shapeshifters, they can. So those are the ones that's underground. Yes, they eat humans, and the government have an alliance with them because some of them are relatives. Some of them, some of them are our presidents, assistant presidents, vice presidents. This shit is real, but I told you it's esoteric. And if you talk about it like this, then they'll think it's sorcery. Now let's go back to when he said that they are carnivorous and they're consuming these bodies. Check this out. Humans, I hate to bust your bubble, you're eating them too. You just don't know it. So the leftovers, they donate to like Burger King, all these fast food joints. So when they have something that's limited when they have something that's limited edition and it's so good and everybody's going crazy over it, and then they just cut it off, you have to think why. If people are going crazy over this, why is the supplies gone? Because you're eating the evidence, and it's connected to dreams. I'm going to tell you something else too. A lot of people that's having these nightmares and these bad dreams are related to the bad energy that you are putting into your body. And the reason why I determined this, because when I was carnivorous and I was on the animal diet, I always take record of everything. I document everything that happens to me. And I realized when I changed my diet, because don't get me wrong, them things used to feed off of my ass too. They used to tear me up. Then they got the ones that come through and they fuck you. They sucking your titties. You laying there, titties getting sucked. You can't move, can't do nothing. I'm being honest. Wait, because I've experienced all of this. I'm being honest to you. I'm sitting there, titties getting sucked by some type of entity, and I can't even move. That bitch just having this way with me. I'm stuck frozen, praying something wake me up. You know what I mean? That shit wasn't funny when they was eating my ass.
I know what you're talking about when they paralyzing you and shit.
Yeah, I didn't even. That's how I know who the Grays was when they came in my apartment one time, and them bitches was taking turns. It was like 6 of them over me. It was 6, and they was eating my ass back to back, taking turns, speaking in English. Some was speaking. I say, oh my God. So I started writing notes to everything. And when I changed my diet, that's when I realized they can't attack you if you vegan. That's when I realized they can't even attack you in your dreams. If you, I used to get attacked in my dreams all the time, having all different type of weird ass dreams, and everything is related to that flesh you are putting in your body. That's why when people start advocating like Left Eye and Nipsey Hussle and Dr. Savage, just to throw out a few recognizable names, what do? Off with their head. Because if you change your diet, these entities that's coming through this portal, they cannot eat, and they have to eat.
And also it messes up the big pharma and stuff with them, because you'll be able to naturally cure a lot of this bullshit that's going on. But yeah, I mean, they started feeding on me a long time ago, like that shit, long time ago. But like, I haven't had a plant like serious animal diet in over 10 years. So,
but that's that's why. But people that eat meat, they getting their ass, and that portal is open. It's a blood moon too, or they're about to cut up all this week.
Yeah, and like I remember though when they used to, I'm gonna say this, like I told y'all this before, when they used to jump on me and shit like that when I was asleep. I ain't gonna lie, this shit used to be scary back then. But I used to wrestle with the motherfucker, but couldn't. Eventually, it was like, come on, wig lad, nigga, you can't get me off you. And like Cairo was saying, you gotta pray that somebody wake you up or whatever. And one time though, I remember I fought that ugly ass nigga that day. When I threw that thing off me, it hit the floor and I heard it.
Wow.
And I was able to wake up after that. I looked down, his little ugly ass was gone. I heard him. You know what I'm saying? I heard him hit the floor. Lord. And like I said, on occasions, I can see him.
Me too.
So, but ever since then, though, he stopped doing it. So he was like, yeah.
And Jamie, they have something that's having sex with women. They raping women. People not even talking about that. They have a whole movie about it. I forget what's the name of the movie. That thing used to come in that lady's house all the time and rape her. Every time the portal will open, he will rape her.
Yeah, you talking about the one where one of them he got her they would get them pregnant and stuff too.
No, it's another one. This was real one. They're going to tell you based on real life event when the scientists, they had to come in because they can capture them through energy. The government they can capture them. It's like a little tank that they'll put them in because they're energetic. And he got out of control. He just kept coming in and raping her and raping her and raping her. And then these paranormal experts had to come in and monitor it. And they developed some type of like electro jail cell where they can capture him, and and this is a true story. I forget the name. I'm going to send it to you, but this is actually a true story where they can capture them if they like go ham, because he was just going ham. And them things do. They have different type of ones that come through at certain time. Yeah, but it's deep. But it's a blood moon, and I think they're going to cut up all this month because I told you everything has to do with planetary alignment, just like Christmas, just like Mardi Gras. All of these like phenomenal events, they're all related. Easter, Easter is determined, I think is how is Easter determined? It has to do something with the first equinox of the year, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, everything has to do with planetary alignment. When these portals open, like if you have that ability, which I need to start studying astrology, but I have to better manage my time, that's the real magic.
So Rando just said, do they be the things that that some people see in the corner of their eye.
Yes, them too. And when you see them in the corner of your eye, that's them in your house. They waiting on you to go to sleep. And some of them, they'll even keep you up late. You'll wonder, damn, why I can't fall asleep? Because they want you to be so tired that you can't wake yourself up so they can really feed off of you. That's them. If they're in your house and you can see them from the corner of your house, they just waiting. They waiting to eat.
That's crazy. Yeah.
And you can smell them too. If you in your house and it's like 12, like let's say around 11:30, because they'll start attacking maybe like 2 a.m., something like that. That's their time. If you smell something that smell like gas or sulfur, because they funky, them bitches stink. That's them. If you be like, who farted or what's that smell? That's them. They waiting on you to go to sleep. They're about to eat you. That's one way to tell if they're around you. But if you change your diet, I tell people when you change your diet, because they here on this planet, they look just like us. You have some that's on this planet, they walk amongst you, they look just like you. You can't even tell. But they're here. But people think like this girl is crazy. Even astral projection. We have that ability to astral project. I done it a few times. That's how I know spirits are all around us. Just like that TV show that they made with that girl, Ghost Whisperer or something, that's real. Spirits are around us every day, all day. They can see us. Some of us just don't have that ability to be able to see them. But it's real. Like what they put in TV, even that TV show, The Medium, where that lady have them dreams, that's real. They have people out here with those abilities.
Yeah.
But they can't share them because they'll think you suffering from psychosis. And you don't want the government to find out you have it. Because they really going to zap your ass.
Mm.
Just like me. They don't care me telling
It's
like
open
little
now,
people.
though. It's starting to, I find it very curious to see what they'll start doing now, because now that the cat's out the bag with a lot of stuff, because as much shit has been going on, people are starting to become open to like, bro, now I'm starting to see that the people that we thought was crazy ain't really crazy. Like all this shit is really going on. Like Salt from Salt and Pepper basically came out recently, right? And was saying that she was saying the cat's out the bag, but she was kind of referring to the Epstein files bullshit. Because everything that used to be said allegedly about Hollywood and the music industry and all that shit. Basically, she was confirming, yeah, that shit real. But she couldn't talk about it during the height of her career, because you got to think about it. In the 90s, if somebody would have said some shit like that, they would have said you crazy. They would have ruined her career, and something bad probably would have happened to her. But now that everybody's getting exposed to it, she's like, well, shit, I think it's safe to say, yeah, to tell them, yeah, them folks ugly as hell up in there. Weird shit. Hey, what's up, Roland? The spirits of loved ones aren't actually our dead loved ones. They're demons playing tricks.
That's true too. That's actually true.
So what are they trying to trick us into? That I'm not too familiar with.
Well, that usually happens when you suffering from sleep paralysis. Like you'll see somebody and your loved one, but you can feel it's an energy. You like, no, something ain't right, and then it'll transform into something wicked. You usually experience that like in some stages of sleep paralysis, right when they're about to get you. They do that. They play tricks on you like that, because I've experienced that too. That's how I'm able to relate.
Gotcha. Well, Solo, Taj, I got something to say on this.
This above my.
I don't know. It's just been us back and forth. So I'm trying to see.
If I have something to add, I will, but I'm just listening.
All right. And that's the beauty of this, everybody, have their times where they listen, and then some of the times, you be the teacher.
Yeah. Solo.
I don't really know enough to form an opinion.
All good.
What you mean? All I see for me, Taj stepping to the bad side.
I was wondering that too. I was just reading it.
Just for clarification, what that mean? But yeah, y'all know me. We've done countless amount of shows. If I got something to add, that you can count on me to do that. But that's just above my wisdom base right there.
Man, I remember though, Cairo, me and my brother, one time we probably was like during this time period. I probably was like, I couldn't have been older than 7. So if I wasn't older than 7, he couldn't have been older than 8 or 9. And man, I promise you, one of them things, it was one time one of them things came out and it was trying to chase us. But it was like a light that it wouldn't come into. It was dark though. He looked glad it was coming. And I promise you, I can call my brother right now. He'll tell
I
y'all.
saw him too, Jamie.
He'll tell
I
you
know.
the same story. I promise he would tell you the exact same story if I call my brother right now and put it on speakerphone. And one time he looked like we're chasing us, it scared the fuck out of us. And we ran and hurried up and ran in our room and closed the door. And we heard the thing hit the door.
Trying to get to you.
You're like, damn, I'm gonna have that.
Yeah, it's real. I'm telling you, some
bro.
people, we have that ability to see them and some don't. And like I told people, they're about to cut up this day month. You know what I mean? They're about to cut up. You got to think about all these events that's happening back to back. You think it's a coincidence? No. You have Mardi Gras, you have Ramadan, you have Easter, you have the blood moon. Now Trump over there sending a missile right before the blood moon, attacking. Like everything is associated, is connected. And we do have entities that's on this planet that's not from this planet, but they look just like you and me. They look just like us. And they here. So I encourage people, I mean.
So what about, let me ask you this. What about these? Because a lot of people think that the reptilians are putting on these masks, like silicone mask, and they're basically posing as humans. So it's certain ones and stuff like that. That's why they said if you pay attention to their eyes and stuff like that, it'd be dark because their eye color be changing and shit. And some of the time it'd be dark black because reptiles have that. And they say they be posing as humans by using the silicone mask.
Well, I'm not sure of that because I know the sun cannot touch the surface of their skin, they'll die. But I know they're thousands of years old. They don't live how we live. They live like 10,000 years. They live a long time. But the reptilians, they were allowed to come to this planet. They were like lost in the galaxy because their planet had been destroyed. And the Anunnakis had discovered this planet. But the Anunnakis are benevolent and the reptilians are malevolent. So they like their enemies. But they were allowed to come to this planet by the hierarchy. So the reptilians, they cannot touch the sun because this planet wasn't created for them. Just like Caucasian people, you notice they have to, spray chemtrails to block the sun or it's going to burn them up. That's because this planet wasn't created for them. That's the same thing with the reptilians. So they can't come to the surface of this planet. Those are the ones that's hiding underground. Now they have the shapeshifters, which are the cousins of the reptilians. Their eyes do glitch. Some of their eyes turn black, but you'll be like, did this motherfucker eyes
Okay,
just
so it's the shapeshifters. Okay.
Yes, they're reptilians too.
Yeah, but they are reptilians, right? Okay.
Yeah, they're shapeshifters. And I know a few. And there's other things that I'm telling you that people do that I'm not going to say right now, but it's a whole lot of things that people are doing that's blocking them from being able to connect. If you watch that movie, the last one that just came out, they cloned Tyrone when she was reading the hair products. They put everything in your hair products. Soap, when you using body wash, it's things in there too. Chemicals you putting in, because you got to remember your skin is your main organ. So if you can't eat it, why the fuck you rubbing it in your skin? That doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean? So it's a combination of things that they using against you to block you from being able to connect. Then you got to think about this. If we have an authentic satellite, why the fuck you putting an artificial one up there? People don't think about all of this. You know what I mean? But they're trying to block you from, but long story short, the Anunnakis are on this planet too, some of them. And then you have the other ones that went back to their planet, but they're going to return. So that's what everybody's getting prepared because they know that mothership is going to come. They don't know when it's going to come. But the shocking surprise is going to be when the people that was devious on this planet realize the very people that created you have been on this planet a long time just watching you. That's why you got a lot of people dealing these underground bunkers, and because they're going to start hiding. They think they're going to be able to hide underground. They're afraid because they know it's coming. They don't know when it's coming. None of us knows, but it's coming. So the Anunnakis are on this planet too, but they look just like me and you. They're primarily black. And then you have the other ones, the shapeshifters, and then you have the reptilians. Even that movie Conehead. If you watch Coneheads are extraterrestrials too. They saying that they live under Earth. You can Google it. But see, these things that we don't know, all of it, it's like connected, it's deep. But just whatever the government tells you is good for you, 9 out of 10 is bad. It's not good for you. Whatever they tell you is bad for you, then that's what you need to go research and find out. Well, why is it bad? You know, because they want to control you.
Branford said, "What's the difference between aliens and demons?" I mean,
There's no difference.
I was just about to say, I believe they're the same thing.
Just different names, like pretty and beautiful.
Yeah.
Different adjectives.
Different
yeah. Pretty and beautiful is the same goddamn thing. It's just different adjective.
Thanks. Somebody glad nigga said, "Stop it, please. Sure that there are evil men, there are demons, but God is not allowing reptilians. There are only humans here now, as it has been for 2,000 years."
Yeah, right.
I always notice when we start getting into deep talk and stuff like that, somebody always come in here and try to discredit right on cue. So I believe that's part of their probably them. They were like, "Nah, we got to discourage the people."
Exactly. Watch when they find out some of the presidents are actually reptilians. They shapeshift reptilians.
Oh yeah.
Watch. It's gonna be a shocking when everything is. I believe that.
Yeah.
Happening
Snake
right now,
is part of the reptile family.
Anybody ever saw that movie, Midnight Meat Train?
Nope.
You gotta watch it. They're gonna show you that half of the police, when they wear like certain symbols, they say that they are half breeds or something. Like they mixed up, so they know. That's why when you be reporting all of these people missing, and it seems like they're not taking it serious because they know they have to abduct and feed so many people to these underground reptilians. They already know. They have a name, a list, and at the end, I think they're going to tell you that that's based on actual life events. And the conductor of the train, he was a reptilian, but he looked like a human, but he was a shape-shifting reptilian. You got to watch it. Watch that movie, Midnight Meat Train. It's real good. And then the rest of the meat that they didn't want, they would send it to the slaughterhouse to be butchered, to be distributed to like the local grocery markets or like to the fast food chains.
Look, I don't mean to down what you're saying, AJ, because it seems like that you're generally just believe what it is. I don't think you're here to troll or try to go against somebody, but just because you don't have any knowledge of it, and we understand that a lot of people has been indoctrinated to believe certain things, and that other things it's no way it's actually other beings here on the earth with us. It makes sense. I get why you do it, but that doesn't mean that it's not true. Because I'm telling you, I'm a living witness. Some of this shit I have seen myself. Now, some of it this is just me hearing, hearing it for the first time myself. But some of it I actually experienced. So you can't tell me that shit ain't real.
You talking about AJ? What's his name? AJ or something? Neo?
Yeah.
But he's making a valid point. I mean, he's like, okay, stop it, please. Sure, there are evil men. There are demons, but God is not allowing reptilians, the only humans here now, as it has been for 2,000 years. No, yeah, they're definitely reptilians. Because you got to think about it. This is a galactical war. You know what I mean? You know how many if you go outside, I mean, I've been into places, and I'm pretty confident you've seen it. We all did this in elementary school, where we had to go out with telescopes at certain times and see Milky Ways. If we can see a Milky Way from this planet, then we're seeing a whole nother galaxy, right? So obviously it's some type of life form on that galaxy. Now let's think about a spaceship and an airplane. They're pretty much the same. A spaceship is just going from fucking galaxy to galaxy, universe to universe, and an airplane is just going from state to state, country to country. So I mean, it's just people
Yeah,
don't
it's
believe
more
this.
advanced though. Yeah,
Yeah,
spaceship
like how
is
you
more
said,
advanced.
we've been indoctrinated. In order to control people, you have to hide the truth from them. You think if I have this knowledge and it's powerful, I want everybody to obtain that too? If I'm greedy and selfish, no. So that's why they're hiding everything, to keep us from connecting. That's why I'm gonna just go ahead on and tell people, stop rubbing lotion into your skin. You're killing yourself. You're wondering why you aging and you looking old so fast. You're rubbing lotion in your skin. That's poison. Half of the shit on the Bible you can't even read or don't understand. Your skin is your main organ. I encourage you to try to stop using bath soap, because that's poison you're rubbing into your skin too. A lot of these products for our hair, they intentionally put in lye in it to destroy your hair follicles. So it's a lot of things that they're doing to keep us from connecting, because they don't want you woke. They want to be able to attack you. And I'm
All right.
telling you, once you change your diet, they can't even attack you in your dreams. If you're wondering why you having these fucked up dreams and you trying to shit and it's stuck and it can't come out, that's because of your
I do
diet.
have a new type of dream. It's crazy
Huh?
as hell.
No. But no, I'm saying this for some people, that new meat that they sell in the grocery store right now, that's
Yeah,
cloned.
it's
A
crazy
lot of
that
people
they
can't shit.
actually. Yeah, it's crazy that they actually legalize fake
Yeah.
meat. That is insane.
And people can't use the bathroom. I have friends calling me talking about it's stuck, it won't come out. They in there trying to dig it out, talking about it's hard.
Oh
It's
shit.
Yeah, it's getting people. I'm telling you, change your diet. They won't be able to attack you. They showing you in the movies. Listen, I'm a raw vegan, and I see them things touch people all the time. Them people get mad, angry. People having nightmares, waking up in cold sweat, all type of fucked up dreams. When you change your diet, listen to a person that's a vegan. Nothing can attack you in your sleep. Nothing can attack you physically. They just can't, because it's things that we cannot see with the naked eye. And they can't see it, like pheromones. I told you, I know when my cycle is about to come down, because my body secrete pheromones, and men are just starting to attract to me like I'm a goddamn cat in heat. You know what I mean? It's the same thing. That's why I tell you, like, they trying to, it's just deep. It's just deep. It's a lot. But they're using sorcery. And people like me that have that fucking knowledge, and that all seeing eye too, they want to keep you oppressed.
Brian, for stop being ugly as hell, bro. We're trying to read some of these damn comments. So he said, you said serpents see evil men know who they serve and attempting to divide us. The devil can whisper lies, hence the cartoons that show an angel and a devil on each shoulder. Knowing your enemy is important. I mean, we get all that, but that still doesn't justify that other beings aren't living with us, bro. Like a lot of the
Watch
stuff.
when he get touched. Watch. It's gonna touch his ass, and he gonna be wondering why I'm having these thoughts, or why I turn angry, or why I'm mad all of a sudden, if it already, or his dream cycle. He'll see.
Gotti Boo says you got to detox every day. They not doing nothing. The people are doing it to themselves. Mm-hmm. All right, though. That I enjoyed that little segment and stuff like that. I get it that everybody couldn't heavily participate like that, but hey, I enjoyed it. I'm gonna move on to the college experience because I don't had a couple. Like I remember Golson kind of asked about it, I believe, one time. The younger generation and stuff like that when they're making decisions on whether or not they should go to college and things of that nature. Some people, but some people be curious of is this a good thing for me and is it not? So I think it's a good segment for us to talk to it, more so for the younger generation to know what to expect, what the do's and the don'ts and stuff like that, based on all of us experience. I mean, since y'all been quiet for on that segment, I'm gonna start with one of y'all too.
All right. Yeah, I wouldn't trade my experience in, but I also wouldn't encourage anybody, from the young generation it's really the student loans. And the reason I wouldn't trade my experience in is because of the people I met and how often y'all hear me say how much, I love New Orleans and that experience I had. Although I was in Baton Rouge, but we would know the New Orleans culture is just so rich that I wouldn't trade that in. That made that in connection with the people I met made the student loans worth it. But I wouldn't encourage nobody else to stack up, 30, 40 fit, and that's just HBCU student loans. Imagine if you go into a PWI, you probably in the 100,000s. And in today's time, speaking of what we were saying earlier, magic and just technological science, you the new tuition is just you paying attention to the knowledge you want. So you got a smartphone in your hand, any answer. I do it all the time on multiple chat, GBT, Grok, I mean, you name it, whatever. And it's just, I get almost addicted to it. Just, I get high off new information and knowledge and wisdom. And I just type in questions and it's just mind blowing information, that come back. So why would you pay tuition when you almost literally got the world in the palm of your hands in the name of a smartphone, and you can answer any question with that smartphone without going to the library or the encyclopedia. So that's been my experience. I've y'all always hear me talk about my nieces and nephews. I've never pushed it on them, and I don't even think, not to put them out there, I don't think any of them have went. And that was it. I think I'll wrap it up right there. But yeah, it was a cool experience. I met some cool people. Wouldn't trade that in, but I wouldn't push it on nobody else either, especially with the technology we have nowadays.
Just so I just gonna go. I mean, I guess for me, it depends on the kid. Like when you're talking to the kid, like you want to ask them about what it is that they want to do. I think that in certain professions in this country, it requires you to go to school. It requires you to get certain licenses. So if you want to go and be a doctor or a lawyer, you have to go to school. You have to go to law school and get, pass all those tests and do all of that. But then if I have someone, so of course I have to recommend that you go to college. Now, if you decide to go to college and that's required of what you want to do, then I would say you're probably going to have the time of your life. My experience in college was great. I had fun. Um, and I was able to meet a lot of people that grew up differently than I did. So it kind of exposed me in that way. I was able to see Black people in sort of a different light, as I did growing up in Memphis. So that I think that was a plus. Also, just it is you when you go to a HBCU, I think that you get a different experience, even with the way you interact with staff members. And so that I think you use that to go forward to do other things again because you want to be a professional. So you have to go to school and get these certifications. So you have to go to school. Now, if I have a kid that isn't quite sure what it is that they want to do, I probably wouldn't propose college to them. Or if it's that they want to be in sort of corporate world, then they know they need to go to school for that. And so you would say, okay, well, you can go to college and sort of figure it out. Then we have to talk about how you plan on affording this because I wouldn't recommend, well, that's kind of on the parents though. I think that you should be saving for your kid to go to college or for them to do the trade thing. If they wanted to go get a trade, you should be saving money for them to go. That's just my opinion, whatever. So then you have this child that doesn't want to go to professional school and maybe they want to get a trade. I would encourage that as well. I would encourage us to talk more to our youth and ask them what it is that they want to do that will earn them money to be able to take care of themselves as adults in this world. So, however you plan on getting the money, especially if it's working, then I would propose that you do that. It doesn't necessarily have to be college. I think college was just pushed on us, especially as Black kids, because we didn't see a lot of people getting out of college. First of all, we didn't see a lot of our older generation going to college. Then, so we put it on this pedestal to go to college. But then we didn't see a lot of our people creating businesses that were successful that we could say, hey, this is what I want to do. I want to start this business doing that. So, if you decide to go to college, I would say yes. I mean, I had fun. College was good. College was great. I would recommend it, but I mean, it's definitely a path, especially if you get sort of like a general degree. You can get a job at getting anything because ultimately the goal is for us to create these humans, these little black humans into people in our society. I mean, that's that. I mean, it's not like we have our own society to put them in, right? We're not saying, and I guess I should probably explain that. It would be very good that if when we decided what our children went to school for, and we had, like, for example, if they wanted to be doctors, we had our own hospitals for them to work in. We had our own transportation companies for them to work in, our own banks for them to work in, our own investment firms for them to work in. So we send them to school to get this education so they know how to do it. Okay, that's it.
Nephew Ghostin, I'm in college right now. I graduated in May this year. Congratulations, nephew. That's awesome.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So I want to ask another question before I add my take into it. So let's say we're dealing with a black child, right? Um, Especially, let's say you are a successful parent and you pretty much kind of sheltered them a little bit from a lot of the stuff that could turn out to be dangerous for them growing up. Almost almost to the point that they become a little out of sync to things more of our heritage, right? Would you recommend them go to a HBCU or let's say a top-notch Ivy League school? Let's say they have the option to go to either one. Would you send them to the top-notch Ivy League white school to get the best of education to let's say they want to be a doctor or whatever. Would you send them there or would you recommend that they go to an HBCU?
I would recommend that they go. I would recommend every black child to go to a HBCU.
Yeah, you care to share your reasoning?
Yeah, because I feel like, especially if you're talking about a black child that, like, you're a successful parent, but you haven't sort of given them exposure to how the real world is. I think that they will get sort of the proper, I think they would get coddled a little bit at a HBCU more. Not coddled, maybe even given a little bit more patience, given a little bit more empathy and sympathy from their classmates, from administration, from teachers, from just the whole experience. It's definitely safer.
Sorry, real quick. Branford, I'm serious, but stop doing that shit. It's hard for me to read the other comments, you ugly ass nigga. Shit. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So I would propose them to go to a HBCU for that because it's usually a smaller environment. It's usually a safer environment physically and mentally for our black students. So I would prefer that they go to a black school.
It depends on their upbringing. If you from a black city and you went to a black middle school and you went to a black high school, the PWI could be, an introduction to, a different experience. And one word Solo mentioned that stood out to me was coddle. So let me use a hometown example, and this is on a high school level, but I think it might work. So I got a homeboy who's the head coach at this college preparatory school in South Florida called Chaminade Madonna. And when Solo said that word coddle, the parents from different neighborhoods around South Florida, Miami, Fort Lauderdale, Hollywood, Florida, when they get the opportunity to send their son to that school, you know the child is going to be coddled by the coaching staff because they are us. You know what I'm saying? So that coddle word is key. Now, if you don't have no, and when they're in a situation like that, I think the coddling is even stronger because, like, hey, we know what we are. You know, we're in the minority, so we're gonna make sure y'all all right. And when I come across some of the parents that might question sending a child there, I always, let them know, like, no, you want to do what's best for your child, right? And if this school has an opportunity to get your child to the next level better than another public school, because there's some great public schools down there with awesome football programs. But if you're trying to get your child to the next level, which most single parents, I would imagine so, not even daring to try to speak for them. But that's what I tell them. Like, I know the guy that's coaching that football program, and he wants the best for your child beyond football. And he's in a situation where he could put your son in he has greater access of putting your son on the radar of some great colleges across this country, and he has done that. So I know I used a high school example, but if you lift it up to a college example, it's pretty much the same thing. And me and Jamie was talking about this before we started the show, and I'll say it again real quick. If you've had the Black experience from middle school to high school, a white college is not that bad because you're already familiar. I'm not advocating for white colleges. I'm just sharing the concept of you getting a different experience. A lot of parents send their children to HBCUs because they didn't have the Black experience. So me going to Southern University really was an extension of Hollandale High School. Hollandale High School is a Black high school. So when I went to Southern, it was just a big ass Hollandale High School. I love it. I love the experience I had there. And the only way you probably would have gotten me or anybody else to kind of go to like a white school, I would have had to know that it was somebody there that's going to make sure we're looked out for, to Solo's point as far as college. So I know I took kind of long with that, but that's that's another way to look at it.
I'm gonna go to the comments real quick, and then I'll share my opinion. Or Cairo, you can go, and then I'll share mine. But I'm gonna address this real quick. You said, got it, but you said I love it. They deleted my comments. I'm gonna go keep telling the truth. Who is they? Unless a moderator did it, I'm certain none of us did it because I definitely didn't. I haven't deleted anything unless you were referring to YouTube is doing it. And AJ, you said, I just fear how close Armageddon is, called the final Trump. Soon enough, Antichrist will be cast down among us. He will tell any lie to deceive us. I fear folks mistaking him for an alien. So I'm going to tell you this real quick. I think you're the one that's making a big deal out of something that really doesn't matter. Whether it's an alien or it's an actual human doesn't matter. It's the entity that you're dealing with that's really the point. So, folks, whether folks believe that or not, I mean, is it going to change anything? Not really. I just noticed I'm the only non-mod here. Ain't that a B? No, you ain't the only one. It's a lot of people that's not a mod in here. Depends on the major, but to save money, I went to a community college and transferred, and only had to get a student loan for $3,000 to finish. I hate I didn't go to a HBCU. Oh, Ali, where did you go? It's tough because in some areas, even admin jobs are requiring degrees. Takari said, I think that trade schools that offer on the job training may place you in a better position than a person who goes to a university but doesn't gain any work experience. I can agree with that. That's what I do now, help students get their GED and trades so they can work and go to school. They didn't reach us how to utilize college just told to go, but what direction should I follow?
And that cultural pride do hit different when you go to a HBCU. I'm not gonna lie, but I gotta add that in before we move on. That like we all, no matter what.
I haven't given my opinion. I was gonna definitely highlight that.
Yeah, for real. That I had to put that out there. That shit, we stick together, socially, hopefully, beneficially. But yeah, so I got to throw that out there. I mean, if you went to a white school, and I know people who went to white colleges, and they say they don't really have that connection. They went there, they did that, they done that, they finished with it, and they don't just have that camaraderie we have as the HBC University. That you will be in a crowd and somebody will say they went to Ohio State or something like that. And everybody just be quiet. I'm like, okay, good for you. But you mess around and say you went to one of our HBCUs, you're gonna get some. Even if even if the crowd, some of the people in the crowd didn't go to your specific HBCU, you still gonna get some love. So I definitely don't want it to come off like I'm saying go to a white school. But if you had the blackest, and that's a thing, it's not like I'm saying that for the first time. If you've already had the black experience, I mean, athletes do it all the time. The average athlete is not going to a HBCU if he got a chance to go to Ohio State, UM, UT, you pick it. You know what I'm saying? They gonna do, because the parent know, hey, if this step can get my son to the pros and that's gonna make it better for the household, let's do it. And it's hard to get upset at that decision.
All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and give my opinion on this. So for me, both questions, because I asked two questions. So my experience absolutely was a great experience. I say all the time, for me, college was probably my funnest time in my life, probably. And it's very eye-opening. So I tell people it depends on what it is you are trying to do, kind of map out what exactly you want to do in life. Like what Solo said, if you want to be a lawyer or a doctor, then absolutely you need to go to, college to, better yourself and actually obtain that. But if you got aspirations to be especially if entertainment wise, I definitely wouldn't say mess with college, because you don't really need it. But one thing I can say is definitely worth it is the experience, because you learn a whole lot in college. I know I did, because for me, my mama growing up, she shielded and protected us from everything. Like, we didn't really get to go nowhere. So pretty much I learned everything in college. I had a girlfriend here and there and stuff like that, in high school or whatever, but it wasn't nothing real serious, because for one thing, my mom wouldn't never let me go nowhere. And on top of that, so, my first real experience with, dating women and shit like that was in college. Got my first car in college. I actually learned how to change a tire from a crackhead in college.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? So college taught me so much. So I would never trade in the experience. And as far as the HBCU thing for me, I kind of lean towards what Ty said. Like, if they already grew up going to black schools and stuff like that, I probably let it be their decision on what they would, what they want to go to and choose. But if they kind of like, for those of you that have seen the Tyler Perry movie that recently came out, the Joe Go to College movie, I actually liked it a lot, because it highlighted how basically this kid was a straight nerd, very whitewashed, didn't know nothing about his heritage and things of that nature. And he had to get a history lesson on what it's like to really be black in America. And of course, going to a HBCU will give you a great experience when it comes to that. So Also, I'm gonna say this now. Like as far as athletes and stuff like that, because so many of our great athletes, which basketball, football, and stuff like that, black people, we dominate those areas. Um, all of them go to high white schools.
Mm-hmm.
That's part of the reason why our HBCUs can't go nowhere because all the big ones always go to the nice white schools,
Mm-hmm.
kind of in their pockets. So, I think parents should see the bigger picture and be like, hey, why not go to an HBCU and help build us up? You know what it would be like if all the big times, the Steph Currys, the LeBrons, the Michael Jordans, the Kobe's of the world went to HBCUs instead of going to these white Ivy League schools. What it'd be like? You know what I'm saying? Like it would change the game. And on top of that, I know a lot of sisters talk about for the athletes that ends up with white woman or a woman of another ethnic group that's an athlete. Two major things. First point I want to make is that's not exactly true. If you look at the numbers, we marry our own at a very high rate. But for the ones that do, you got to also consider this. When you sending them to a school like that, that's all they see. So the likelihood of them choosing one of them is going to be significantly high. So that's another thing.
Since you paused for a minute, so like history shows us, and you might know this already, Jamie, that there was a time when our talent was contained at HBCUs, and you absolutely right. We was kicking their ass in every sport, especially football and basketball. But it's so difficult to look a single mother in her face and she know, because what we're saying is, hey, send your son to a HBCU for the culture, for the community, just so we could be proud. But what if she barely putting food on the table? And she's sitting there like, shit, I see the route if I send my son. I don't know why Ohio State keep coming to my damn mind, but I'm trying to think of just a major college. She sees it's like, okay, we 2 steps away from creating generational wealth. It's hard to turn that down. And I'm not the guy to tell a single mother to do so. Coach Prime, to your point, Jamie, Coach Prime gave us the closest experience of, so we know it's possible, but look what happened with that. He went to Jackson for how many, 3-4 years? That was it, bro. That was a trend that was about to become, no, that was a trend that was becoming a movement. All these high profile retired football players was choosing it. And soon as that stopped, everybody let it go.
Right. But so that's showing how important what I'm talking about is. Because look at the aftermath of that. Me and Solo's alma mater, we suffered from that shit. Because Coach Prime was the head coach of our rival, which is Jackson State University. And we went to Tennessee State University, and we had a ongoing classic called the Southern Heritage Classic that been going on for I don't know how many years between the two schools. And the moment he got there, he changed, and all of that shit changed. We freaking I don't even think we're in this shit no more. So like he took all of that with him by doing what he did.
And that's somebody who didn't really need the money. And I'm not trying to,
exactly.
Yeah. So imagine how hard it is for somebody who do need the money or do need that life, that quality of life difference to make. So it's a tough one. But I'm always gonna tell a parent or anybody, man, do what's best for your child. If that means sending them to a major white school or HBCU, I'm not in your household. Do what's best for your household. And if that means sending your son to a white school that's going to get him greater access to the next level, that's going to create some generational wealth for your family tree, do your thing. And that's the example I was using with the high school example. I see my homeboy doing that with these young men. You get the whole, why y'all going to why y'all going to Chaminade Madonna? They going to Chaminade Madonna because it's somebody that grew up just like they grew up. That's their recruiting them into Chaminade Madonna. And like Solo said, he gonna coddle and make sure they good while they there. You know, get the education, take advantage of that education. Coach Nick Saban and other coaches, high-profile name coaches, show up to that school. They send their assistants to other public schools in South Florida. Of course, somebody could come up and say, no, such and such came. Okay, you might be right. That's one or two. That coaches, I think his name is something. It was the year they won. It was something Day. Maybe it ain't meant for me to drop his name. That dude was on Chaminade Madonna campus less than 6 months after he won the college championship. So just like 3-4 years ago. But my point I'm making is the access that my homeboy who coach over there, you know, and for his protection, I'm not going to say his name, and he keep it hood. He going to the hood, getting the hood talent out of he can't save everybody, but he could recruit as much hood talent as he can to bring to a prestigious school like that help them young men improve their family's quality of living. And like you said, Jamie, it's just if so there's somebody that's from our community making sure he look out for our community at a school that has the resources to help him look out for young men from our community, opposed to what Coach Prime did. I mean, if you leave it up to us, we wanted Coach Prime to stay. Damn, Coach Prime, you was revolutionized. You was about to do exactly what Jamie said. Everybody it's going to be a HBC university across the country. And then when he left, that spirit it left with him, and ain't nobody tried to redo it since. So it's tough, but keep hope alive.
I don't know how true it was, but I hope it's not true. This is just a random. I mean, it's relevant to what I'm saying, but it was rumored that Penny Hardaway was trying to become the head coach of TSU for basketball, and they turned him down. I still think about it. I was like, bro, if they did that, they are stupid. I don't care if he did a terrible job coaching, nigga. That's Penny Hardaway. You'll just get attention. Right. You'll get top players when it comes to him.
James, I wasn't gonna go there, but since you said it, that was another thing. So I'm gonna use what's the brother name? I shot the brother. I think I can't remember that brother name, so maybe not be meant for me to say it. But he went to Bethune-Cookman, and they pretty much he didn't stay because how we do each other sometimes. You know what I'm saying?
I remember that.
You remember that, Solo?
His name was Reed. Yeah, he got online talking all that shit.
Yes. Yeah, but the way you said shit, like you had a little attitude with it. So let me hear you out. So,
you know what? My issue is that. See, my issue also with, and it's I know who you're talking about. He was the coach, and he got online talking all that shit. And then the same thing with Deion Sanders. When he was at HBCU, everybody excused him for leaving Jackson, talking about he was robbed or somebody went in the office and stole $600,000 worth of jewelry or some shit. Some shit. That was the reason why that excused him for leaving them kids at Jackson State. I didn't excuse him because why you even got all that at a HBCU?
That's what I thought about instantly.
Why you got all that at a HBCU? It's because he flashy and he have on all these chains and whatever. He got all this money, whatever. But my issue was that also if they as head coaches had grievances about the way the school was ran, you don't get online do that, especially knowing that when you had the money, when you was in the NFL, prime time, when you was in the NFL, it wasn't like we just saw you just giving all this money to the HBCUs. And that's the thing. We don't support the HBCUs financially as Black people and Black celebrities. So it's very hypocritical for us then to criticize them. So I didn't appreciate the fact that he got online talking about all his grievances about how the school is ran, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah,
blah,
blah. Justified, Solo. I'm with you when you're right. I'm not just simping for Solo right now. But when I heard you say, when I heard you say it a certain way, I say something don't rub Solo right on that one. But that's justified what you're saying. He didn't have to air it out like that. But his thing was, damn, so this how y'all going to do it. I'm here to put y'all school on the map, just like Prime did Jackson State. And Jamie, I'm not trying to take the focus off Tennessee State, because that's the thought came to mind when you were talking about Penny Hardaway. Like, how do you turn, not Hardaway, my bad, Penny,
You said it right.
Yeah. How do you turn somebody like that down? So I think we all making the same point, and it's just something in our community we got to work out. It's the same thing. So I didn't mean to switch it from Tennessee to Florida, but good thing Solo was familiar with that situation, and that's how
Yeah,
it
that
turned
happened
out.
around the same time that he decided to go to Jackson. He decided to leave Jackson State,
Mm-hmm.
and I didn't support that. But we have a culture as Black people where if you like, what I would consider is, if you go against us as a community, it's a certain population of us that would defend it because they would do the same thing. Like, a lot of once they
Damn.
get some money, the first thing they're gonna do is start
Mm,
stunting on Black people.
mm,
So they would excuse the Deion Sanders. They would
mm.
excuse a lot of these
They
celebrities
would do that.
who betray us.
Damn. Now
But
that's
when
some
Pat,
psychology for you right there, because they would do the same thing.
they would do
That
the
part.
same thing.
Damn. I should have thought of that. When a person make that statement, damn, why didn't I think of that? But hey, Solo, that's why we got you here. But yeah, you spot. I think you're right about that. They would do the same thing. So it came and went, Jamie. All of that was said to validate your point that we was on the path of doing it, starting with Prime. Prime was bringing that renaissance back of HBCUs dominating major. That shit was gonna happen, bro. And them
Hell
students was
yeah.
going. They was signing up and lining up to go play for Prime. And if you couldn't get the Prime, you was gonna go to the next. That's what was gonna happen. Each celebrity player was gonna grab a HBCU. By
Yeah,
this year right here, it would have probably been in full
yeah.
mainstream.
By now it would have been, bro. It would
Yeah,
have been a trend. All
yeah.
of we would have been done, bro.
Every HBCU would have had one.
You got to think about the future of our people sometimes, and I think that's where Coach Prime failed us there and kind of sold out
So
because,
he did.
like
Sold
you
out.
said, you didn't need the money.
He didn't.
We get it that they offered you more money, but it's bigger. Sometimes it's bigger than just you. And I mean, unfortunately, he dropped the ball on that. But
Yeah.
Talia, the crackhead did not go to the school with us.
I saw that comment. I saw that comment. There's some other good ones in there too, but I definitely saw that one. That's when I chuckled a little bit earlier. Not at what you were saying, but the comment. Go ahead.
All
Talia.
American stars are casted in a movie called The Fight in Vipers. What y'all think about the moon turning red on March 3rd?
Well, Cairo touched on that already.
Yeah.
If it ain't no missile, I don't care.
Hey, we got the best of both worlds on this show with our ladies, our women. We get the super net with and I love both of y'all. But you get the practical with Solo. Like, and that's why me and Solo was so, and not to speak for you, Solo, but we were so quiet during. I'm like, man, if you can't practical, what's the word? Bring some practicality to that. I'm gonna just shut up. Because I need building blocks. That's the way my soul and that's a scientific mind. Give me one block at a time that I could build on, and I can see where we going. But if I don't have no, but hey, that's it.
I
I
mean,
was
I
born in
get it, but y'all gotta. Damn.
Ty, you probably the quietest you've ever been.
But yeah, see, I mean, this is the thing though. Everybody, shit,
That's true, DeMarcus.
everybody once upon a time had to learn something because you haven't seen it before. You got to think about that. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean that it's not necessarily real.
Everybody was talking about Nikola Tesla, just to interject, and they thought that he was insane. So when I explain certain things to people, just like I told you that old quote when they were saying, no matter how much you explain to a fly how pollen is better than shit, will that fly even understand? I understand these things going in, and my job is not to convince anybody. Like, I don't give a fuck, because I'm like, I'm not getting attacked.
Mhm.
They not feeding off of me. Like, I don't get angry. I don't get mad. I don't experience these things because I lost that animal nature because I stopped eating animal products. Just like Jay-Z say, what you eat don't make me shit. I'm here just to deliver the message, whether you receive it or not, and I'm keep going. You know what I mean? So, I mean, everybody thought Einstein was insane, but he's Einstein. You know what I mean? So in the end, it'll all make sense. Then it'll be people like me that they will want to commemorate because they'll be like, damn, like when things start unfolding, she knew that. But when that time arrived, that means it's too late. And that's it.
Was the menu, the diet part you was talking about? Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, we
Yeah,
can.
we
So
can.
Okay.
for
Yeah.
So, for
example, when
example,
you
when
eating,
you eating,
I see too
I
much
see too much
echo.
echo.
Yeah. Is it my I
Yeah,
might
it's
Yeah,
coming
it's
from
coming from
yours.
yours.
okay, I might come back in there anyway because the battery getting low fast on it. I didn't bring the backup phone today. Y'all
So
carry
for
on.
So,
example,
for
like me,
example, like me,
I can't talk.
I
It's
can't talk.
echoing.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hello,
You
did
good?
Taj go down? Okay, so for example, let's say like you know how people you are what you eat. That quote, that's reality. So like when you have vegan or plant-based friends, you'll realize they don't get angry, they're not mad. Usually they're always in a good mood. They're open to other different interpretations and seeing from different people perspective without judging them. But usually some people, majority that's on a carnivorous diet, they don't understand how to look at art in a different way. It's only their perception, you know what I mean? Or sometimes you scared to call people because you're like, damn, I don't know what mood they in, a good mood or a bad mood. Like people don't realize all of these things is connected to the energy that you are putting into your body. You know what I mean? For example, like I told you, me, I don't hate on other black women. I always give other black women props or just women in general. But when it comes to me, I will never receive it because they have that hate that comes from them animal products. They don't know why they have it. They just have it. You know what I mean? Like it's just weird, you know how it is. Or like I don't see other black people as a threat or enemy, or I'm not fake when I smile at them or when I speak to them. I'm genuine, you know what I mean? But then you have black people that's fake. They'll just give a little smile, fake ass smile, or barely want to talk a conversation. And usually people that's on a plant-based diet, our perspective is different. It's more neutral and balanced. We want harmony.
Yeah.
Like what we say, we actually project and we mean compared to other people. They'll have a little bit of hate in their heart, a little bit of in a spirit, a little bit of animosity. That, and you wondering why do I have this or why do I, feel like this, because it's all connected to those animal products. So usually
Yeah.
when I'm talking to a person that's carnivorous, like I'm consciously aware of their behavior, because behavior is also a language. And I understand, some of their reactions before they reaction. It's just a part of being a vegan. You have this knowledge. So I don't fault people for not seeing things now, because that's like when your mom tell you, hey, don't touch that stove, it's hot. You like, okay, bullshit. You touch that stove, then you see it's hot, and then you like, she said that. So it always happened to me when I've been telling people about the Anunnakis fucking 10 years ago, when it wasn't even talked about. Now those same people are coming to me trying to get information. Like, remember when? I'm like, yeah, remember you wasn't on it. But I
Same,
have patience
same,
with them. But it'll
same.
all be revealed, you know?
I got people
So
from
that's
my
all I'm saying. I
from
can't hear
college.
y'all. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you,
The
Carly.
government cut me off. I have to go back off.
But yeah, to follow up for what she was saying, same for me. Like I got people from college, certain ones later on hit me up and was like, dang, you bro, I remember when you used to tell us that about, way back then, and you was right. But also as far as the openness that she was talking about, maybe it's probably a lot of truth to that too, because um that's probably why men is places me and Cairo be willing to go, but y'all wouldn't. I
But
don't know.
this, but
Maybe that's what
but
it
to,
is.
my bad, Jan. But to y'all credit, but especially Cairo, what I'm saying is the menu part of everything she said that resonated the strongest because okay, that's where we can start. I'm not saying I'm ruling out everything you and her said. But the part I think people could connect to the most, and I just speak for myself, is the menu diet part. Okay, if you don't want this to happen, get your eating habits right. So that I'm just
But the
saying
thing,
that's the first step to understanding the that whatever we call it, that experience.
but
Like
Todd,
get
certain
uh
people, I can't talk to about that because they feel convicted. So, and they don't know it. They'll start to get angry, and I can see it through their facial expression of their behavior. That's why I don't talk to everybody about changing their diet, because you changing their way of living by telling them this. So if I
Absolutely.
tell people, hey, you can't eat this because this, people start getting angry. People that eat meat, they like
Yeah.
animals. They get
Yeah.
angry
That
because
resonate
you
too.
fucking with their
Yeah.
way of living. So I'm not
Yeah.
about to tell them. I'm gonna just tell them, hey, this is why you do it to you, but I'm not gonna tell you to change your diet. Because
Gotcha.
I'm telling you,
Yeah.
like, I've experienced, they'll start getting angry, like, and I'm like, damn, like, and I know I don't want to be attacked because you can see it
Right.
coming. And then they'll
I
start saying, well, I got a friend that was a vegan and she died and this, and my grandparent been eating this for this long and they lived this long. And I'm like, okay, it doesn't even make sense to talk to this person anymore. So
and
that's
that's
why
the
I don't try to, you know what I mean, go too far
mhm.
into them, because you're hitting certain, what is it?
Nerds.
You're
You hitting
hitting
pretty much,
something that,
yeah.
yeah, it hurts them.
Yeah, it does. And
You
words hit
know,
nerves. So no, I'm with you on that. I get
I
that part.
actually don't. I actually never talk to anybody about. Like, I might every once in a while, especially if they say something to me about diet type stuff. But I really don't like if people eating chicken, pork. I might ain't gonna lie. Sometimes pork is really bad. I might say something about that every once in a while, but I'm not gonna keep attacking you about it, right?
I don't do.
I
I
would
leave.
say people attack me about my diet
I've
more
had
than I
that.
do them.
Yep. I've had that
They
experience.
always getting on me talking about
Yep. Same here.
like my cousin. He said, I remember when before he passed away. God bless him. That he's always crack jokes of me. I was one day eating a damn bowl of veggies and stuff. He had carrots, broccoli, and shit like that. This nigga I had a carrot in my hand. This fool gonna walk up to me. Is that a vegan carrot? I said, no, fucking get away from me. Ain't no such thing, no damn vegan carrot.
Hey, to Cairo's point though, that's psychologically that's their convictions. Jamie, I had that same experience. Like, bro, if I'm not telling you to stop eating meat, why is you tripping on me striving to be a
Right,
a functioning vegan or a vegetarian? Because I go back and forth between the two. Sometimes I eat fish. I'm not gonna lie. So that'll take me from a vegan to a vegetarian to a pescatarian.
right.
And I'm like, so I get what you're saying, Jamie. And people, it's like they trying to police our menu more than we do theirs. So that's kind of, but I think it's what Cairo said. That's them seeing our discipline is their own convictions. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
That right? They see us doing it like, damn, I wish I could have the discipline to do what Jamie doing. So I'm gonna just poke at them when we don't bother them at all with the
Right. No, go ahead. I'm gonna go when you finish.
I was gonna say we don't bother them all. We don't bother them at all when we see them with the pork chop sandwich in their hand, but they want to mess with us for having discipline with a vegan vegetarian menu. Go ahead, Carol.
And then I think a lot of people actually, like how you say, they want to poke fun at us, because my relatives poke fun at me all the time. But now, since eating them animal products is catching up to them, they can't use the bathroom. They diagnosing them with all these type of internal illnesses. Now they're reaching out to me like, okay, how do you make this, or what do you do with this?
Mm-hmm.
But I think initially, subconsciously, they don't want to eat dead animals. They want to eat healthy too. They
They
just
do.
don't know how.
That's right. Discipline. Keep going. It's the discipline. That shit is, you have
Yeah,
to,
it's the
if you could
discipline.
discipline your menu, you could I would say you could do anything. And that's why you mentioned Ramadan earlier. That's one of the reasons I know that's at least one of the reasons they say is beneficial. Because if you could discipline your stomach is almost like a damn entity of its own, which it is. So if you could train your stomach the way you train a dog or a pet, take it from there.
But not even that. Even in these Christians' Bibles, God didn't give them, and I'm talking about, even in their Bible in the beginning, God didn't say eat the animals. And the animals was friends of Adam's. He was hanging out with them. They were companions. He said eat from
Right.
any tree.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
And the
It
meat
wasn't
So
after sin that they started eating meat.
That's right. And they did a psychological flip, because back then fruit was considered meat. So when you bite into a mango, the last time y'all had a fat juicy mango, it feel like you biting into meat when I'm talking about a whole mouth bite into a mango. So that's what they did. The fruit really was the meat. And SG, I'm gonna get to you. SG say But and then the animal, to Cairo point, is the flesh. So that's the difference right there. The fruits is the original meat, and animals are flesh.
Well, do you know the study that they did with the gorilla? So they captured a silverback gorilla, and this is factual. Scientists captured a silverback gorilla.
Uh-huh.
Am I still echoing?
No,
I don't
you all
hear
right
you.
now. I put mine on mute just to make sure,
So
but you
they
good.
captured a silverback. They captured a silverback gorilla, and they ran tests on him and studies, and wanted to see what they do. They what he how he would behave or act if they changed his diet. So they put some meat in front of him, and the gorilla just wouldn't eat it. No matter how much they try to switch it or try, he just wouldn't eat. So finally, they injected him with the meat, and then they noticed after a few injections, he started to like the flesh based diet. So they released him back into the wild, and then what studies revealed is he was more aggressive, more violent. He started to attack the other silverback gorillas, and he even turned into a homosexual. So
That's
all of
crazy.
that,
Yeah.
yeah, if you look at, I'm gonna give you an example. Look at animals that's herbivores that belong to this. Without a herbivore animal, carnivorous animals wouldn't even exist. They
Right.
need herbivore animals in order to get their minerals. And look at every herbivore animal on this planet. You never see a male herbivore animal trying to dominate or hump another male herbivore animal. You only see that with, I'm echoing. Somebody, I don't know who phone it is, but
It's mine. Let
you
me put
only
it
see
on
that
mute
with
for you.
animals that's carnivorous. Animals that have a carnivorous diet, you will see the other male animal trying to dominate or hump the other male animal. But just pay attention to the animal kingdom. It'll reveal everything. And the strongest animal on the planet, like I told y'all, are herbivore animals.
Right.
And they're more social and more friendly too.
Mhm.
Great point.
But Google, try to Google a male elephant humping another. I'm gonna go on mute.
Okay. See, I think I seen something. So when you said something about do the diet about Ali, when you're saying do any of you base diet, I mean any of you eat based on your blood type. I have a good blood type, so I mean it really doesn't matter for me because type O's actually, can pretty much consume everything without certain things affecting them. But there is like I know blood type A's or A negative or something like that, and especially the AB negatives, like they blood types are very rare, and they are more vulnerable, I believe, to sicknesses and stuff like that than a old type and stuff like that. So go ahead. My bad.
Yeah, now I just wanted to get to some comments. I missed SG comment. And there was some other good okay, Tosh, you think the way we ate certain foods shortened our lifespan? No doubt about it. I can give you an instant answer on that. No doubt about it. This part of my first question. All right, so I got the SG. Um, and I'll pass it back to you, Jamie. I'll scroll up so I can find the other comments I wanted to read. Oh, I see. Let me get SG first coming out the way. He said, "You believe what the Bible says about humans used to live beyond 100 years?" Yes, I do believe that. It said Adam lived to be 900. Yeah, I can believe that. All right, go ahead then. Now I get to the other ones later.
Mm. I mean, to be honest though, I think I'm pretty much done. I done wrapped it up pretty much today. We can go ahead and move to the next topic if ain't nobody else got nothing.
Solo, I never heard you speak on like the menu diet topic. Anything you want to add?
Not really. I don't. I mean, of course, you eating fruits and vegetables, you feel better, more energy, and all of that. That's the only thing I would add.
That's enough, right? That says it all. Just that one statement of you adding, that's so key to put out there. That it's a fact that fruits, more than anything else, give you more electric energy than anything else you could put in your mouth. That's something to think about. Electric energy. Go ahead.
Wow, you said check out "You Are What You Eat," a twin experiment on Netflix. Yeah, I mean that's absolutely true. That "you are what you eat" statement for sure. File, you said, did Jesus know the hour? If so, why are Christians in Israel afraid to tell the truth? Is Israel divided between priests and Christians? What do you mean by that?
I think I know what it was. I had the volume too high, so I'm turning it down now. DV actually left a good comment when once we got Bradford up out of here. All right, so let me see what DV.
You can try.
Yeah, that one there. You got it.
You can try yourself to sound like you can, right?
Damn, that shit. Let me turn it down some more. Yeah, we got the mattress up and everything. It's still echoing. Damn, why TK going off on Cairo? Cairo, you act like you're so woke and I'm not reading that one. No, I'm not reading that comment.
Hey, you can read it. I'm not sensitive.
I'm not, but I got love for you, Cairo. So I don't, Cairo, it's nothing wrong with you or anybody else that
Let
fly
me
above our
read.
heads.
Hold
If
on.
I don't understand it, like me and
Cairo,
Solo
you
did
act like
earlier,
you're so woke and better than everybody else. Told you, remember I told you they get mad when I start talking about their diet. I already know. Are all vegans full of themselves like you? You're very narrow minded, like you have all these answers and everybody else is dumb. That's why I told you, like, I'm used to it. Like, when I start talking about their diet, I just told y'all that. I'll start getting attacked. And one thing about me, I'm fucking live in New York. I'm from New Orleans. Nothing is sensitive about me. You can say whatever you want. Like, it's your opinion. You have your opinion. I have to respect that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't take that shit personal. So, I mean,
Well,
but I
I'll
told you, when
touch
I
on
start
it.
talking about that diet, didn't I just tell you that? They get mad. They want to attack you because they feel convicted. Like, bitch, who are you? You know what I mean? Like, I'm carnivorous. I'm a meat eater. Now you talking about me. I feel offended. So I have to attack you. I'm used to it. So y'all don't have to block him or get him out or anything. Like, I'm not a sensitive person like that.
So I don't know. I mean, I've been knowing Cairo for quite a while. We've been knowing each other at least 8 years, right?
Yep.
And I don't know. I always feel I see her as very open minded. I mean, she'll share her opinion on stuff like that, and it's either you take it or you don't. But um, yeah, I mean, I can share. I mean, do folks look at me like that? Trying to think. I don't think so.
But
damn,
no,
there goes
but
the
no,
echo again.
nobody
That's
said
crazy.
any bad to me like that until I started talking about that diet. That's why I was telling Taj early. Like, I don't talk to people because they get angry because they feel convicted, and that's that carnivorous diet. Just like animals, if they get mad, they're gonna attack you, and I already know this.
You said that. You
I already
definitely
know.
said
That's
that.
one of my signs. No, remember I told you I could see in their behavior and their facial expressions, like they start to get angry.
TK said that I got to proofread TK comments now. So you definitely hit a nerve with TK. All right,
Yeah, TK is actually another crazy question. Oh boy.
That I can read that one. He said, Cairo, you didn't answer my question about what did you eat to make you want to conquer men with sex toys. That was I was on my plant-based diet when I just felt like I wanted to dominate them. You know what I mean? And when I
Hold
saw
on, hold
that
on.
they
For clarification, you say when you wasn't or when you
oh my
were?
bad, when I wasn't on my plant-based diet,
Gotcha.
when I was eating that's what I'm telling you. When these parasites probably was echo communicating with me, who knows? And I just wanted to dominate them. So that's when I was on that animal diet. And then when I changed it, I realized, hey, this is wrong. You're turning men into homosexuals. But that's to answer your question.
it's tradition. It's tradition and culture that's hard to abandon, but we really should be on a vegan diet. I'm
Yep.
not. I know we should be. I don't eat beef, pork, or dairy though. Hey, that's a step. That's actually big, darling. Like y'all been knowing me for a while. Y'all know I don't eat that stuff either. But yeah, I just don't talk about it because I do know that that tend to be a sensitive topic for people. So I mean, if you ask me particularly about it, I'll speak on it. But I never really try to encourage people to change it unless they're having health issues. Then I probably would be like, hey, maybe you should consider a different diet. But yeah, like I say, I get attacked about my diet way more than I attack other people. And I don't know, attack is kind of a strong word. Maybe more so, you know, um, they crack jokes and stuff on me. Not necessarily like they're trying to force me to change anything, but
Now, I've had that same experience, so I could empathize with you on that. And like Darla said, when you the culture and the traditions, that's what sort of caused me to press the reset button more than anything. When you going around, like D said, culture or tradition, and you might just, you know what, I'll start over tomorrow. I'm gonna eat this piece of salmon. I did. I'm gonna be honest with you. I did it earlier. I went to that event, and them jokers had like some salmon hors d'oeuvres. Oh my God. You can hear me, Carol?
Yeah, I'm listening to you.
Yeah, so I pressed the reset button early as far as my vegan vegetarian menu because I popped a few of them salmon hors d'oeuvres they had earlier. So you
He
know,
said he popped a few
I,
to
I
salmon hors d'oeuvres.
yeah, and I never do it by choice. It's always like the environment I'm in where I give in and say, okay, one or two ain't going, you know. But the ultimate point I think is what you said, Cairo. We trigger people's convictions when you discuss menu diet topics. That's it.
Yeah, I know I ain't tripping, but I'm not sensitive though, so I understand. You know what I mean? He gonna feel bad after what he said. Watch.
um, yeah, Talia don't be playing about that misspelling of her name.
What's up, Talia? Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna move on to this next
All
topic. All right, so we're gonna go talk a little bit about relationships, right? So I hear this being talked about a lot. Honestly, to be honest with you, more so on the male side. But the discussion is based upon doing marriage duties, although you're still in the relationship or boyfriend girlfriend stages. For instance, to give a little bit more clarity for the people um, who might be wondering what I'm talking about. So basically, if you know how it is traditionally, if you're the man, pay the bills, protect. Um, I think that emotional intelligence and all that stuff, that's some new shit that they've been adding. But traditionally, for the most part, the predominantly your job is to provide and protect. Is what's been said. And then of course for the woman, assist, take care of the kid, house duties. So in today's modern time, I hear this shit all the time. When you say something about it, they'll say, I'm not your mama. But on the flip side, they want you to take care of to put in on bills and stuff for them. So, um, and I guess for the fellas, ladies, y'all can correct me if I'm wrong. They might be wanting you to cook for them and stuff like that, and you're not their wife or nothing like that, and you like, okay, well, if that's the case, you need to be paying full rent. You need to be taking care of bills and stuff for me. So my basically the question is for me is should you be doing things like that in the dating stages, or is that those are things that should come once you're married?
I, I've always looked at it as, yeah, you practicing to be married if you seriously dating, and especially at my age, it's no more like I don't even waste chicks' time no more. If I pursue you, I see you as somebody I could potentially grow old with. I'm done with the conquest mission. Well, let me see if I can hit that real quick. And no, I've checked that box 1,000 times, not literally, but y'all get what I'm saying. So I think it is dating, and some people call it courting. That's what it's for. You practicing, to be married, so, or at least to be together. So I would say, yeah, I thought that's what it was for. And I've always sort of thought that, like, we're dating each other to see if we want to be together, you know, uh, grow old together. I won't say forever, but grow old together. That's it.
For me, I think it just depends on where you guys are in the relationship as far as what you guys end goals are and where you guys at, how long you guys have been dating, and where y'all basically essentially where y'all at in y'all relationship. I think that it should be planned out or at least discussed on what the arrangements are going to be and when it is your responsibility from the male side or the woman's side to start performing those duties, I would say. I think the only thing, see, I don't have a problem with the traditional values, right? Where you're at home taking care of the kids, taking care of the house, and the man is at work providing, right? I have no objections to that. My objection is when you tell me that you want me to take care of the kids, take care of the house, and work. That's where the issue is going to be. I think I'm doing one or the other, but I'm definitely not doing both.
Well, let me add this real quick. Since everybody quiet, let me add this real. So, Jamie, I wasn't sure. I might have missed this part of the question. As far as when it comes to paying bills, like, I'm treating this out to eat and stuff like that. But what I've done in the past, like, if I'm going to her, let's say we both got our own places. If I'm going to her place, if I'm at her place 2, 3 days a week, eventually I'm gonna start off with something like the light bill. I'm over here in your place. I'm sleeping over here. I'm using your shower, shit, shower, shave, all that stuff. At some point, I usually start off with like the light bill, and then depending on how the vibe go, it'll grow. Okay, it'll go from this. Here you go. I've been over here 4 days this week. Here comes something on your rent. But if we're in just the dating phase, I'm at my place, you at your place. It's just when we go out, it's all on me. But I don't want to give the wrong impression that with my response earlier that I'm saying a man should be paying a lady's bills in the dating phase or stage. That's it depends on that would require different dynamics.
I think it's right around the same time he started expecting meals from her.
That's interesting. We got let's chop it up.
As
Hmm.
soon as you want her to start doing wife duties, especially if you're talking about every day, then when does I think at that point the bills you definitely should be paying a bill or two, especially if I we don't live together.
I think that's fair. Yeah. What yeah, well, I spoke enough. Anybody else?
I agree with what you said earlier, Taj. When you say that ultimately you are practicing to be married, you know. So I mean, going into the relationship for me, dating stage is like I'm practicing for long terms, and I want to keep this man. So I'm gonna cook for him. Come over, I cook. What you want to eat? Let me rub your back. Let me do your feet. Let me clean your nails. Let's take a bath together, cause I'm romantic. and I'm practicing for us to be married. So I agree with you what you said earlier. You know, that's just in general how I feel to keep a man long term by, making him want to feel good. Like if his jokes isn't funny, still laugh at that shit anyway. You know what I mean? Like it is. You know what I mean? Like give him compliments, tell him he look good. Like I'm practicing for long term. So I agree with when you said that. That's it.
Cool, cool.
So for me, I kind of already gave it away if you pay attention up in the slides here. I got it under marriage audition. So pretty much how I look at it is, and I think how long you guys been together matters, obviously. But yeah, after a certain amount of time and stuff like that, and probably like I think that's a good point, Solo made. What about the time you expect me to start, cooking for you and shit like that? Yeah, basically, this is a marriage audition because, like, if you're, especially if marriage is something that is on the table for you, you should be auditioning to show that individual you know what you're capable of as a husband or as a wife. You know what I'm saying? So um yeah, you like if you like Ty said, if you over there a certain amount of days and stuff like that, pitch in on certain shit, take out the trash and stuff like that. Her trash need to be taken out, take out the trash. Maybe eventually, possibly, if you've been together and stuff like that, like damn, your grass, you know, look like it ain't been mowed in a little minute. I can handle that for you. Just steps to it. I think that stuff should be done because I just think it's crazy for the ones that try to say I'm not your. I don't really see dudes say I'm not your daddy. Well, no, I have heard it. I have heard it. I had to think about it, but I've heard it. But for the dude to say I'm not your daddy and the women to say I'm not your mama, um, pretty much once you get married, you are the daddy, you are the mama. I tell folks that shit all the time. So you auditioning to be the dad and the mama because men, some of the times when we doing certain shit and stuff like that around the house, some of us might not be the cleanest and shit like that. Wife, sometimes you clean up behind them, just like your mama would do. Like, damn, these damn kids leaving shit all around the house. She got to clean the shit up. And then some of the times, like, don't beat me up, but women, y'all can do some shit that be like, bro, how the fuck you do that? And you might fuck some shit up, and we gotta come behind and fix it. Just like your daddy would have to do for you if you was to break something, he got to come behind and fix the shit. So it's the same shit. And I tell folks that that's why your daddy bring the daughter down the aisle because it's a transfer in power. You are the new dad.
Yeah. Let me run through some comments because when my phone go dead, I'm not gonna be able to see the comments when I go to the share the mic with Jamie. So y'all know I love the comment section. But all right, so let's start. Cairo, that's DV. Cairo like to. Oh Lord, now DV. Usually DV had your back. So let me prove for y'all. I'm gonna read it. Cairo says she don't care. Cairo like to stir the pot and she push buttons on people who feel guilty about themselves. All right. What's up, Grandpa? That's somebody else. Thank you. This to Leah, but I didn't say that though. I know people who eat meat and people who don't, neither of which get sicker more or less than the others. And I've seen them all mad before too. Okay, that's all right. Boom.
But remember when I told you this earlier? That's why I say I don't want to say because everything that I'm saying, look how it's being exhibited right now. Like everybody like Kyra like to put. Remember I told you I say people get convicted and then they'll start to attack me. Then remember when I said people will create excuse like, well, I know vegans and they live this long and they died early and my grandparents like I've done experienced it and been through it all. You know what I mean? So what's going to happen is after a week or two you know, when the animosities boil down, then they'll be back to their regular selves, because I understand behavior, how people feel when they feel convicted. And sometimes, have you ever said something messed up to a person and you didn't mean to say it? It's just like you felt convicted of something, then you felt bad and you realize, damn, that's a good person. Like, why did I fucked up and do that? That's what's going on in their situation. So when everything wear down and they realize it, then they're gonna be like, damn, you know what I mean? So that's why I'm not sensitive and I don't take anything personal, because
And
I
that's
already know.
that's I'm proud. I'm happy. You know, you can handle that. And like you said, New Orleans, New York, like you done seen a lot, so that's good. Um, I'll read like three more. Okay. Well, I think Ryder Glider had a good comment on the segment we're discussing now. I'm trying to find it. Let me see what Darla got right here. I don't think a man should pay a woman's bills simply to date her. Some women are dating for financial gain with no intentions on marrying. Oh, that's TK right there. I thought that was
I
Darla.
knew that's who it was.
Taj, if I could respond to that,
Uh
and
huh.
some men are dating for sex with no
Yeah.
intention on marrying you.
That's
It's
true
a fair
too.
rebuttal. That's a fair rebuttal.
It's a very fair one.
Fair rebuttal. That was a quick clapback right there. Yeah, for real. Solo had that locked and loaded. All right, trying to get to the rider glider who may. This might be it. Wife duties and bills, etc., comes into it once. Leave dating stage and enter committed relationship stage. In parentheses, rider glider put since it is practice run before marriage. In my opinion, that's rider glider. So I think, okay, here's Darla. But if we're living separately, I'm responsible for my bills. I just mean cooking for them, etc. So that must be in response to somebody else. What y'all think about Young Miami comments? What was the comments, BB?
Right. I was gonna ask that.
Yeah, I think if you're committed, you should do all of those things. Your potential spouse needs to see what you're capable of. Great point, D. All right, anybody else? Early dating stages, no. Committed relationship, yes. That's. I think it's some good contributions from Ryder Glider. That's my first time reading that name.
Nah, he's been here for a while.
All right, cool. All right, I'm just trying to make sure before my battery go dead, because y'all don't get upset. I just want to be able to see the comments. All right, so Cairo, you all I'm back. All right, Cairo, you all. You see, I got to proofread the comments when I see the guy. Cairo, you always got to remember on Black Chat Chronicles, there's some sensitive ninjas here. All right, she know that already. All right, I don't think a man should pay. I think I read that one already. Funny, yep. Because Solo responded to that. I think you're committed. Yeah, I read D comment already with y'all. Okay, we waiting on the Young Miami response. But if we're living separately, I'm responsible. Yeah, I read that already. Wife duties, I read that one. Tyra, you're definitely not a follower or a hype person. You're your own person, as we all should be. I don't have a problem doing wifely things. I think I read this one, Talia. Things, but the man has to be worth it, and there has to be Talia, reciprocity. There we go. The Lauren Hill word. Because don't expect me to do it if you not. Good comment, Talia. All right. I think that's it, y'all. Y'all take it from there. How do you take care of yourself? All right, so this is all I see for me. How do you take care of yourself is what I look at first. Are you self-sufficient and have self-control, etc.? All right, Kenny 2K must be in there under a different name somewhere. Shout out to Kenny 2K. Kenny, my bow tie. That's him and DV going back and forth. Who is Kenny 2K? That's the okay. All right. All right. I think that's it. Money should be the focal point. Money shouldn't be the focal point. This is TK. Marriages fail because couples don't pray together. God is the only one who can hold two people together forever. That's. I would love to hear y'all thoughts on that. I think that's enough for now.
Mm,
Solo,
I
while you
think
human,
that
go ahead. Uh,
that what? I'm sorry, my bad.
no, you got it. You was while you was I was gonna jump in real quick, but you ready, so go ahead.
I was just gonna say, see, that makes me think about the chokehold that the black church got on Black America. Is that all you just pray and hope that Jesus is gonna save you, you got to put in the work too. You just can't pray. You got to pray and put in work to save your marriage. Money shouldn't be the focal point, but it is though. A lot of marriages fail because of
And you got the legal experience to kind of speak on that. So is that the
it's a
case? You saying most
contract.
marriages fail because of finances?
Yes, it's a contract. It is a contract, and a lot of people walk out with a lot of money. So yeah, I mean, they don't be in there saying you can keep your stuff and I can keep my stuff. No, they be in there saying I want half of everything.
Have
So
you? And I hope we could dive into this deeper on a different show because you do got the experience. Is that coming through clear, y'all? It's kind of staticky. I can. But so solo, have you ever come across any cases where you could kind of see that there was some true love at some point in the relationship, but the true love couldn't keep the couple together, and the finances sort of overwhelmed the situation?
No, not in that case. The reason why I would say that I wouldn't say that finances is the reason for um marriages when I see that they genuinely love this person. Like, finances are usually the issue when they never loved each other.
Thanks for saying that. Keep going. That was therapeutic to hear. So you saying the true love marriages, they fight harder?
True love marriages, they're not fighting over money.
Damn, Jamie, we got to do more on this at some point. I would love. I mean, this because you right there, you seeing this shit legally, and a lot
Yeah.
of times when me and Jamie have off show discussions, I always say, Jamie, let's start with the legal thing first. Let's start on the legal level. Then we can go to the cultural level. We can go to the personal level. And all that. But legal is what's going to hold up in court. So to hear you share what you've seen over the years, that's interesting.
Mm-mm. I don't think that. I think that you
What would
only
be the
you
cause for
only
the true
fight.
love divorces?
What you say
What would be the cause for the true love divorces?
is that they've outgrown each other, but they love each other because the way I determine your love is how you treat this person when you're going through this process, right? Like, are you gonna cheat this person or are you gonna treat them fairly? Are you gonna put them out on their ass or are you gonna make sure they straight? You put them on your ass. You want to harm them. You want to make this as difficult as possible. You want this person to leave out with nothing. You didn't love this person.
I'm gonna say this right now. We've already got Jamie blessings for the spinoff. If we do a spinoff, that's gonna be the focal point of I think of what we should discuss. With the that's because it don't get no better than that to see the process go through the courts, and for you to share that with us, that was valuable. That they gon' if a person really love you, although we've outgrown each other, I still want to make sure you all right as we go our separate ways. I've never heard that before, and you seeing it in and out, of course, over a period of time. So that's thanks for sharing that. That's it, Jamie. I'm about to come in a few. Go ahead, y'all.
So
um
I mean, so that's just what I would say. Like, what you see in, first of all, a lot of women file for divorce. So when you see a man file for divorce, you know, that means that, it's real bad, and a lot of times when the way I determine a man's love is if he's trying to destroy the wife, because men get really
Mm.
petty in divorce court. You either, as a man, you have one or two options. Either you just want everything that's fair, or you're trying to destroy the woman.
Mm.
Like it's no in between. Is either you're going to be fair or you want her to suffer.
Suffer. All right.
Women always want more than what they're entitled to.
And that's understood because women crave security. So I get that. I'm not surprised to hear that part.
Yes, they always want more than what they're entitled to.
Damn, and I just think we should do, a separate segment on that. And I'm down to keep it on the same platform, whether it's UAN or BCC. But I think that should be the focal point. What you just said, and of course, everybody invited, to jump in on. But that'll be what we discussing. Because
Just put it on a different day.
yeah, exactly.
TK, I see your comment and I want to respond. It says, why you marry a person have everything to do with why you ultimately decide to leave. Now that I read it out loud, I get it. Well, I would agree with you, but I think that what we see more is things that you choose to ignore and accept that you traditionally would not agree with is ultimately going to be the reason why you leave.
I'm not overreacting, y'all. Solo dropping some gems. This shit we don't. Now, for my study, Solo, and I'm passing the mic right back to you. They said in the romance phase, the honeymoon phase, that's exactly what romantic love is. You minimize their flaws that you really don't like, but you like this person so much, you'll ignore their flaws, their character flaws, and you amplify the things you do like about them. And you're saying the stuff you're minimizing ultimately is going to come back and bite you in the place you don't want to be bit.
Absolutely.
Um, I'm gonna touch on that a little bit. So as far as the true love thing, I mean, I think it does sound better because since you actually like the individual, it seems that you would be more invested into wanting to make it right because you actually do like them, opposed to I'm just binded to it more so because of maybe a financial perspective. But I will also say if for the true love things, I mean, let's be real. A lot of the times when it comes to that, the women divorce more because they get bored faster than a man does.
Now, Jamie, bored, is that really the word?
Absolutely, it's the word. They get bored faster, and they like men. Sometimes might be to the point to be like, okay, I'm gonna do this that day, do this that day, do this that day. That's my week. And they might just very well repeat that same shit the next week. A woman should be like, yeah, we already done did that. Let's do this, let's do that, let's do that. They're pretty much always changing. That's what the estrogen inside of you guys do. So with them always changing, you can't keep doing the same things with them. So if you are, that might make them start to look other ways and start seeking attention different, from different things because they're not getting it at home. They may feel, and then before you know it, they'll check out emotionally before without even planning, and before
Yeah.
you the gate gets open for another man to kind of start showing her things that she feel like she's not getting at home. And before you know it, divorce is on the table. Now, opposed to something financially being involved, they like, yeah, I may not, this may not be happening, but I don't want to fuck up this money. But if you give them an incentive to be able to do it, then then they'll be like, oh yeah, I'm not exactly happy right now, so I'm damn sure. Yeah, let me just go ahead and go through with it. I'm gonna divorce him and take half because you have an incentive. But if it's no incentive and you can't guarantee stability elsewhere, you're way more likely to stay.
That has not been my experience. My experience for women is that men are very mean people. Like they treat their wives bad. They dem- like degrade them, disrespect them, abuse them. They treat them like sort of like maids. And then that's for women, my women who aren't working, right? But
Mhm.
then you have the other side, my other women who they are working, and they are also having to do everything with the kids, everything with the house, and they're not getting the support from husband. And also he's mean. A lot of my wives that I get, like the shit that they tell me that their husbands say to them are sort of like things that I think to myself, there's no way that a person with, I would say, with a certain level of moral standard would say this or even speak this or treat a person like this. Or why does it have to get so ugly? Why does it have to get so degrading? Why does it have to go that far where you're now physically abusing me? So like they're having like I don't know, I guess it's just the men that they're picking, which is obvious because they're getting a divorce. But from women, when they file for divorce, it's because they're being treated really bad by the man. I don't really get, very seldomly are they cheating. If that's just my perspective. Like, have I had clients who've had babies in the middle of divorces? Yes. Have they had a baby during the marriage and you find out the baby ain't dad's husband's? Yes. Like, we get that. But a lot of like just normal divorces where it's like none of that involved, it's just that their husbands are very mean to them.
Um,
So look,
I,
okay, let me.
obviously I'm not in everybody's life and knowing what they doing and stuff like that. But I can say this from experience from honestly, I can say this is from experience from myself, homeboys, and all that. A lot of the meanness and stuff that they might be talking about, a lot of the times it comes from somebody that you end up getting with. Now it could be just a Pookie and Ray Ray, he just an asshole. It could be that. Let me put that on the front first. But some of the times it could be that you got somebody that at first he was trying his best to respect you and stuff like that, trying his best to make it work, and you just kept abusing the fuck out of him, and then eventually he evolved to a monster. I've seen that done plenty of time, and I'll be honest, be firsthand, say it happened to me. So that is also a thing. They'll tell you one thing, but they don't say all the things that they did to you that led up to him turning into that monster.
And you know what my response to that is that you don't blame your behavior on someone else. If someone is being mean to you, your response is to not be mean and terrible to them as well. It's that you remove yourself from that situation. It's not that, oh, now I'm going to be
I agree with it.
a
I agree with it
monster
100%.
because you have treated me so
I
bad.
didn't. But yeah, I agree with you 100%. You're right. You should just remove yourself. I'm not justifying nothing. You're 100% correct. But I'm just saying some of the times that is what ends up happening.
Cairo, you got a lot to contribute. You are in a successful relationship, so We appreciate whenever you
What
ready.
was the question though? What was you guys talking about? Because
True
I'm doing
love.
my husband feet, so I'm just trying to figure out what y'all talking about. I'm giving him a manicure, a
Do your
pedicure.
thing,
Shit, I
do your
gotta make sure
thing,
he's
girl.
straight.
Do your
But what
treat
was
that
you guys
thing right.
talking about?
True love, which I believe you and your guy have. Is it okay to call him your husband?
Yeah.
So we was discussing true love versus financial love. People who get married for money compared to people who get married for true love. And Solo shared some of her professional experience of observing those cases.
My opinion is true love, it doesn't matter about the money because you want to spend your entire life with that person. So you want to build together and you're going to go through the struggles because you see the long-term objective. That's my experience. Compromising is a main huge part of a relationship that a lot of people are not willing to do. Um, and that's where the building blocks come in because everything that that person do you're not going to like and they're not going to like everything you do, but when you understand the qualities of that person, if they are all great qualities, you don't want to compromise that because they have a lot of men out here that don't exhibit positive, caring, mature behavior. They're very immature. And they're one focus. So like Life Jennings said, when you got something good, you better hold on to it. You know what I mean? Yeah, so that's where I am. Like for me and my boyfriend, like, cause Jamie, you met my boyfriend before. A lot of men will come and say, "Well, I'll give you this, leave him. I'll buy you a house. I'll buy you a Benz. I'll do." And I'm like, but I'm not a material person. I don't care about them things because you can buy me all of those things and still treat me like shit.
Right.
You know what I
I'm
mean?
cut you off. Go ahead. So I want to go ahead, Cairo, because I got a thought I want to. You
But
guys.
finish your thought, cause I know when we
All
get up
right,
there in
because y'all,
age,
y'all
we
know.
forget.
Right. You know how we is in that 40 area. But so that's what Solo was just saying. I don't know if you caught that part. She was saying a lot of the cases, the husbands are monsters. And when you said what you just said, Cairo, I'm wondering if it's that type of husband, Solo. So I definitely want Cairo to finish, but Solo, hold that thought. If you could speak on, is it that type of husband that becomes the monster?
Yeah, because they have money. So I told you, I've been in all type of situations. I dated a man with money who owned Wendy's and Wingstop in Pinole in California. And he had so much money that he would literally he would buy me everything. I didn't have to pay for anything. No rent, no bills, no nothing, but I was being treated like shit. He'll take me to a nice restaurant and then just tear me apart. He'll look at me and be like, "That fucking wig is ugly." You know what I
That
mean?
ain't work. That ain't work.
And
So
I
I
just
got a question. I got a question, right? Since you're saying that, because I see a lot of ladies some of the time say that when they're not with a man that makes a certain amount of money, right?
okay.
They'll say that they're settling if they don't get with a man that's making a certain amount of money, right?
Okay.
So my question would be to you, do you feel like you're settling once you get with the man that makes that type of money, but he treating you like shit?
I think that to be honest with you, sometimes it's about status.
Mhm.
It's about status with a lot of women. Even if you look in the entertainment, a lot of them women husband get exposed for being homosexuals and they'll know the whole time, but they refuse not to leave because of status. They don't want to let that go. So if this man is providing a comfortable life and in public nobody knows how you're being treated at home or you're suffering from depression or anxiety, you don't show that because the only thing they send is the material things, then you're going to continue to play that off when you know you're dying and you're fucking miserable inside. You know what I mean? But some people are all for show, but then some people don't care about that show. They like, okay, he may not have that much now, but I see the potential. So I don't care about those material things. I'm gonna stick with this man because I know he's a good person and I don't care what anybody has to say. That's my situation. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I didn't care about the material things because I dated all type of men. You know, like I've been abused, I've been treated right, and I'm not talking about physically abused. Like I've never been physically abused. It always was mental, where they will break your ass down mentally. You know what I mean? And it's usually the ones with the money. It's usually the ones with the money that's going to break you down mentally. They're going to tear your self-esteem down because they know you have money and they're taking care of your ass, so you can't go nowhere else. So they have that excuse that they can treat you any kind of way. But it's usually the men that don't have that much that treat you like precious gold. That's my experience.
Now let me jump in right there. So now, Cairo, when Solo was speaking earlier, and I don't know if you caught it, Solo, I'm not gonna lie to you. In my thoughts, I was like, that's what they ass get, Solo, for overlooking the good guys like me and Jamie. At least me. I don't know if Jamie identifies as a good guy or not. But when you were speaking, like that's what they ass get for overlooking good guys. Now that was a petty thought, but what would y'all do with that?
But it's the truth.
Well, I guess my experience is different. Like, to me, the ones who be causing hell as far as like worried about getting one half is usually ones that don't have a lot that we're looking at. The ones that I would say with $1 million, they aren't concerned about wife getting half.
Okay.
They already know wife getting half, and they're okay with wife getting half. It's the ones who are still working.
Yeah, but it makes sense. They don't have that much, so they don't want you to get out.
But think about this too. A lot of millionaires and people have money have been indicted for planting murders against their wife or murdering their wife because they didn't want to give her half. Because they got money and they're like, bitch, you ain't about to get half of this. And I know it's been a lot of cases that read in the media that's like that, where men don't want to give up that money and they'll have your ass whacked.
I'm not familiar.
I think that's the Ray Carew case.
And that dude too, when he killed his wife when she was pregnant, James Patterson, whatever his name was.
Oh, that's
OJ.
another one.
OJ.
Hey, I'm telling you right now, I can talk about these all day, and I think this is what we have to pick a day, and that it'll be all about what we're discussing now. But that's it. I'm listening. I'm back in the listening mode. So Solo, you saying the guys who, like Jamie just said, we really can't afford to give you half. They fight harder. That makes sense. Then the guys
they just seem to be more miserable.
That they got to give up half.
Yes, but
because it's gonna be harder for them to build another life. Like the other people, they know. Like, I mean, I get it. There, this didn't work out for us. Here I am sitting up with $500 million. Here's your 250. I can build a new life with this.
But then you guys, I mean, you got a wife. She's been at home taking care of the kids. I mean, does she walk away with nothing?
I know. I don't trust me. I'm not. I think she should, especially if she was with you for a while and y'all had children together. I think she deserves it. Let me make that clear. But I'm just saying it is more understandably if he don't have that much, why he would be the one to be like, nah, I don't want to give her that.
So Solo, from your experience, from your observation, and you don't have to answer this personally, but which one would you recommend if you had to advise somebody to marry for true love or financial security?
Financial security. The fuck?
I'm saying true love. I'm saying both. I'm gonna say both.
Hell no.
Hey.
She answered that right away.
That's what I'm talking about, Solo.
That's disrespectful, Taj. How dare you ask me such a question? As many times I've said stop marrying for love. There's many times I've preached stop marrying for love.
You threw me.
I can love you and we cannot get married. What?
Did you just share with us? I didn't expect, but hey,
because I'm gonna tell you why, if I may. So, for one thing, she probably seen herself in the shoes when was being asked the question. So Solo actually is in the upper echelon of women in financial status. I mean, so it would make sense for her to be like, now I got something to lose. Why the fuck would I be marrying? Well, exactly. That's what she and I feel her 100% with this. So like I got something to lose. Why the fuck would I be marrying a potential borderline bum that can take everything from me if he decide, hey baby,
Hell
this
no,
ain't
I'm
nigga
trying
no
to-
more.
nah, this nigga
If you
is signing a
if
prenup.
you're right,
He's
prenup,
signing a prenup.
right. I would say that too. But think about it this, even if no prenup is involved, right? If let's say she got 250,000 and he's making 250 to 300,000, some shit like that. Now he's like, it's like a
Now we can get married.
you like a peace now, like, yeah, I don't want to do that shit. I'ma
Now we
lose.
can get married.
So when it's like that, you're not too quick to. That's the reason why fucking Will Smith won't divorce Jada ass. That's why.
Hell no.
He ain't for the lose out, and Jada thinking the same. Yeah, I got a lot to lose too. Fuck that. We gonna work this shit out. Whether even if it's me sleeping in one room, you sleeping in the other, we
fuck
gonna
that.
go
You
out
take
and
one
work
mansion,
this
I
shit.
take the other.
Right.
You live in this mansion, I live in the other mansion.
Exactly. It's gonna be like that because they got way too much to lose. So it works from a marriage perspective when it's like that. That's what I was talking about in the beginning.
Solo, you and Cairo, but mostly Solo. But when Solo giving us the legal perspective, you strengthen my faith in true love. So for you to come back around and say, you feel what I'm telling you? Like by yourself, but everybody different.
So what are you guys marrying for? Are you
Stop
do men
marrying for
marry for
love.
love or do men marry for
I've
status?
been saying it. I've been saying it, man.
I want to take with me for what I can do. What she can get me for. I want true love, and you just strengthen that Solo. But then you turn right around, which you have a right to do, and say, "Nah, nigga, I want financial security." And then justify why. So.
Hell no. Look, if it's true love,
and it's beautiful if you can have both. Now, if you in that space,
you won.
Yes,
you won. But what do we have any examples of that?
But Taj, if it's true love, we ain't gotta get married.
That's true. I got an example of. I got a perfect example of.
We get married for tax benefits.
That's the perfect example.
I think you're right. Can't disagree with that. Yeah, I think that is a good example.
That's the best example I can think of.
She got more than him.
She got more than him, but he got a good amount too.
Yeah.
And they saying they married, but they're not on paper married.
Oh, I didn't know that.
They're not. No.
We can make a commitment to each other.
Right. It's a commitment.
That ain't got nothing to do with us going down in no courthouse.
Absolutely. I agree 100%.
I can't wait to see who y'all gonna end up with.
I mean, I would want something closer to what Jamie just said, like with Rihanna and A$AP. Of course, I want to be the breadwinner, but up with me and Jamie in the industry where you could meet a chick who's not going to be the housemaid because they got status, like the point you made, Kyrie.
I think that's my problem. I keep battling how to go. That's why I keep saying I gotta get to one of these windy hoes. I'm joking, y'all. Don't attack me. I'm joking. We need some humor sometimes.
I was just about to say, not how you want her to help you with the bills.
Ooh, I ain't never said that.
I gotta break Jamie out of
She always be. You see that? I ain't never said that.
You did. You said y'all can't. You said that black men. You said that men cannot afford to take care of the house without women working. Y'all, we gotta work.
No, what I said is what I did was made mathematical sense out of what life is like in America for most men. I never said me particularly want a woman to go 50-50. Never.
Oh my God.
Never said it once. I promise you. If you can find it, you can go through everything. And YouTube got it where you can narrow it down to keywords. I promise you, if you can find it, I'll give you $1,000. I never said it. I never said it.
Never heard you say. In 10 years,
Exactly, because that's never been me.
But now I will say, how much influence does a city? Because when I think about pimp cities, I think Oakland, I think Memphis is definitely in the top 5. Absolutely. So I understand people that come from certain cities. I come from, like, when I think New Orleans, I think gangster. When I think LA, I think gangbang. Every city kind of got their reputation. South Florida is drug dealing. You know what I'm saying? So when I come across somebody with like a pimp mentality, I understand why they may be that way. So even if Jamie was to be on some 50-50, which I've never heard him say that, I will understand, okay, he kind of come from a pimp environment. That's how they do. They gonna get theirs from the purse. You know what I'm saying? So, but I've never heard Jamie say that to his defense. Which is impressive because he come from a city that's making easy money, pimping hoes and stuff. You got Oakland, I was thinking the top 2 pimp cities. Oakland and Memphis, right?
Absolutely. Memphis. Let me see what else. To a degree, maybe.
I'm struggling to name a third, to be honest with you. ATL, they got it, but it ain't as strong as it's known to be. And like, yeah, I mean, when you look at the rappers, like Too Short, that's what y'all was on. 8 Ball, MJG, nigga, like, man, we ain't get, But anyway, back to what we was talking about. So.
Well, I'm from New Orleans. Our men take care of us. They don't want us to work. They don't want us to do nothing.
I'm gonna say that in New Orleans, I put the gangster first, but it kind of gave me that vibe too. Like the men take care of their women. Yeah,
that's what they tell them parents when they come to get you. Like, I'm gonna take care of her. You know what I mean? So you're not gonna have to worry. They gonna take, because that's what they want to do. They want to be men.
That's right. Yeah, I'm glad you said.
That's why when a man come to my face talking all that shit, I'm like, you speaking fucking French to me. I don't understand that shit. You either gonna take care of your responsibility or you gonna get the fuck on.
I heard that.
Now, I'll work with you. You might not have nothing. We can build together, but the ultimate goal is for you to have it and for me to be taken care of.
That's right.
And I agree with that.
And yeah, so you confirming that you come from that type of city too. You just did. I don't have to ask you that twice. You just confirmed it. And I was gonna add that on there, but I thought gangster first. That's when I think New Orleans, like, yeah, that shit ain't nothing to play with. But then you saying the men on the flip side of that, they like to take care of the women just like South Florida niggas. Like we got a phrase that go, we ain't begging, we buying. That don't mean we tricks. That just mean, baby, you ain't got to worry about shit when you with me. I got it. You know what I'm saying? But if you from Oakland or Memphis or a city that's like, nah, we ain't giving them whole shit. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna have to get it out there, whatever.
But how did we adapt that behavior? Because I watch men going from, like, retrospectively speaking, wanting to coat a woman, wanting to take care of a woman, wanting to be able to provide, till we go into this culture where we ain't giving this whole shit or fuck this bitch, she got to pay 50-50. Because when you look at other cultures, they don't have that same ideology. They say no money, no honey. You know what I mean? That's their quote. They want to, but so I'm like, when did it come a time to whereas we adopted that mentality?
Raised by single mothers.
That, and I would say slavery did a number on this too, because
my grandfather and your grandfather, and like you say, your mother and father, they didn't exhibit that behavior. They didn't do that. And even you guys talk about all the time.
Wasn't like that at all.
I'll let y'all clear it out, and I'll tell y'all why. Thank you. So what I was gonna say is slavery did a number on us, because they seen the white man pimp y'all out, basically, by selling you to Master Mo, Master whoever, Master him, and they were profiting off it, so they found a way for them to be able to profit off it. So certain dudes started adapting to that, and I'm pretty sure it probably was pushed upon them. If we went and all of us did some research, I bet you'd be able to find some records of when that shit was first being pushed upon us, and then folks made it normal.
So that's an oxymoron, because white men wasn't just selling fucking black women. They were selling black men, children, everybody as a whole. If you were black, your ass was on a podium to be sold. So that's a complete oxymoron. And then my grandparents, I'm pretty confident your grandparents, even through what era that was, when they had Black Wall Street, we had unity. No men, even look at our music back in those days, like in the 60s, in the 50s, and in the 70s. They were talking about, I would die without you. You know, have you seen her? Let's stay together, Al Green. So I don't know what happened between that gap period to whereas men start. I think that shit probably came about in the 90s or the late 80s.
You're right. I think you're right. I believe you're right. There was something about that 90s era. That's when the weave hit real hard, the hair weave, the shit, I don't know, but I think that's when it started breaking down. Maybe the 80s, but yeah, the 90s for sure. Damn.
And that's sad because I mean you are a man. You supposed to, it's supposed to be something that's intuitively when I speak fast, y'all, and I start rushing, I start fucking up my words. So I gotta remind myself to slow it down. But that should be something that's intuitively within your DNA to want to be able to provide for your woman because we're feminine, you're masculine. So you looking at us from a whole nother, like this woman is delicate, she's soft. I want to buy her this, I want to buy her that. You know, that's what I would want to do as a man. I would want to take care of my woman or woman.
But pimping started way before the Al Green, way before R&B. It started way before that. Y'all do know that, right?
Yeah.
So educate me. When did pimping start? Because I didn't know
I
nothing
actually
about
just
pimping.
researched it to get the exact number, but it said it started in the 1920s.
Wow.
Black community pimping started in the 1920s.
Did they give us cities? Any cities?
According to it, said early 20th century. By the 1920s, investigation into Harlem nightlife, such as 1928 Committee of the 14 examined prostitution, indicating an organized presence of the trade, including pimps in Black urban centers.
Well, they did have brothels. In those days, they call them brothels. The whole house was brothels.
Maybe from the movies, but I thought Harlem as soon as you said that.
Yeah, because they did have brothels. Remember the men used to go in there but I think that shit started off with the European race first. Because they were known for having brothels.
It did. That was my point.
Right.
That's my whole point.
Yeah, but that wasn't us. We learned that behavior.
That's my whole point. That's what I'm saying. That's where we got it from. That's what I said in the beginning. It comes from us being in slavery, and we started mimicking what we seen the white man do. But that wasn't
Just
a
like
part of
Vegas.
it. That's what I'm saying.
So you're saying the white, so what you just pulled up, is that for our community or?
That's our community. It started in the white community way before that.
All right. Yeah, they hard on niggas. Like when you think about pornos, like when I was growing up, Cairo, we close to the same age. It was really only white people pornos when we was growing up. Right. And all that double penetration and one dude in the mouth, one dude in the all that was them doing it.
The rectum, so you're right.
So Jamie's point about the Black community watching that, damn, you're right, bro. I gotta get that.
That's what it is.
Remember that. When I was a teenager, it wasn't that many Black pornos. You had Debbie Does Dallas.
He still remember. He
remember. Oh, who that is?
Yeah, that's the classics back in the day. Debbie Does Dallas. He still
remember.
You heard of that one, Cairo?
Hell no. I wasn't watching no porno. I never been interested in porno.
Comment section heard of it. That was one of the most popular pornos back in the days. It was a white porno called Debbie Does Dallas. But the point is, most of the porno tapes, VCR tapes back then, were white people pornos. So to Jamie's point, the Black community, we watching it, seeing how to slut our, damn, you made a good connection, bro. I'm gonna give you that. We learn how to slut our women out by watching them pornos. Ask the average Black man who old enough to remember that. I believe he would agree.
Was it about capitalizing because we needed money?
No, when we saw how, I've always known this, when we saw how hard white men were on their women, we, like Jamie said, I can't give him his credit enough. We adopted some of that, although we didn't have the power. But I'm telling you, all that running train and shit, that we get that shit from the pornos. Cairo, what you just said, you said in the 70s, the Black crooners, Black men was singing to their women, right? You just said that.
Sure was.
All right. So the pornos come out like in the 80s, early 80s. And we see the white men freaking their women out.
Just
That's y'all know my phrase. Text my phone and correct me if that's wrong. We see the white man freaking they women out. And then we started, hey, Mel, she'll let you run the train on. You know what I'm saying? That started becoming hood shit. Huh?
I remember hearing that going up. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
But the dots you connecting for me is I could pinpoint where that came from. How do we get that visual if we don't see it? We seeing that visual on a partner, and then if we find a chick in the neighborhood that's loose enough to do it, voila. That's it.
Ronald said we also saw the white man beating us. That's why we whip our children.
Yeah. Yep,
that's true too.
Ronald, my phone went dead right when you came in. My phone was going dead, but I was glad to see you come in. Yeah, we definitely we covered that on another podcast. So that's directly where it comes. So Solo, with everything you just shared, and you've already answered it, I won't ask you twice. You still would advise financial security for a bride to be or a wife to be, and over true love.
Well, it depends on what type of life do you want to live. Like, do you want a wife to be at home, taking care of the kids? Then that's what you meet a girl, and that's her dream. That's what she wants to do. If you meet a girl that wants to run 5 businesses and you guys build an empire, that's the girl that you marry. That's someone that you're willing to do that with. So it just depends on what you want to do with the rest of your life, and what your expectation as a partner, what you're expecting. But I mean, so it just depends on what you're looking for. For me,
I'm looking for, as immature as this might sound, I'm looking for what I've experienced from middle school all the way up to college. And what that was from middle school all the way to Southern University was the women liked me for me. Now, I had one chick that told me in high school, she said, Taj, I dated you because you was one of the most popular guys in school. So she used me. She didn't tell me until like decades later. I said, it made me I felt kind of like, that's fucked up. So she pretty much used me to become popular. But to your point, Solo, I want that type of connection. Back then, where money didn't really matter, hey, I like Taj because I like Taj. You know what I mean? I don't like Taj because what he could buy me and what he could do for me. So, from middle school until for me, that stopped like right after I left Southern University. And I don't have the strongest game because of that. I'm used to, I've shared this with Jane before, and it just happened to me recently. Actually, I wasn't interested in the chick, but it did happen. Where a lady friend will come to me and she'll say, hey, my friend like you. So my game is not really that strong because I was kind of spoiled with that approach from middle school all the way to Southern University. And then after Southern is when it got real. But like, nah, nigga, you gotta have something to say to these women. They ain't just looking at it. Yeah, I mean, it goes to your point, Solo. These chicks got bills to pay. Nigga, your looks ain't good. You know what I'm saying? Like, what else can you do? And so I had to start working on my game. With the right. Me and Fonzo yesterday. I hit on a chick yesterday, and I had her, y'all. And it got to the point to where she told me, she said, now you say you asking too many questions. I said, damn. And I knew that was the turn-off moment right there. So I just let it go. I said, fuck. But I learned from it. I said, okay, next time, just maybe ask a couple questions, make a few statements, and then that's it. But from the body language, Cairo Solo, I had her. And for the first time, I said, let me see your left hand. Y'all heard what I said earlier. I don't waste women's time no more. If I see you and if I hit on you, I see something in us. I said, let me see your left hand. She showed me her left hand. She had her nails done, all that shit. But I just overdid it with the questions. And I think I asked her what part of LA she was from. She said, okay, you asked too many questions. Nah, I don't know if that was the territory shit or what, but I let it go at that. I said, okay, well, I know that. I'll leave you alone. And I'm just sharing my experience, trying to crack the code of a black woman. Y'all like a motherfucking combination, see.
Okay, so what was that?
Wait, I have to say something. That shit was funny. He talking about we like a combination, see.
For real, cracking that code, Cairo. Y'all like a motherfucking
That
combination.
shit that took me out. I had to come off mute, talk about we like a fucking combination code. He got practicing.
Black women are like a combination code.
We
You gotta
are not that difficult. Knock it off.
Cairo,
Nah, I gotta agree with him.
That shit was funny.
Combination
Come on, we
probably ain't
not
even
goddamn
strong
feminine.
enough. Shit.
Cairo, I saw the chick looking at me first. So when I saw her looking at me, I said, she's kind of cute. I'm like, okay, let me see what's up with her. I pushed up on it and I had it. And I probably, when she told me I was asking too many questions, that wasn't her pushing me off, but I just didn't know where to go. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what I was about to say, Todd. I was about to say, I mean, I would have probably said that too, but that don't mean I want you to stop. That's just some shit that I say. Like, damn, then you asking too many questions.
Right.
She snatched my tongue out when she did that. When she said,
"No, you should have been like, I'm just trying to get to know you." Damn.
Right.
That's what I thought.
It. That's all you had to say.
I was
I'm
gonna
just
say
trying to
just
get
be
to know
persistent.
you.
That's what I did.
One's on my way. So that just happened.
You know how animated we are.
Yeah. But I almost had the combination solo Cairo.
He said that was a gut punch when she said that.
Yeah.
I'd have been like, damn, okay, now ask me a question. You know we like to laugh, crack a joke, some shit.
I had it when she was smiling. She had a good job. I ain't gonna put a job out there, but I'm flirting when I said, I see you working, so I'm gonna be. I was real discreet.
He gave a release date?
Who else? Oh, that's good.
So you still got her contact? Did you get her contact information?
I did, and I said because she was working. So I said, look, I know you working there. I don't want you to get in trouble exchanging your number. I said, my name Taj Hollywood. Look me up online and let's connect. I had it with all that shit. And then I know how LA is. So when I got to the question of what part of LA you from, I think her mind went territorial. Because that's a huge question out here. Right. And she like, you don't know that you could be from a certain hood, you might not want a person to know you from. So I think that's why I threw her off.
Right.
This nigga getting too deep into, I don't want you knowing what part, So when she said that, I read the vibe and just kind of left it. I said, okay, I'll leave it there. If I see you again, then we'll pick up from there.
Yeah, because I was in LA, and just to reiterate on that real fast, when guys used to ask me that question, like, I would just, because I stay downtown LA, so I just be like downtown, but I know certain people judge you based upon where you live.
And that's the vibe you gave me, Cairo. So thanks for saying that. She probably felt like, no, I don't want you to know what neighborhood. And I left it at that. So like, okay, you asking too many questions. Nah, so I said, damn. I felt at that moment I dropped the ball, and I let it. I let the fish go back in the water.
Right.
Well,
but I was like 2 numbers away from cracking that combination save, Cairo. I had it. I fucked up at the end.
Yeah, it's all good though. But like you said, you learn from that.
Oh my God. Okay.
Hey, I had the first 5 numbers. I had 2 more to go and fucked it up.
Yeah, but you learned from it. It was a learning experience.
Yeah. I appreciate y'all.
So let me get some. Ronald said, are women really looking for the person, the promise, or the penis? Now be honest.
Wow.
The both.
Neither. We're looking for the money.
Looking for 2. I ain't gonna lie. If this is how I know, for me, my experience, I can't speak for every other woman, but if the relationship is going to be long term, if the sex is phenomenal, if that shit whack, I might be like, in my head, I'm like, I'm gonna stay with him because he's stable and you know what I mean. But I'm going to give me some outside dick eventually. You know what I mean? I'm fucking being honest.
He said, be honest.
I'm being honest. So, I mean, you got to hit some walls, because if you ain't hitting some walls, man, we want to feel something. Because when we say go deep and you out of dick, it's like, what?
Damn.
So that thing keeps slipping out. Oh,
yeah, that thing keep, and you talking about go deep, and he's sitting up there like, I'm out of dick, bitch. I can't go no deeper. You know what I mean? So, I mean, you got to hit some walls for me. Yeah, that ain't going to hit. I might be like, all right, I'm going to stay with this nigga, but I'm about to sneak.
Hey, he got another one. He got another one. He said, give a man a multiple choice question. Are you making love, having sex, or fucking? Now be honest.
You ask a black man. You ask a black man, he'll say it depends on who I'm fucking.
Right.
It do depend. I ain't gonna lie.
Exactly. Exactly. You ask a black man that shit, he gonna say it depends on who I'm fucking.
Definitely depend.
Yeah.
But men
That
are
shit make no
animals,
sense.
though. Men
Damn,
are
what
animals. When they want sex, when y'all want sex, y'all willing to do anything. We'll say if you want to fuck, go stand on a wall and shake your ass. Y'all will literally do it. The smash. You know what I mean? Like, I've learned, men, from being with them so long. It's just like I learned you guys' behavior and your patterns. Just say that.
That's Cairo, that's on point from my experience and research. So from my research, it's 3 phases just to keep it brief. What you describing right now is called the sex drive, and everybody know those two words. So that's what you call it. The sex drive to get you out there looking for anything to smash. They said, but the sex drive can trigger romantic love. So they say one night stands ain't always a bad deal, because you could trigger. And I can say that from experience. I've stayed with a chick that was supposed to just be a one night stand before. So I knew that to be true. But to your point, right, the sex drive will get a guy out there just trying to get anything he can hit. The romantic love creates the deep attachment if y'all could persevere through the romantic, because the romantic love gonna wear off. The romance gonna wear off. So you gotta find some sort of deep attachment, with the exception of a baby, because we know from history babies don't keep the man all the time. You know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to add that to what you said about, you're right about that. The sex drive, yeah. Niggas stuff they get ashamed to walk outside with and all. They late night, they in there diving in, you know, so spot. But that's sex drive, that's lust.
Brian, shut your ugly ass up, bro.
No, I think women are out here looking for money, which they should.
But that's how they get done, like the cases you've observed. When they just looking for money, and once the dude hit that jacuzzi once or twice, that the bad treatment come. Okay, I done fuck. Let me just be raw with it.
I think that's the assumption. I think you guys assume that majority of not black men, majority of the men with money treat them bad. That has not been my experience. The ones with money don't treat their women bad. The ones that don't have it, they're the ones who are, because a lot of men build their confidence based on what they got and how much money they got. If they got a lot of money, they confident. If they don't have a lot of money, they're not confident, and they are mean when they're broke.
To interject with Solo real fast, my experience is this: men without money, they do play a lot of games. I won't say they treat you bad necessarily. I would say they play more games than a man with money. He's not going to play them games because he can take you out. He can treat you. If you want something, he going to get it. He don't have to make an excuse why he can't come pick you up and take you out because he has money. Now, men without money, they're going to play games. They might not have no money to baby take you out and do shit, so they feeling depressed. They're like, man, I'm about to play some games because I don't want to go. But men with money, my experience, mentally, they're going to fuck you. They might not treat you bad, but mentally, they're going to bring your self-esteem all the way down. Them motherfuckers play games too. Just mentally. And mentally is worse than anything.
It is. It's where it all starts. Yeah, that's for sure. I think this is where, whenever we get around to it, Solo and Cairo, you bring so much value. I just don't know if you would be available like during the week. But I think we'll rewind this tape. I think what we just finished talking about will be a great jump off segment if once we do like the relationship podcast. Because Jamie will tell you, I'm dedicated to this shit, just like Kevin Samuels in 2-3 years made a great contribution to our culture with the stuff he left us. And my goal is to get this relationship shit down as close as we can to a science for our community. So we'll know the do's and don'ts, the ups and downs, the highs and lows of interacting. Like Solo said earlier, a lot of that shit we overlook comes back to ruin the marriage. That's my first time hearing it. But from my own research, I've learned of producing rom-coms and stuff like that. I've learned that the romance phase will They got a word for it. I can't remember it right now, but it basically cause you to overlook that shit.
The honeymoon phase.
The honeymoon phase. So you overlooking the flaws during the honeymoon phase. But and Solo, what you said, I took note of that. You saying those same things you overlooking, it's gonna come back to ruin the relationship. And that's so I'm taking note of that. So now the question is, okay, how do you deal with those things you don't like in the honeymoon phase? And
You leave the person. You say next.
One more time, Solo. You say you do what to the person?
I say you leave the person and you say next.
Dang, that's oh shit.
The best way to get over an old one is to get a new one.
Hey, DeMarcus asked you, have you ever thought about going on the pop the balloon challenge? Or
Who
really?
me?
This is the second
Time.
time
Who
somebody asked
me?
me.
Who are you talking about? Oh,
Time.
I thought
This is my cousin asked me that. You just made me. I had to remember who asked me. I got a cousin in Miami that asked me that. And so you the second person. I don't watch them. I know they exist. So I would have to say, you asked me if I ever thought about it. I would have to check it out to see if that's something. I know it details either a guy with a line of women or vice versa. That's all I really know about it. But I don't know. I would have to look into it more to see if that's something I would want to get into. But that's a game. I'm more into what we're doing right now. 2 guys, 2 men, 2 women, sharing notes, sharing our thoughts on experiences of true love versus financial love. True love, and I think that's pretty much what when we do that extra day specifically on this, we got a dope panel. We got Cairo with the true love experience. So you bring true love experience to the conversation. Solo sees this shit on a weekly frequency. So she brings, hey, this is what I'm telling y'all. I can charge y'all for this shit. This is what I'm telling y'all is happening in the courtroom. You know what I'm saying? That's valuable. And then you got me and Jamie just coming with the, hey, this is, and we just sort it out just like Kevin Samuel did and leave our people with the knowledge the wisdom we put together.
Hey, hold on. But yeah, as far as them, look, I think that shit bullshit. I had an opportunity to go on Love Island, but I ain't want to do that shit.
I think eventually we're gonna come up with our own shit. If we keep this going, I mean, you know,
because folks do know that they have castings for that shit, right? In case people don't know that, hate to bust out bubble, but they have castings for that shit.
What y'all think about? Did anybody have any experience with the speed date thing? Would y'all recommend that, the speed date?
What's that?
Speed dating is like when you go to an event and it's real quick interactions with people you might be interested in. You get maybe 5 minutes and then you move on to the next person. I've never done one yet, but I've been hearing about it. So when he said pop the balloon, it made me think of that.
You know, I've heard of it. I wouldn't say that that's probably my speed because I like, before I decide whether or not I'm even going out with you, I gotta get to know you a little bit. Like, and more than like me, like talking to you for like 5 minutes. Like, that don't tell me whether or not I want to talk to you more or if I want to go on a date with you or nothing. Like, I'd rather us just be friends and then let the feelings sort of grow into a relationship. I never consider myself to be dating. I just meet people and then decide whether or not that's somebody I want to date. Very unintentional. And that's the way I prefer it.
What questions, and this is for Solo and Cairo, if y'all could narrow it down to 3 questions, what would y'all, and I know the game is to be sold, not told, but you know, eventually we all be getting paid off this platform. What 3 questions would y'all say is the best for a guy to ask y'all if he's trying to get to know you? You know, just some dude that's approaching you for the first time. Hey, how you doing? You know, blah, blah, blah. Well, and I am asking this question based off the experience I just had yesterday. You know what I'm saying? So what would y'all say? You almost can't go wrong with these 2-3 questions.
What do you do as an adult to make a living and provide for yourself?
All right.
At this point, you got to ask a man, are you married?
The answer gonna be no.
You got to ask him, is he married? He could be literally hitting on you.
He gonna say no, though, is what I'm saying.
And you got to say, are you married?
Some of them will tell you, but most of them gonna say no.
And they're going to lie.
Yeah.
Let's just assuming he not married. I ask him, like, do he have kids? And that's probably.
So Solo, Cairo, do y'all prefer questions or statements? So a statement would be, hey, I want to take you out Wednesday. Be ready around 6, 7 o'clock. You know, I need your number in order to do that. You know, pretty much just like you say, Solo, take it, leading and taking charge. Which approach do y'all like better, the questions or the statements? That's for Solo and Cairo.
I would like statements because if you ask me a question, I'm going to dodge it, especially if I don't want to go.
Well, like, because this I am. If I'm getting to know you, bruh, I'm going to ask you out. Once you say, yeah, I'm telling from after that. I'm not asking you shit else.
So you ask one question, then it's all.
I'm telling after that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, my experience with men is usually a statement. I've never had men ask me too many questions because from my experience, I think men fall in love from what they see and women fall in love from what they hear. So men always kind of like, they wouldn't ask me questions. They'll it'll be like, what you doing this weekend? I'm going to take you out. You know what I mean? Or we about to go here or we'll do that. Then after that, you know, I tell them because women, we talk like a motherfucker. We talk more than men. Like usually it's gonna be the woman that's doing all the talking on the date, asking the most questions. You know what I mean? But men from my experience, they just sit back and observe, and then they usually fell in love with my character rather than me asking a question. That's my experience because I know we talk a lot. Because men don't really talk. I mean, when you go on a date with a man, they ain't doing all the talking. You the one asking all the fucking questions. Most women, and I think they be looking at us like, damn, I hope this bitch shut the fuck up.
Oh, God. Okay, hey, but I'm going to say this. Majority of the women I go on a date with, I'm thinking that. Like, bro, when
I told you. I told you.
Like, because most of them aren't intriguing. I'm being honest. Most of them aren't intriguing to talk to. So eventually they just yapping to the point you like, bro, shut your ass.
Wait, somebody said, ask her if she ever worked as a prostitute.
I know, I think that's why I was laughing.
No, we all are prostitutes. Everyone, I don't give a fuck what you say. When you talk about, I want to get paid, this the only difference between, let me finish, the only difference between a hoe and a woman that claims she isn't a hoe asking for her money up front. We prefer to be coded. So he's still paying for the pussy. So you still hoeing. You just not like a hoe getting yours up front.
My big homie, one of my big homies was like an uncle to me growing up. Used to say the same shit.
So we all hoes. Did I done sold some pussy before?
He used to say
yes,
that, and on the flip side, he used to say the dude, he used to be like, hey, he was like, Jamie, we all pay for pussy. It just done differently. Some of y'all might be taking them out on dates and doing all this stuff too, and then you eventually get it. And some niggas might decide, hey, I ain't got time to do all that shit. Look, how much for it? And I'm gonna get it like that.
Jamie, my first boyfriend, this relationship asked for 10 years. When he first met me, he was like, I get $1,000. Let me eat your pussy. I was like, all right. He said, I can't get the whole 1,000 out fucking tonight, but I can take 500 out. I was like, okay. He gave me the 500. The next day he brought me the other 500. So, I mean, like I say, we all selling pussy. It's just, the way you choose to sell it.
That's kind of crazy right there, man. I'm talking about on the nigga behalf. Right. That's kind of crazy. But
I'm telling you, be honest. When you quoting her, when you taking her out on a date, and I think it's better me just give me my money. You know what I mean? But when you quoting her, you taking her out on a date, your ultimate goal is to have sex with this woman. That's why you're doing it.
Yeah.
So no woman on this planet can't say I'm not no hoe, I ain't selling no pussy. Yes, you are, whether you know it or not, because he paying you for the pussy.
Hey, only on Black Chat Chronicles. Y'all gotta tap
this don't work. This don't. I'm sorry, dollar. They don't work. They don't work on the modern day. On today's women, if they 30 something under, it don't work.
What dollar?
He said, "Hi," like advice of what to say. Hi, my name is. I think you're beautiful. Can I buy you a cup of coffee and ask questions on the date? Mm-mm. They ain't going for that shit today. Trust me.
So now back
They sure ain't.
so Cairo, you said the only difference is the hoes ask for their money up front.
That's it. And the hoes, I'm gonna be honest with you, for if they're more fun, because the hoe don't have restrictions.
She helping us out.
Hey, we
I'm
gotta do
being
that, bro.
honest.
We gotta do that, bro.
They don't have restrictions. Like even me,
No,
I'm a
go
girl,
ahead.
and some of these women they want you to do too much. You're like,
So
damn,
Cairo,
you know what I mean?
so
Huh?
you can jump in if you want to. Cairo, the path we're traveling.
Wait, what?
It seemed like the hoes gonna win.
No, go
The
ahead,
hoes do
man.
win, cause them the ones who your husband be cheating on you with is the hoes. Is the hoes. Like hoes are fun. Let me tell you, I have friends that's hoes, and hoes are fun. I don't care what nobody said. Like, forgive me, I don't want anybody to get upset with me. I just only can speak off of my experience. But my whole friends, when I be like, they don't have a problem getting in the bed with me and my husband, and I'm heterosexual. Them bitches are hot right in the bed like it's their own and lay there and be cool. You know what I mean? And I'm like, that's good. Like, she comfortable. You know what I mean? Or for example, one time one of my boyfriends, he always wanted a threesome. And my friend, she was with it, and I knew it. I'm like, she like free, she gonna, you know what I mean? But it was good for me because she wasn't all like, no, I'm not gonna do that, compared to going behind my back and try to do it. You know what I mean? So me personally, I don't have anything against hoes. I like hoes
I
because they
like
fun to
hoes.
me.
Cairo, I didn't even have time to think of that. Jamie, my witness, I like hoes too, Cairo.
I love them. I'm saying.
All right, so, but the thing, Solo, this might be the title of the spinoff, and we're gonna have to get women who don't identify as hoes to come on and say why they're better.
That'll be fire, bro. I swear to God.
That's what it is.
That should be cold as hell.
That's what we're doing. All four of us. That's the spinoff. We ain't going to, because Jamie wanted me to do it on my platform. I'll connect my channel. I'm not using to it, but I want to keep it right here. It wouldn't be possible without UAN and BCC.
Hey, that'll be cold. Yeah,
And don't forget, you got to get the hoes on here that turned into housewives too, because they got some hoes that dude done brought out of strip clubs and off the corners and turned them into wives.
And we still think the whole gonna win.
Yeah, I like hoes. Half of my friends are hoes. If you ain't a hoe, then I don't want you around me. I mean, I think all women have some form of hoe in them. That's just my opinion. You know what I mean? That's my opinion.
I mean, most
It's
women
starting to look like that's what we stuck in, man.
I've heard so many women say they have an inner stripper in them. So that's the same thing you saying, Cairo.
But it's not necessarily like a bad hoe, Taj. It's like a good hoe. To like, if we see something fine, let's say like if we out on vacation, right, with our girls, we're on a girls' vacation, and we see a dude that's mad fine, right, and we like, fuck that, we're on vacation, we ain't about to see him again. He fine, I'm about to smash. You know what I mean? That type of hoism, not a hoe to where we out here just selling pussy and randomly fucking anything. No, let me clarify. A hoe to where we got a little, you know, freaking us. Cause I know I do. I ain't trying to sit up here and act like I'm motherfucking, you know, Mother Teresa, you know, cause I can be a housewife, a lady, and a freak. You know what I mean? I'm being honest. You looking at me like that, but it's the truth. You know what I mean?
The first time we heard you say that, I heard you say, hubby gave you that side eye on something you said.
Yeah, he looked at me like that. You know what I mean? But
He's
I'm
like, the
being
fuck you
honest.
talking about? Hey, I hear you yaki over there, man. Fuck
Look
you
how he looking though. If y'all could see his facial expression, but not a bad. You know I'm not bad like that. You know I'm good.
You gotta pinch that arm, whatever you got to do. Don't let Cairo get the household in trouble now. Cairo. Jamie,
but I'm just saying.
Jamie, organic reaction today. I think we got something. The hoes don't win, and we're gonna invite women who, like Cairo said, women who don't identify themselves as hoes, which is a lot, you know what I mean, to justify. Because at some point we're gonna have to get to the STD thing, and that is worthy of discussion. You know what I mean? If you got guys saying, hey, we think if we keep going down this path we're on right now, where the women think, we got to go above and beyond, and
that's the problem. That's the major problem. And whenever we say something about it, they want to get upset with us like something's wrong with what we're saying. We're like, bro, literally, your expectations are way too fucking high. That's why so many niggas are checking out and just be like,
So we gotta settle.
You're not selling. That's what we talked about this earlier. That's why I asked Cairo. That's why I asked the question that I asked. What are you considered selling when it's a man that may not be able to take care of 100% of the bills at the point that you meet him? You know what I'm saying? But he's still doing everything else, still making sure you're taken care of the best as he can. He still protects you. He still do everything else that a man is required to do. But at this point of his life, he's not able to take care of the financial load. But what I'm saying is when the dude who has it all, he ain't gonna do. Let's say he ain't doing all the other stuff. He mistreating you and stuff like that. He got other women in your face and stuff like that. You know that, but you want to hold on to that status, like you said earlier, and stuff like that, to be able to be the one that's on his arm and stuff like that. But deep inside, when you're not in the public eye, you really feeling like shit. So are you selling then, or are you selling with
the reality?
man?
You already said y'all ain't got money like that, so we ain't talking about no millionaire, no 2 million person with 2 million, $5 million. That's not the reality. And we don't not date the dude that's not financially stable to go date a millionaire and then he treats us bad. That's a lot of women are choosing to be single.
That's the thing. I didn't say that. I was using
I know. I wasn't saying that you're saying. I said that I don't think that that's the reality. The options that you're giving, the two options, you be with the guy without money and he treats you good, quote unquote, and then you be with the dude without money, with money, and he treats you bad. I don't think that's the reality.
But I was with a guy
let me finish my statement real quick. What I was asking is which one would be considered settling? The one where you with the guy who's able to do all of that, but he's making you feel like crap behind closed doors, or the one that take care of everything, but he's not able to 100% take care of all the bills yet. Because keep in mind, eventually as he grow, he might be able to do that if y'all have a healthy relationship.
Both are settling.
Okay, so yeah. I don't even know that. What is that? Oh, yeah.
That's Cairo's situation.
Yeah, that's my situation. Like my ex-boyfriend, he
So
owned
if
Wendy's
both
and
selling,
Wingstop.
then goddamn, how you supposed to find something?
Well, if you look at the Wendy and Wingstop in Pinole, I dated that guy who owned them. We still talk to this day. Whatever I need, he's still there, very much supportive and active. But like Jamie said, that was the one that I was settling for. Even though he had money, I just wanted to be taken care of. You know what I mean? Like I wanted to ride around in the
consider
Lexus.
that selling. That was selling.
That is settling because you're miserable. You're not happy.
Right. And that's my whole point. That's all I wanted.
You're not happy at all. You're miserable. And that's why people are suicidal and they're depressed and they have no motivation because your relationships.
On that note, the hoes going in. Solo, you're gonna have to recruit some. Woo, they're gonna have to. Wait,
what I missed? What y'all laughing at?
Oh man.
That the hoes gonna win.
The hoes always doing.
Cause Solo,
the hoes always win.
Checking out, and I'm not here to advocate for niggas. I'm gonna say men. I won't even just say black men. Men, I'm gonna speak for the community first. We're checking out because of what Jamie just said. So it's like, damn, at the end of the day, if a nigga just wants some pussy at night, and we gotta jump through all these hoops, and like that's why we saying the hoes gonna win. Now we get it. Who?
No.
Go ahead.
They ain't gonna win. The only reason why we say the hoes is gonna win because they gotta spend 3 hours with you and they getting their money and they gotta spend 3 hours with you and they gonna send you on your happy little way. I don't have to worry about you being mean to me. I don't have to worry about you not cleaning up behind yourself. I don't have to worry about your problems that you have at work. All I want is the money and the 3 hours that I'm gonna give you. That's it, and I'm sending you right back up the street. That's how the
Well,
hoes win, cause they getting the money. They to the money and they send you right back. If you ain't got the money, you don't meet me. Period.
well,
Your
let me ask
wife,
the men a question after Solo. After you finish, I want to ask them, are they settling too? Because I have a question for them, but you can continue.
nah, that's just a point that I was making when I said that the hoes are winning. Because I mean, women are choosing to be single because they don't want to deal with men. The wives are not happy.
So
The
I'm going to
wives, I
tell
gotta
you.
deal with your attitude. I gotta deal with you not doing whatever it is that you not doing. You're not being a partner, you're not being a friend, you're treating me right. The hoes ain't gotta deal with that. They ain't gotta try to change you to make you a leader, to make you a man, to make you a father, to do this, to do that. We ain't gotta do all that.
She's putting up a good case. Keep going.
The hoes, I'm
Go.
giving you 3 hours and I want my money. And I'm gonna send you back up the street.
But now when he's laid up with that hoe, this is how the hoe is winning. So when he laid up with that hoe, he's sitting there talking about all his problems that he having with his wife at home, what she's doing, what she's not doing, what's irritating her, and what, she's supposed to be doing. And that hoe listening. You know what I mean? So that hoe sitting up there saying, okay, I know what he like. I don't know. I know what he doesn't like. Let me make him feel good, until I make him feel good enough to whereas he like, fuck her. Now, this is a question where I have to ask the men because I done dated a few married men in my life. And I have to ask you guys, are you settling too? Because I know a lot of men that have a wife at home. She might have an education, the good career, they built a solid foundation with her, but they don't love her. They don't love her at all. So they're going out fucking with people that was like me, hoes, whatever you want to call them. And we the ones that they end up really loving. But they like, damn, you
I'm
know
gonna
what I
say
mean?
something very controversial, Cairo, to answer your question.
Go ahead.
The reality to this is when a man does that and he's married to her and stuff like that, because I keep telling most men's what they're naturally attracted to is multiple women. So anytime you're married and you're locked down with one woman and you guys just keep dealing with that stuff like that, the reason why he's fucking with the hoes is because he's really attracted to multiple women. So to answer your question, absolutely he is, because he have to stay with one woman and deal with all the headache and pain. But men do this all the time. That's the thing. Married men do that all the time because for the betterment of their family.
We got something, y'all, and I want to stick with the same crew. The only difference is this is going to be the topic of discussion. Like when Jamie do the morning start, and we don't do no more than like 2 hours.
Yeah.
So, Cairo, what would be? Are you open during any weekdays?
Wednesday through Thursday, I'm unavailable, but any other day after that, I'm available. Wait, Wednesday through Saturday. 4 days of the week, I'm committed. I have exercise. I have other things that I have to do. But then any other day, like Saturday, it depends on what time though. So like Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, I'm available.
I can't believe Cairo got me to say in front of the whole world, I like hoes too.
But I'm gonna tell you something, Ty. Some women not is gonna admit it, and it's okay because they associate hoes with the cognition of what a hoe is, But majority of women have some hoe in them.
I agree with that.
Majority of them.
Heard that. Right. I've heard that my whole life. Since a teenager.
I can't remember what rapper it was, but one of them was saying,
he said once a good girl's gone bad, she's gone forever. You know what I mean?
I agree with that, but I'm talking about something else. It was another rapper. He's a more modern day rapper. It may have been what's his name? The Baby. It may have been the Baby. Said that basically at this point for dudes, we need to just find us a good hoe and beg her to stop.
Wow.
He said that.
Good luck with that.
That, hey, I agree with him. I'm so sorry. I swear to God, that's fucked up that I'm agreeing with that. But it's the
Cairo,
truth,
if I can
man.
reel in, Cairo,
Ah,
if I can
shit.
reel in some of my dignity back, because I don't want Solo looking at me different. I want to say this, and I'm saying it to Solo, Cairo, and all the ladies in the chat. Let me see how many I can remember by memory. Talia, All I See for Me, D, struggling already, and I shouldn't be, but I'm the top three. If I miss
Free thinkers. Free thinkers. Go ahead.
Solo, I don't want the hoes to win. Listen, I just went to an event earlier on Sunset Strip at the high, it's called the High. This is where they had the NAACP Image Awards, and there was a lot of classy looking black women in there. I love that, but I think the point being made is that, damn, like I'm already putting my body on the line. If we do connect, when we go out and about, I'm willing to sacrifice my body to protect you. What price, can you put a price tag on that? No. So if you look at me and you're naturally attracted, let's start there first. Are you naturally attracted to me? Yes. All right, let's take the next step because I'm naturally attracted. I'm sexually attracted to you as well. And let's build together, because the one thing you can't put a price tag on is me sacrificing my body for you. If anything was to happen, I'll jump in front of a bullet for you or whatever. I don't even want to get too, but you get what I'm saying. So Solo, Cairo, I don't want the hoes to win, but it appears that's the way we going now. Not to get political, this is my last point. Madam Vice President Kamala Harris, if she would have became president, remember she was vice president, she was going to legalize sex work. We could pull articles up on this. So at the end of the day, when it's all said and done, and the nigga just wants some pussy at night, he'll be able to go do his job. And the same way, I hate to compare women to like stuff like beer and shit like that. But the same way a nigga go buy some weed and buy some beer to relax after their day of work, he'll be able to order a sex worker that's clean. This is legalized now. It's kind of like how Vegas do it. She got some clean pussy. Yes, she got some bodies on her, but she ain't got no STDs. And she can come over, like Solo said, for those 3 hours without the hassle. And I conclude with this comment right here. Charlie Sheen said, I didn't pay them for sex. I paid them to leave. Now, we know Charlie Sheen might not be the best example to use, but he said that when he was going through his situation years ago. He was like, I didn't pay them for sex. I paid them to leave. That goes to your point, Solo, about the 3 hours. He was like, yo, I didn't want the headache. I just wanted some pussy. I had a hard day at work. I'm home. I want a beer, a bud, no, a blunt, a beer, blunt, and some booty and some pussy. And I'm gonna sleep real good after that.
But it's levels to hoism. That's like, and when you say hoe, I tell you they're associated with the connotation of a hoe. Like she prostituting. It says no, it's different levels to hoism, and you don't have to apologize to women for all, because these bitches are sneaky too. The only thing it is, we know how to cover our tracks better. Don't think that they're not now. Y'all are like dogs. Y'all just shit in the shows. We shit and we cover ours up.
Man, it's this old head said some of the realest shit ever, man. That I
So
heard.
you know
That
what I
man
mean?
said, yeah, the old
Say
head.
what?
Oh, I was talking about, I was basically piggybacking off what you said. It's his old head. He said some real ass shit. He said, you really think your woman ain't doing nothing? He was talking to a young dude, and he was like, yeah. And he was like, let me ask you something. You ever seen some dogs have sex before? And he was like, yeah. He said, have you ever seen a cat? And then he was like, you know what? No. He said, that answers your question. Watch your woman.
That's just like,
Man, I
even
was
though
like,
if you
damn.
watch The Best Man, remember The Best Man, and they were sitting at the dinner table and he was talking about his wife Mia, and he say, so out of all the sticking and moving you done, you don't think she never tippy-toed out the back door? And he was sitting there looking stupid, talking about, no, I know my little angel. The whole time she had done fucked his best friend.
Man.
So it's different levels to hoism. That's like you got them prostitutes on the corner selling their pussy for $5 to $50. Then you got the escort. They $5 to $5,000. It's different levels to hoism. But as a woman, I'm telling you, we have hoe in us. It just take a certain situation to bring it out.
Cairo, you made that point, and I'm saying this to the world. I love you for saying that, and I love Solo too. We about to go to the moon with this shit, because this gonna be our spin-off segment, and we gonna go through it all. And so finish your thought. I just want to say I love you for keeping it so real. And this what our community need to hear, because we had a crisis right now. And I'm telling you, I just left an event and I'm looking at women. I'm like, damn, she attractive. I want to approach her, but I know, you know what I'm saying? It shouldn't be about the fucking money.
Hey, this shit is crazy, bro. So Darla said, so is the lady in the street and freaking the sheets no longer what men want? Because begging the hoe to stop is crazy.
Begging the hoe to stop, and then you can't turn the hoe into the house.
Hey, Tosh, that's not true.
Hey, I'm not
You
saying I
can't turn
agree
the hoe
with
into
him.
a housewife.
This shit was funny.
You can turn the hoe into a housewife.
Right now, I'm like, begging the hoe to stop is insane. Like, if that's what they do, good luck trying to stop that shit. But that's it. I'm done. I'm listening. Yeah.
Look at Anna Nicole Smith. She was a hoe and got turned into a housewife.
That hoe's still out there.
That hoe dead.
She died in my city. She died in Hollywood, Florida, at the Harlem.
Yeah.
Actually, many other people who are involved with the higher levels of finance have already specified that they're working on a great reset, which involves resetting the economy for the new system. It also has to do with the competitiveness breaks against the. What the hell? This nigga talking about something totally different. Okay. I was like, where the hell is he going with this? Actually, a lot of women are well aware of the leverage they have of sex of men in general.
This is what it is, y'all. And then we Solo, we got to come up with the title. I mean, of course, it probably won't be the hoes gonna win, but that's definitely gonna be an occurring line drop.
Shit.
Yep, this is why we tell y'all the hoes gonna win.
Let me ask you a question. When men cheat on their wives, do they go get another classy woman, or do they go to the escort service or go to the street corner to go get who?
Yeah, we go get a fast girl. We go get they call them fast girls. They fast give up that pussy.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's a great question, Kyra. Great question. Yeah. And I haven't cheated on too many of my girlfriends. When I got a girl, I'm a one-woman guy, and I usually don't cheat until the end when you know it's over. But to answer your question, Cairo, it is usually with it ain't with another classic chick. It's with a chick that's fast in the ass.
Exactly.
Sure. Yeah.
My point.
Great question. That's a question we're going to have to bring back too. That's a great question. That tells you a lot. That we really just
But Taj,
but
if she fast in the ass, are you gonna marry her?
The hoe?
Yep.
No, I won't. I've said on the show before, I won't mind Claire Hudson. But what I'm saying is, I'm not trying to catch a heart attack or a stroke trying to get her either. When I get, because the hoe she relieving. That's a release. I'm relieving steam with the hoe. And like Cairo said, but back to you, Solo. I talked enough. I want to hear you now.
I was just gonna say, because you can't. Of course, the hoe gonna be easier because you're not expecting wifey out of her. You got another chick you're expecting wifey from, and she ain't making you happy. She nagging, blah 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 blah. But then you got a hoe that you don't expect nothing for, long as she sit there, fuck you good, and listen to you bitch about your wife. Of course, that's easy, especially if you paying. It's the easiest money I ever spent. So it's different standards. If you say, oh, my hoe makes it so easy for me, that's why I'm getting ready to leave her so I can leave you so I can be with her. Well, of course it's easy if you're not requiring her to be your wife.
Understood. Solo, Cairo, we just trying to, right now in 2026, black men and black women we're not getting along as good as we should.
We don't understand each other like that no more. That's the problem.
Take it from there. I'm running out of thoughts anyway. So
that's literally what it is. It's the understanding, the communication. It's all about what we want instead of, That's what I think it is. To be honest with you, now I'm gonna sound like a misogynistic person, but I don't give a fuck. To be honest with you, America has flipped this thing to make you have more of a feminine way of thoughts. So therefore, the women has got out of connection of the thoughts of a man. That's what it is. They think if you're not thinking like them, because majority of the society is thinking like them, something's terribly wrong with you. And that's not the truth.
Ladies,
What he say? I'm sorry,
that
I was-
society has been emasculated, and if you're not thinking like the women, you're looked at as pretty much outcast. I'm paraphrasing.
Look at it. I mean, look at it from a political standpoint. It's the same shit from a political standpoint. If you're not, which side mostly push the more feminist way of thoughts? Democrats,
Yeah.
right? So if you're not agreeing with them, what happens to you?
You get ostracized, or whatever. Give me a better word.
Yeah. They basically crucify the hell out of
Yeah.
you if you're not agreeing with them.
Right.
So that's just an example of what I'm talking about. Majority, let's look at it. In our community, what do most of us vote? Democrat. So if you're not agreeing with the ideology of the Democrats, something's wrong with you. And like I said, it's more of a feminine way of thoughts.
You're right about that. Yeah.
So since you're not willing to think like a female, something's wrong with you. And that's where the disconnect is like. I promise you that's what it is.
Solo, do you think, and do you think black women are okay being single at the rates they are?
I think that a lot of black women would love to be married, but I think that they are not willing to settle for the men that's out there dating.
Damn. So the hoes gonna win.
Well, y'all ain't expecting wifey from the hoes.
I don't think that they're not expecting, because I think I've been in a whole type situation, right? Like what I was telling you with dude from Wingstop, because he was married. So I think when you spend time with a person, right? Because they can look at you one way, but like Ty said earlier, he ended up years with a one night stand.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So they don't initially start off looking at you like that, but the more they spend time with you and they start learning your character and build a relationship with you, like I say, men fall in love with what they see. We fall in love with what we hear. A man would be like, "Oh, we love you," while they fucking us, and don't really mean that shit. They just saying that because they fucking. And now we believe in, you know what I mean? Oh, this nigga in love, and the next day
I
he goes to
don't
you
tell
and
hoes I
call
love
you.
them. I don't never do it. I don't never
Well,
do
some
it.
do slip up. They'll be like, "Oh, I love you." You know what I mean? And they don't
I
really
ain't
mean
telling
that.
your ass that shit.
Nigga, you done
Bitch,
said
you
it
know what
before.
it
Knock
is.
it off. Nigga, please.
I swear to God on my life. I swear to God on my fucking life. I have never told any random that I'm smashed and I love you. Never.
Well,
So
some
why
of
you
them do.
smashing a random though?
What?
Why you smashing a random?
A hoe is a random.
Why you fucking hoes?
Because they men.
Yeah, that Solo, that's what's gonna make the spin-off so good. We get into all that shit.
But what y'all need to emphasize is that women have hope in them. It's just some women haven't been put in that situation to where that whole have to come out. But like I told you, even if you watch like a lot of the movies, like Best Men, he thought she was a little angel, and I'm a woman, and I know she had them fucked his best friend, bruh.
Yeah, I remember that.
We just better at covering our shit up because we know y'all will look at us a certain way if they be like, "Oh, she a hoe," so we
Yep.
hide it better.
Yeah. I 100% agree with her. Sometimes they cheat based on convenience too. So it could be the coworker, the neighbor, the wise friend. Damn.
Yeah.
It's
And
not
then our best
always
friend
a
be knowing
restaurant.
everything. That whoever our best friend with, and we all the time, oh, she know. Because we done did some spin-offs with her probably sometimes too. But I'm just saying, you know what I mean? You got different levels of hoism. You got the bottom feeder hoes, you got the high class hoes, and you got the classy hoes. It's different levels of it.
All right, so now Solo, this might What you got, Jimmy?
What he laughing? What the fuck is that?
The comment. This nigga DeBargain said, Taj and UAN, what attracts y'all to a woman? That's not the funny part, but that's a question he asked. This nigga TK goes say, UAN crossing things off his bucket list. What the fuck?
All right, so fellas, would y'all want to start? It's about good now. Would y'all want to start a family with a hoe?
No.
That's a good answer. That's an instant answer.
No.
You did.
Bro, my thing is, why you fucking her? If you don't want to start a family with her, you don't want to have a, you don't want to be married to her. You're not looking for nothing serious. She's
Y'all
saying
out
one
of
and
sync,
done.
dear. Y'all out of
Why are
sync.
you fucking her?
Y'all out of sync. That's what I'm talking about.
That is sick.
Wait,
Nah,
Solo,
but
let me
this
ask
is
you a
my thing.
question.
But if you fucking a girl that you would never date, if you fucking a girl that you would never marry, you would never date for real, you would never take out on a date, you would never have a baby with, you would never provide for, you're not allowed to complain about the shit that she do. Because you've already established that she's beneath your standards to be a wife. I don't know what you spending time with or waiting on. You already determined she's not a wife. And then you determine where I stick my dick in and I fuck her. I mean, she can at least provide that. And then you complain talking about y'all women ain't no damn good.
She thinks she just cooks it, but watch this.
No, I'm just saying that y'all date women that y'all wouldn't dare marry, but then talk about how bad dating is. Well, you just spent 3 months with a bitch that you would have never married.
That's
But
your
because I was
problem. We ain't
fucking
spending
you,
3 months with them. See, that's the
you
problem. You
are
thinking we spending
willing
3 months with them.
to fuck. Why you take? I ain't talking about you specifically.
I'm speaking for men in general. I'm telling you, most of us ain't spending 3 months
Solo,
with them.
you don't think it's women out there that look at men and we don't have any intentions on marrying them, even though we know they're good guys. We like, oh, this is a good guy. He really liked me. He done took me on this date, but I just want to get my pussy ate. You know what I mean? I ain't trying to fuck with him like that. You don't think we do the same thing to them?
And
And
I
no,
would
no,
say
no.
to her,
From a financial
and say, I don't want to hear you complaining about a dude that you would have never married, never had a child with, never had any true intentions with, but you decided to stick around because you wanted to fuck. I don't want to hear you complain.
Y'all better go watch
Also, let me
Boomerang.
address something you said to me. I'm never complaining about a hoe because she doesn't fucking matter. What the fuck are we talking about? We're not complaining about that. We're talking about women that we actually might be interested in being serious with. Their expectations is ridiculous. That's what we are
You
talking.
need to date somebody that's on your level that
When it
wants
comes to start
you.
a family, their expectations is ridiculous. Well, right. So now we're transitioning from hoes to starting a family. That changed the whole dynamic of the conversation.
But you shouldn't be fucking nobody that you're not willing to start no family with and have no baby with or be married to because you know that that's how you have children.
I'm at that point where I'm kind of done, and I want that person.
I'm actually at that point, bro.
That's a lie.
You gonna say that's a lie? That's crazy.
That's a lie.
That's a lie. It's crazy.
I heard it.
And saying it quickly with confidence, like she knew what she was talking about.
Cut you off before you got it out.
No, but on the real, I swear to God, I am.
We gonna see. You gonna be talking about fucking a hoe next week.
No, I'm not talking. See, look, when I talk about stuff, it be past things. I'm not saying nothing that I'm actively doing.
And if you don't have somebody you striving to start a family with, but you got that sex friend, that sex worker, or just a chick who y'all, they're friends, y'all fuck friends, that's different. But we transitioning from somebody you just want to have sex with, and that's it, to, okay, you know what? We were put here to be fruitful and procreate. Let's start a family. That everybody don't speak at once. Now, I mean, that's good. I know that's
We
a
call
hard.
women hoes. I think we need to figure out a better way than to call them hoes because I don't see nothing wrong with a hoe. I'm just being honest.
I'm with Cairo. We're from similar cities. Like Miami,
Yeah.
I went, yeah. Hoes are not looked down upon in South Florida. Let me say that to you.
Cause
Like that's
niggas
the
fall in love with hoes all the time. I seen
oh,
it. Listen, I got some hoe in me, and niggas be falling in love. And I'm telling you, I'm
yeah.
just being honest.
No, that's
So
real shit. No,
yeah,
yeah.
cause I
You
do.
know,
I got it. I ain't being.
I don't
I
have no shame about my I had a one night stand that turned into a relationship. I ain't got no shame about it.
you
Absolutely.
know, and I done had them
I
bitches too that turned to
can
long term
actually agree with Blake.
relationships.
Yeah, some of the times it could happen.
But for the community, for our culture, how do we, as we move forward? You know, if a person is in their whole phase, they're in their whole phase. They don't belong in a start a family part of the conversation. But if somebody, because I was not surprised, but it was to hear Jamie answer that question right away. It was like, would you want to start a family with a hoe? He said no right away. That's what I call an instant answer, which was very, so we could use that to say, okay, if you wouldn't start a family with a hoe, that's a different category. So we'll put hoes in this category. Now we're talking about starting families.
I just want to say one thing. Have you guys seen New Jack City?
Yes.
Remember, Nino had the classy girl, right? She was smart, she was educated. I think she worked in finance or law or something. Then remember, Shaniqua came along. Now,
Yep.
Shaniqua was his partner friend. Shaniqua
Yep.
was fucking his partner right there in his face. He didn't
Yep.
care about that. He wanted
Nope.
Shanika and
That's
told
right.
his old cancel this bitch. And he
Great
fell in
outfit.
love with Shaniqua.
Cairo, I've seen
Oh,
that
what
movie
was her
so many
name?
times and
What
never
was
thought, never
Unica?
looked at it that way. That's what I love about movies. I never looked at it from your point of view. Keep
He
going.
fell in love with her.
He
And she
did.
had his back. When they came in there with them fucking guns, this bitch was
Yep.
fighting niggas with guns and she wasn't
That's right.
strapped. The hoe was. But the
Great
bitch who he
outfit.
fell in love with, you know, the classy one, that hoe say, I'll testify.
Yep.
How you claim you love this man and you this and that, and you ready to testify on him and send him away, but the hoe was fighting niggas that had guns and she wasn't strapped.
Ooh, damn.
Go back and watch that movie. They
No,
kicked in the door
yeah,
Ice
I've
T,
seen it
and she
1,000
didn't have
times.
no gun.
I've
That hoe
seen
was
it
in there fighting
1,000
for
times.
Nino.
Cairo, I've seen it 1,000 times. It's one of my favorite all-time movies, and I never looked at it from that POV, that point of
That
view.
classy bitch say, I'll testify. Whatever
Yeah.
it takes to lock him away for life, I will testify. The
Damn.
hoe was fighting for this nigga and she ain't had no guns. Nigga came in there, pistol whip her. She still swinging.
That's crazy.
Go watch that movie.
No, you're right. You spot on. I mean, I could go back and watch it, but I know the movie from beginning to end and back in reverse. And
she was fucking his partner. He walked in there. That was his
you
best
said
friend.
that.
That
When you
CUB.
said, you started off with that part, and you absolutely right. Like I said this before, that when girls would try to, and this is to your point, Cairo, as far as like not giving hoes a bad stigma. When I was growing up, our classmates, our female classmates, would try to out the girls who were quote unquote hoes. But what they didn't know was the niggas like, well, shit, like I heard Jamie say, hey, shit, I'm waiting my turn. So when the girls
Why do you just throw me out like that?
no, my bad, dog. I was just saying. I heard you going to you're the first person I heard say that. So, but our female classmates didn't understand that psychology. By you telling me Shaniqua is a hoe, I'm about to get in line to fuck Shaniqua, and that's what most dudes would be like. Hey, you know what I'm saying? But we understood, so we didn't. It was bro code not to expose that. The women didn't understand by you telling us she's a hoe. Okay, that's fast pussy. So instead of me wasting time trying to get you, and I thought, this ties all of us right, it ties everything right back in. Instead of me wasting 4 or 5 months trying to hit you, I'm gonna go fuck the girl you just told me is a hoe anyway.
Right.
Now this is going way back to like high school, other years like that. You know what I'm saying? I grew up in a fast city. I'll go ahead and say I got my first piece in the 7th grade. And that's why I'm saying, yeah, Miami is fast, bro. And I'm from the outskirts. I'm from Hollywood. But it's still the same culture. And we grow up real fast. Come on, that's the 2 Live Crew. Like our rappers talk about sex. Like that's just what it is down there. So yeah, the women didn't understand that by you trying to degrade her as a whole, that made a lot of niggas get in line. Like, okay, well, I'm waiting my turn.
Right.
This is my
That's definitely true. Cause like growing up for me, high school, college, and stuff. Once we hear the word, oh yeah, let's target her.
Exactly.
Right.
Literally.
Yeah, it is.
That's how it is. Like in the band, TSU band, we used to call them aristocrat opener. I know Solo probably know about. You don't heard that term before. I know you have.
That's terrible. Terrible.
So TSU band is known as the aristocrat of bands. So when the freshmen come in, we would test them out by having them do freshman dance, freshman raps, all kinds of things they could potentially sexualize themselves. And once they sexualize themselves doing certain dances or saying certain things, we're like, yeah, it's her.
Wow.
We used to do that.
No, I'm all in. Yeah, just from
Straight
the
up.
of them dances.
Straight up.
They
Yeah.
twerking.
That's how you like that. That's our girl. That's the aristocrat.
That's the aristocrat open. Wow.
Absolutely. And then when them band trips come, she become the aristocrat open. She get her legacy.
Let loose.
Yeah, it is.
Straight up.
Woo! We got one, y'all. We on to something.
But I ain't gonna talk because I don't want the women to attack me. You know them feminists? They might get mad at me like.
I mean, Cairo, you saying some of the realest shit that our community needs to hear.
But then I get attacked for it. I get attacked all the time. Like women get mad.
I got your back, 100% for sure.
That's how much I believe in what you're saying. And solo perspective, both perspectives need to be.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Got her back too. Even when she on my ass, ain't nobody else gonna get on her ass. That's how it is.
To add on, Cairo, real quick, to add on to your New Jack City example, in the Jay-Z song, Girls, whether we fans of him or not, let's just use the song as an example.
Mm-hmm.
He tells you in that song, his hood girl is the one he going all the way out with. Because I forget how the line goes. He like, she plays her part. And if it ever goes down, I can't remember the line, but y'all know the song, Girls, 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 Girls. Mm-hmm. He tells you, out of all the girls he rapping about, he tells you the one, his around the way girl is the one he going all the way out with. And that's kind of like the example you gave with the New Jack City when Nino knew G Money was smashing the chick. He walked in on him on G Money smashing and pushed all that shit to the side. Like, nah, she a down ass bitch and she feeling me. So, hey, G Money, I got it for here.
Okay, let me address these comments real fast. First off, this nigga DeMarcus says solo SG saving his virginity for you. Super chat.
This shit done got way too real.
Somebody say, speak Cairo, miss. Okay, I got a woman, she understand too, because usually women attack my ass. They get on me. I be like, oh, let me shut up.
Cairo, what you said earlier, that's their convictions. What their convictions got to do with you? Just
right.
You considering their convictions.
Right.
What, Cairo, what you saying needs to be heard.
You said, was that your vetting process? That's hilarious. Who's she talking about? Me? I would guess.
And I'm dedicated to our community sorting this shit out. All my content is dedicated to this shit. Maybe at some point I'll go outside in that genre, but that I'm focusing on that for a reason.
Wait, Taj, look what all I see say. She said Taj gonna marry them. Cairo cooking.
She said what?
She said you gonna marry them. I guess the moves.
But
you see?
Don't be surprised.
Taj gonna marry them. That shit funny.
I said to the panel and the world, and I'm very private about my family. My mama saw that in me when I was a young boy. I said this with y'all if y'all remember the line or not. I'm not gonna repeat it. So all I see for me is not far off. I hope not. Like I said, I want, and we'll see.
Wait, y'all, DeMarcus sound like me. He said, "Shit, I'm gonna hold myself."
Yeah, it is.
That ain't DeMarcus. That's Kenny ass.
Kenny.
Okay.
DeMarcus.
He gonna talk about shit. I'm gonna hold myself.
Yeah. But Juvenile, hey, shit.
BG said it too. Remember, he's on that song. I need a hot girl. When he said a hot girl is a silent chick on a download for her player, see a nasty chick. Remember?
Yeah, I remember that. That's right.
CK. Oh my God. He said I ain't giving them nothing but a stack of bills. That's funny. That is funny as hell. The thing about it is a man has never paid not one of my fucking bills. I pay every bill that belongs to me. So I ain't giving you no stack of bills. I don't even
That
ask
shit was
you for
funny. He said he
money.
better get in line for Cairo. Solo ain't giving up nothing but a stack of bills.
So he gonna get in line for Cairo. Solo ain't giving me.
Solo ain't giving up nothing but a stack of bills.
Solo, you to a degree, Solo, you sort of represent that modern black woman that,
Right.
like the comment said, want you to cover a stack of bills, take you to it. Now, I'm not saying,
Right.
I don't know you that well. I'm getting to know you. But I think that's what's pushing a lot of us away. Like, damn, can we get to know each other? I don't mind spending no money on you. I'm gonna take you out to eat. We go, you know what I mean? I mean,
I'm gonna take up for a little bit.
do you think?
Little bit. Ain't gonna let y'all whoop her ass like that. So basically, she ain't the type that want a nigga to just trick all over and do all that stuff like that. But she wants to be able to know that you're capable of it.
Right.
That's what it is. Because to be honest with you, when you go places with her, she don't want you paying for her. You got to fight her to pay for her.
Okay.
Just being honest with you.
All right. So that's in response to the stack of bills comment. The guy saying she.
Yes, I wouldn't dare ask a man to pay anything for me. But once you ask me to be your wife, then that's different, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Now you're right, Solo. So a guy snatches you up. Y'all past the dating phase. Y'all in the commitment phase. Hey, I think you the one, Solo. Get like Cairo dude told her. Like the Cairo man told her, hey, give me 6 to 9 months. You ain't got to work no more.
Yep.
You could be the house. Just take care of the house. If anything, like Mary J said, lover and secretary. Just help me out. The more you help me, the less you have to work for anybody else. So you're gonna be the housewife, just help me check some emails. The ones the valuable emails forward to me, so I know to put that at the top of my priority list and get it done. Bring in some more money so you can do your thing. That's it.
But can I add something real fast? I want to tell women too, because they miss up a lot of opportunity with men because they feel like he can't provide. Sometimes you'll be passing up a good man that has a lot of potential, and the objective is to
Jeff
build.
Bezos was broke as hell. I'm gonna tell y'all that.
Yeah, to just based on just to build a solid foundation, and don't allow stress, depression, and anxiety to control your emotions because he don't have it now and he's not able to do it. Work with that man, help him, and I promise you, I guarantee you, when he gets to the point to where he got it, that loyalty gonna kick in. Because most people that get with people already have money, they don't really have loyalty for you because they
I
had it
agree.
before you came along with it.
Mm-hmm.
So they're not going to respect you as much. So when they start, if the relationship is not on good terms and they suffering from depression and anxiety, it's easier for them to just leave you.
Absolutely. Because you went with me when I was shooting in the gym.
Right.
But that's why I'm gonna have my own. So when you say deuces, I throw my 2 fingers up like deuces.
But then who is that going to affect in the long term? See,
You.
Not
the
me,
think
because I
about
got
short
my
term.
own.
But like Jamie said, it's going to come to a point where we going to need some type of protection. We're going to need a man there.
Mm-hmm.
And if you ain't got no man, you're going to be vulnerable.
Solo,
I'm telling you, them times are coming.
Yeah.
I really hate it for our sisters. Them times are coming.
Solo.
But see, we always think about short term. People always think about the short term effect. Okay, like, fuck him short term. I got my own money. I'm independent, so I don't need a man. But long term, that's going to bring misery, loneliness, and suffering. Because now we done passed up our golden years. We in our 40s, gravity noticing us, shit starting to sag and fall. You know what I mean? So the long term effect is we're going to be lonely and miserable and mad. But the short term effect is, okay, yeah, I'm independent now. I don't need a man. But we got to look at it as long term. I'm going to need protection. I don't want to die by myself. I don't want to hug the sheets set by myself. I want a companion. I want to be loved. Because it feels good loving somebody and you got somebody loving you back. That's the wonderfulest feeling in the world.
Kind of like Teddy Pendergrass.
That's who I'm quoting. Teddy, it feels good loving somebody and somebody loves you back. Yeah. you know? So I think a lot of us, we look at short-term things and don't realize, hey, this shit gonna affect you long-term. Remember that? I was quoting him too.
Nah.
So Solo, all right. So Solo, you don't have to answer this question if it's putting you on the spot.
Mm-hmm.
If you met somebody, sort of how Cairo met her dude, and the dude, you see him putting the work in, he can afford, for starters, he can afford to take you out at least once a week. Would you be open to that?
Once a week.
You talking about the girl that eats out every day. You gotta think about this.
No, see, the thing about it is like it's really not about the money. It's not about the money. But like I need you to be self-sufficient. That tells me everything I need to know about you being an adult. At my age, at 30 plus, you gotta have been shown me that you are a responsible adult.
No,
and you have created a way for yourself in this society. I'm not saying that you got to be balling, but that shows me responsibility. That shows me integrity. That shows me who you are as a person. You be at a job that you hate every day, but you realize that, hey, I have to do this because I'm trying to get to the next level. No, if you 30 years old and you're like, I'm not like, so for example, you 30 years old and you don't have a job. That's a problem for me. That tells me that as an adult, maybe it's not the job that you want to do, but as an adult, 30 years old, like you should be doing something to generate income because you know you don't live in this world for free. Like, not saying that you got to go do the job of your dreams, but you should be doing something to generate income because that's what you need to take care of your grown ass. Is that wrong to assume?
No, story. But the question was the question. So this guy, let's say this guy is taking great care of himself, but to begin dating, that's going to add extra financial pressure, which he's willing to embrace as long as it's appreciated. So when this guy say, "Hey, for starters," and of course he might not say this to you, but you will see it in his actions. He can only afford to take you out once a week. Now that once a week, if the appreciation is there, it's going to turn into two. Now, if you can afford to take yourself out 4 or 5 times a week, that's you. But if he can only afford, now as far as him taking care of himself, he's living the life he wants to live, the single life. But he's interested in you, Solo, and he's willing to put in the effort to go from 1 day to 2. Could you work with him?
I don't know because the days don't really excite me. To be honest, you telling me you try to, like, say for example, take me to a restaurant a day a week. I get sick of that real quick. That ain't really my thing. So I'm trying to say, so instead of it being like a day like that, like to do something that you actually may want to do. Because I definitely don't want to go to a restaurant every week. So let's just say I want to do something I want to do.
That makes it easy. So, because even I take that approach. So I'm glad you said that, because when I meet a chick, I'm like, okay, we know we're gonna go. Of course, we're gonna go out, and then it goes from there. The vibe the chick gives me when we go out determines if I want to spend my money. I almost said waste. Don't say spend. That determines if I want to spend more money on it. If I don't feel appreciated, if it's a chick like, nigga, I could do this shit myself every day of the week. Like, you ain't doing nothing special. If she make me feel like that, why now I'm gonna use the word waste? Why waste my money taking her out on a second date?
I have something to say real fast. Being an older woman, up and getting up there in age, I just got to say something to a lot of younger women and women in general. If you meet a man and he doesn't have it all together right now, but he has potential, that's okay. And it's also okay if you want to go out and he doesn't have the money. If you have the money, it's okay for you to pay for him for something too. I mean, I've done it. You know, even with friends, even some of my guy friends, they might be like, shit, I'm like, let's go get something to eat. They're like, I ain't got no money. I'm like, fuck it, I got it. I ain't tripping. You know what I mean? Just get me on the next one. That's okay. That come with maturity, you know, because you never know how they're going to end up paying you back for that. Or you never know what they're thinking when you did that for them. Like, damn, she really a
Yeah.
winner. Like, she
Yeah.
looking out. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? So young women out there, it's okay if you see a guy and he don't have it all and he treat him. If you got it, fucking pay for it for him. You know what I mean? Just do it. It's nothing bad for that. There's nothing wrong. You know, traditionally they tell us that the man's supposed to pay. Yeah, if he got it, yes. But if this dude got potential and he don't, there's nothing wrong with looking out for him until he gets it. And I just wanted to say that, and that's it.
And what I would say is that I would say when it comes to dates, I don't. Oh my God, it's just this money. This whole money, 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 money. Oh my God, it don't matter to me if I invite you in a limited chance that I'm at all interested in you. I usually pay for like when I'm out with my guy friends, I'll pay. But like as it relates to like if you're a guy and you call yourself being interested in me and you ask me out on a date, I'm not paying for anything. I didn't invite you out, nor was I interested in you to take you out on a date. So I'm not paying to go out with you because I probably don't really want to go no way, and you ask me out and I'm like, okay, let's just see where this go. Let's see if I have fun. I'm like, it doesn't even matter if I pay for it like with my friends. But if I ask you out on a day, if I had a limited chance that I hit on you and I ask you out, is it a big deal if I pay for the date? Like, no,
No, I
I
get
asked
that,
you out.
Solo. I
But
get
I'm
that.
saying it's a
I
scenario
don't
like this. I
I
just need to
don't
interject. I'm just
mind
saying a
having a
scenario
date.
like this because we women, so we know if we like a guy and he has it or he doesn't. I'm not saying like, let's say for instance, if we know that he doesn't have it, but we want to go out with him because we like him. I don't think it's anything wrong with like, let's go out to eat. Like, I got you. Don't trip. Don't worry. You know what I mean? I'm not saying if he like, let's go out on a date and he want me to pay for everything. No, because you invited me out. But I'm saying if I know you don't have it, and that's probably like preventing you from being able to ask me, and I'm really interested in you, and I know your situation, because women, we can almost tell like if a man could afford it or we not. We have that ability. So
I
if it's
picked that
something,
up. Yeah, keep going. But I think,
yeah.
especially, I could, see, and you know, I hate to cut you off, Cairo, but I could look at the black women that I'm attracted to, and I'm glad you said that because I can tell that when the way they look at me, the way they look back at me is like, okay, nigga, you can't afford it, so don't even waste my time, and I don't. Back to you, Cairo.
So I'm just saying, like in that type of scenario or that type of situation, there's not anything wrong with it because, like I told you, my boyfriend was flat out broke. He was hustling. He had shit, and I used to know it. I used to be like, "Will you buy?" And I didn't even tell him. I'll just be like, "Let's go get something to eat," and then I'll pay for it. You know what I mean? Because I knew, but I knew in the back of my head, like once we get on, we gonna be good. So I'm
All
just
right,
saying
now
for women out there, that there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that.
it's not Solo and
Mhm.
Cairo. I kind of got a good comprehension of your points, and I appreciate them the most. I'm trying to get a better comprehension of Solo. So Solo, you've already said, okay, dating don't really taking you out to a restaurant don't really impress you. You can do that for yourself. What else are you going to do with a guy who's interested in you? Let's say you communicate that to him, man. No, I don't really care about. I know that's the mainstay of a guy taking a lady out and going to a restaurant. But once you make it known that you don't really care about that, what else can a guy do to win you over? With
Just
the,
like for me, when I'm dating, I would like to see if we can be friends. Because to me,
that don't cost nothing. All right, go ahead.
that don't. And the type of stuff that I would be interested in is like, I like doing shit that I like to do. Like, ask me what I like to do. Or just ask me, like, what do I do every day? I'll tell you, I go get coffee. I like that. I like walking. I like hiking. I like going to like walk around like a say for example it's a spot like I would say like a spot where it's like a lot of different stores and you just go in and out of different stores. Maybe it's an ice cream shop, maybe it's an antique shop, maybe it's a thrift shop. Like I just like to doing shit where we can actually like talk, like not like like a interrogation, but more so like just regular conversations. Let's go do some random shit where we can like get to know each other and it be like friends, like we're like just like two normal people getting to know each other. You will learn what this person likes, what they don't like. If they don't like ice cream, if they don't like coffee, if they don't like shopping, I would hate to go shopping like that. I like so I you know I'm a little weird like
No,
going
you're
out to
not.
eat
No, I would
is
love to
I
meet
do
a chick
not
out here
like
with
it.
that mentality. I would
Going out
love
to
to
eat,
meet
I
a
do
chick
not
out here
like
with
it.
that mentality. Because like Cairo said earlier, if I met a chick out here with that mentality, as Cairo said earlier, she would be rewarded. Like just for her being the way you saying you are, Solo, she would be rewarded for not being what I'm used to. And that's pretty much what the person in the comment section said, being a stack of bills. So let me make sure I get this straight. So the money don't matter until the guy is ready to make a commitment to you. Correct, Solo?
Absolutely. That's what I'm
And
saying.
that's
If how much money you make don't matter
Definitely
until it's
already.
time for us to build a empire. When we started blending shit, accounts, debts, now when you know what I mean, I'm applying for something, I gotta put your damn name on it. Then the money counts. We can be
I
boyfriend
definitely
and girlfriend forever and never merge nothing. And I would be happy. No, I would not date a man who impersonated another man in a profile pic. That's gay.
Well, I think that's yeah. Why would you impersonate another dude? That don't make no sense.
You know what I like? I like smart ass black men who can have intelligent conversations, who can teach me, who can be funny.
Definitely agree with that, but it depends if both are looking to build a solid foundation together. Dating being into, intentional, not just for comfort or fun. It
we
will.
got when not if when we blow up, especially with the relationship show. I mean, Cairo gonna be able to vet the holes out the way. He ain't no good for us. I'm excited, y'all.
Hmm.
I'm excited. I mean, I ain't trying to put no extra work on you, Cairo, but yeah, all of the things that in my car that ain't the one. So I don't think she will be. As we traveling around doing what we do.
Will we date another man who impersonate another man in a profile? What would you think of him? Maybe being a catfish. What do he mean impersonate another man in a profile picture? Like put another man picture there?
Yeah,
I don't know. That's kind of weird.
it's weird as fuck. That's what I said. How the hell would you even do that?
That's weird. No, I would think he probably a creep, especially if he put another man picture. I'm like, what type of creep shit is this?
Wow.
Mm,
So Cairo, you said from Wednesday to Friday, you might have 2 hours. Because me and Solo already do the morning show on Friday morning. So Solo,
Yeah. My bad. What's
are
up?
you good?
well, since it's dying down, I might head to That relationship segment that was was crazy. All right, so the last segment, talk about this war on Iran.
That laugh
So,
took me out.
hmm. So as we know, Israel gave Trump the call. Hold on, this is for educational purposes.
All of this is allegedly.
All of this is like, but anyways, they definitely gave him that call and said, "Hey, man, nigga, it's time to get on them folks' ass, bro. I'm tired of this shit." And Trump was like, "Bro, do we really gotta do that?" I said, "Do it." So Trump said, "All right, military, we gonna go up in there and attack them, and then this is gonna be the story, the reason why we attacked them." And I will say this: it's crazy, and I want to know this before I get deep into what I think all this stuff is going on with this. Do y'all notice with a lot of this stuff, like it happened with Venezuela, it happened with Nigeria, and now it's happening with Iran, that a lot of the citizens are actually happy about the circumstances. Now, I'm not here to say that this is organic or not, but I'm just curious to ask y'all: do y'all think they that maybe they just staged it and got a few people together to say that they happy about it, or do y'all think the citizens are generally happy that Trump intervened and you know took out their leaders?
Well, I think it depends on what countries you're talking about. If you're talking about Iran, that was intentional on the government, was to cause an uprising amongst the people, and those were Mossad agents who were boots on the ground and was actually acting as though they were Iranian citizens and they were terrorizing people.
So you don't think they're actually happy about it?
The citizens?
Hmm.
No.
Because I'm just saying because I did see footage of them certain citizens being happy about it. That's why I was asking.
From who or from where? Iran?
Hmm.
No. I think that it was a whole timeline of events that happened in Iran that brought out a lot of protesters, so they were able to get protesting footage, and then a lot of media was able to say, "Oh, they're protesting against the government," or you had people that were protesting for the government, and a lot of times they was playing with the imagery about which protest was for which. But I think that when it comes to Iran, when you're talking about whether or not the citizens are agreeing for the United States to get in government, I think that the reason why I say the Iranians are not excited about it is because when America is telling them that I'm going to decapitate your government, I'm going to change the regime, they're talking about putting the monarchy back in there. The Iranian dude that lives in, I think, Maryland. They're talking about putting him back in power, and the Iranians don't agree with it. They like having a democracy instead of having a royal family like other Muslim nations. So the Iranians don't agree with that. Now, do they think they have a perfect government? No, but I don't think that they're saying, yes, America, come in and bomb our country and turn it into all the other countries that you've bombed, supposedly trying to take out a dictator.
Hmm. Okay. Um, Charles, what do you think about them basically? Because like I said, I did see footage from all three countries where it seemed like citizens were happy about it. Do you think it's just them? It's a media led narrative. Like, let's say it's a small group, maybe that's happy about it, and they just highlight them, or even staged it, perhaps. Or are these people generally happy about it?
I like the term media led. Even when we hit Venezuela, there was you had media led protests where they was showing people in Venezuela to make it look like most Venezuelans were happy the US did what they did. Now back to Iran, we would have to find out what's the populace. Like, what do majority of the Iranian people want? What I do know about Iran history is that in the late 1970s, I think 79, is when the Islamic who runs Iran right now, the Islamic Republic, they overthrew the Shahs, and a lot of those Shahs are right here in LA, Jamie, and Beverly Hills. They brought all that money, to LA, and it's been the Islamic Republic ever since, like 1980. So I'm saying all that to say I don't really know. I don't know what the majority of the Iranian people want. Do they want a new system? Do they want to stay under the Islamic Republic? Do they want the Shahs back? I think Solo mentioned something about, is that who you were referring to when you said the royal family? That's the Shahs, the SHAA people? No, SHAH.
Well,
Shahs.
yeah, because that's who. Yeah, because they're really. I mean, I'm not saying that that's who they want in back. I think they want democracy. I don't think they want. That's not what I'm hearing. I'm not hearing that they want the monarchy
Yeah,
back.
democracy is guaranteed. My bad, Solo. But democracy, when the
They
U.S.
want
get
the regime.
involved,
They
you
want the
best believe the
regime.
result gonna be democracy. I mean, name a situation. Whenever the U.S. arms the rebels, and in this case, they're not even arming the rebels. They're just striking Iran in cahoots with Israel, or the country we can't speak about. So that's not like the U.S. is saying, "Hey, we're going to empower the rebels so they can install democracy in Iran." This is, hey, we told y'all to get rid of the uranium. You taking too long to do it, and you about to F around and find out. And it appears to be that's what's taking place. And to Jamie's question, I'm just not sure what majority of the Iranian people want. Do they want democracy, or do they want a regime change, or do they want to keep it the way it is? I'm not sure about that, so I can't answer that as a matter of fact.
Okay, so um, shout out to free thinkers. Free thinkers never submit.
Hey, Americans, do you want the Republicans in? We voted Trump in again. Oh my God, you guys need to get rid of Trump or we're gonna come bomb you. And we never get rid of Trump. So they say, hey, well, we're gonna do a regime change where we're gonna change your government and put Kamala Harris as in. That's not. That's not. It doesn't matter what whether the Americans want Kamala or Trump, or it doesn't matter which one we want. All we want is for you not to come in here meddling with our government.
Hey, I agree with you on there, Ronald, because absolutely Trump ran on, basically being peaceful and no wars. I mean, obviously, that seems like some people believe this is going to be over very quick and it won't escalate to be a war, but I'm not so sure on that. And then I know for sure on some of the stuff that's been done, we are already starting to receive a spike from it because gas prices is already starting to rise. I don't notice.
I went to fill my car up today.
What your shit went up like hell too?
No, I've been seeing it on the news that gas is about to double.
Yeah, it's already
So y'all
started.
better go fill y'all cars up.
It's already started because I was proud to be able to say what I'm about to say. I was proud to say that I found a gas station that wasn't that far from my place. And downtown LA gas be high as a motherfucker. Just letting y'all know.
Yes.
And I had a gas that was like 379 at one point. It was like probably like a month ago, maybe a month and a half. And I was like, oh shit, look at this. Man, after that Venezuela shit happened, maybe man, a few weeks, that shit I already jumped up $4 something. I said, damn. And after this, we're gonna take another hit. So that's one thing that's gonna happen with us. And I'm gonna put this out there. I think Trump could be possibly making a potential fatal mistake. I told you about this already a little, Taj.
Right.
Because Israel cannot be trusted, allegedly, I'm just saying. Because they have already been caught giving intel to China already. They have been caught doing that. So my thing is, if you've been caught feeding intelligence and stuff like that to China. Why the hell are we so buddy with them? Which kind of led me to believe, Solo, that it might be some truth to what Taj was telling us, that Israel has influence over America, but not control. Because if they had control, they wouldn't be doing those type of tactics, because they were like, hey, we don't need to do that. We got full control over America. But the fact that they sneak in trying to give intelligence to China, and then they got America helping them with their war, so that basically they can become the next superpower in the Middle East. Basically, ain't nobody stand up to them afterwards. After they do this, we're next. We've been the world superpower for quite a while now. Think about this. We have the strongest military by far in the world right now. So, in order to put a dent in our armor, one of the best ways to go about it is a sneak attack, stage a coup. So, if they were to secretly work with China and Russia, because those are two countries that are deeply invested in Iran already, because of the resources they were receiving from Iran. They could, secretly stage some shit to help them come in and infiltrate and try to take us over, so that they can run the whole damn thing on whatever the fuck they got going on. I can see a loophole for that.
Well, I would flip it. I would say the reason why Israel gets to steal our nuclear secrets, gets to blackmail our politicians, get to steal whatever and give it to China, is because they control our politicians. What the fuck are you going to say if I control you? The people who's supposed to be in charge of the country, what can you say if I control you? I can do what I want. I can do whatever I want. And you're not going to do anything because I control you. Not you control me. If you control me, I wouldn't dare cheat you. I wouldn't dare do you wrong. But I'm going to do you wrong because I control you. That's how I flip it. That's why I say that little Middle Eastern country that we can't talk about is who's controlling America. Because but Israel betrays America, America sits silent and does nothing. And so for today, what the rumor is that they threatened to hit Iran with a nuclear weapon. That's what made Trump give them the green light to strike them first, and then the United States strike them, and then they started.
Let me get some confirmation on something. You did mean to say, Iran threat. You said Iran threatened to nuke Israel, or Israel threatened to nuke Iran?
Iran doesn't have nuclear weapons. Israel has nuclear weapons.
Okay, well, Okay, I just wanted to make sure I was hearing it correct. Well, apparently that they're saying that they do.
They do not.
Uh,
Iran.
ye-
Now, they're not saying they don't have the capacity to build one,
right.
but sitting there in their arsenal right now, they don't have nuclear weapons. In fact, when they were negotiating, this past week before they did that sneak attack, bitch made ass sneak attack, they were agreeing that they was never gonna build a nuclear weapon. That was what they had agreed to on Friday when they were negotiating. They said, "Hey, we're gonna wrap this up on Monday," and then they snuck and attacked them.
Look, we got some interesting comments. Let's start with Miss D. No, Miss 2D516. Good to see you back in the chats too. Um, the Iranians are not saying to bomb their country, but some want a level of freedom. American freedom comes with a price. It's a small group elated. So that answers the question as to how many of their people are happy about what's going on. Robbie Ronald says, see Jared Kushner and what he's been doing over there with Saudi Arabia. I know Saudi Arabia is an American ally, so we'll have to check that out. All right.
No, you're not talking about the same people who did 9/11.
As far as
Supposedly,
Saudi Arabia,
quote unquote.
yeah, but that was a splinter group, and that's yeah. Are you saying those people came out of Saudi Arabia, Solo?
That's where they said the passport. They had Saudi Arabian
Yeah,
passports.
yeah, but that was like one of those what you call it, those whatever those militia groups. That wasn't like the I get where you're going with it, but it's it's different when you got
I'll be right back.
all right. All right, I'm going to sit in the boss chair for a second. All right, let me see here. All right, War is big. This from TK916. War is big business. Their goal was to crash the financial markets and increase the cost of living. All right, Free Thinker Never Summit. I think it's half and half. Their ruler been in charge for 49 years. He changed their flag and school education, so a generation is livid, and some grew up knowing no different. I appreciate these comments, y'all. Back so we got. I'm gonna do like three more. Miss 2D516. Having lived abroad, some people cannot escape their conditions and love any interaction they have with Americans. That's interesting. Some of them are happy in Iran. Many know they live where they live, and that's it. All right. Stephen Harris, what up, Steve? What's good, UAN TV? Glad to see your name back in the chat, Stephen Harris. We good over here. We got some more work coming up. D said free thinker. I think so too. So D agreed with free thinker. Back to Robbie Ronald. I think he meant it doesn't. It doesn't matter if the people are happy about it. The problem is that you have a crazy I've seen that word before, but I can't really pronounce it. Megalomaniac who is obsessed with power and his own personal gain. Trump has billions off the office. All right. Y'all jump in whenever y'all ready to respond to some of this. I sit on the
Absolutely. Well, Trump is supposed to be a businessman, and that's why so many of y'all voted his ass in.
mm-hmm. But yeah, all right.
But
So
all he
no,
been doing is scamming the taxpayers. That's all they've been doing. But that's all the politicians do, is
yeah,
they scamming us. They don't look at it as them like taking money off of our plates, because they're saying, "Hey, you guys pay this to the government, and we get to use it as our discretion, so we can spend $10 billion on some fighter jets. That's not
precisely.
coming out of your pocket. That's coming out of the taxpayer dollars.
Yep.
Taxpayer dollars."
Yeah. A great connection made. Cairo, you still with us? Cairo doing the feet massage. All right. So back to we doing a comment commercial break. All right. D say when the
Anakin a lot. I'm gonna log out and log back in.
all right. When the US is involved, I always ask what natural resource are we stripping from that country or what we're getting in return. Trump definitely has an ulterior motive. That's from D. All
That's
right.
true.
Okay.
That's true. If
Keep going.
America is bombing a country, all you have to ask is, oil. What the fuck you say about oil? What you cooking, bitch? Like Dave Chappelle.
Dave Chappelle, yeah, Dave Chappelle and Trump.
Oh,
That
who the
was
fuck
good.
said something about oil,
Oh,
bitch? What you
who
cooking?
said? Oh, yeah. Who said something about oil? What you cooking, bitch? Yeah, that was a good one to pull
What
up.
you
Yeah, I remember
cooking?
that one. That was a classic. That nigga knocked. That's the one when he knocked the water over and walked off. That might be a different skit, but I'm with you. All right, where were we? Okay, Trump is not a good businessman. Never was. He knows how to market. I'm with you on that, Ronnie. That's him saying that about Trump. DV, shout out to DV, our EP DV. If Kenny 2K had to play someone from Iran to 11 in basketball to end the war, we might as well get ready for World War III. All right. What you got?
Taj, did you hear that Trump was trying to get a ceasefire deal and Iran said absolutely not.
Not in I've been out of touch with
Yeah.
this latest stuff, the latest occurrences. I've been out of touch with it.
Trump called Italy and tried to get them to mediate a peace deal, and the Iranians said no. But the thing about it is the Iranians told Trump like 3 months ago, that when June you bombed us, don't expect us to respond like we did last time when we did not respond. We did
And they
not
didn't
shoot.
respond.
They didn't respond, and they told Trump, "Don't expect this again." Now at first they wasn't negotiating; they was indirectly negotiating. Then last week they were supposed to be negotiating, and then Trump. We wake up Saturday morning, Trump then bombed Iran, and we like, wait, we thought y'all was negotiating. But that's how much of a snake Trump is. Cause why would you bomb that country if y'all was working out a deal? Cause that's how you get arms control, is by creating treaties with these countries that they would never build certain weapons. But Trump don't. That's what I'm saying. But look, it's like a movie, like he in a movie or some shit. I'm just gonna start a war because they won't do what I say. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah.
And you gonna say women are emotional.
Hey, that was a great point to end that statement on. Keep going, but I'm gonna see if I can
He
find.
said solo, the UK doesn't want to be involved either with the US. This is why I'm upset with the UK. The UK so sorry and trash. They so pathetic. This is the thing. So you let Trump use your military base for this war. Then you had the nerve to come out and make an official statement that, yeah, we've been helping Trump with the war. Less than 2 months ago, Trump threatened to take Greenland from y'all. Just said, just because y'all landed there all these years ago, that don't mean it's yours. We're gonna take Greenland. Hey, UK scared as hell. Then the very next fucking war he get into, y'all back cool again. Like, he literally just threatened y'all.
World power and politics. Miss 2D516 sort of helping me out with this comment here. This is what I was trying to say earlier, and I think she worded it better. Terrorist groups that came out of a country, and she's I'm assuming you're talking about Saudi Arabia. Terrorist groups that came out of a country are different from local people who are truly serving Allah and want peace. And that's what I was talking about when you solo, right?
I
When you was
actually was
connecting.
just being funny. I was just
Oh,
actually
okay,
being
my bad.
funny because they claimed that Saudi Arabia, the people who had hijacked the planes had Saudi Arabian passport, and that was that they were able to find conveniently out of the rebel when the 9/11 happened. They was, oh wow, we found this Saudi Arabian passport, so the people who flew the planes had to be Saudi Arabian. So we're gonna go to war with Iraq. But it's crazy how now all of a sudden Saudi Arabia is our allies when we blame 9/11 on them. We literally
Right.
blame
Well,
9/11 on them.
that's the point Miss 2D was making, that we didn't blame it on Saudi Arabia. We blamed it on the terrorist groups that came out of Saudi Arabia. And that's the point I was making too. I mean, if y'all got
But
better intel,
we didn't blame them. See, the terrorist group, they can probably get a Saudi Arabian passport because there's probably Saudi Arabian. The terrorist group is just a group that they've decided to associate themselves with, just like a gang.
mm-hmm.
But they're Saudi Arabians, supposedly. But let them tell it they were spies for the Middle Eastern country that we can't talk about.
All right, I hear you. All right, so let's see.
The
No,
I mean, I don't. The
you know what
UK, all
though?
the UK can do is serve is support. The UK does not have a military that could go against Iran, other than, I mean, Ukraine was the best military, and you see what Ukraine military is looking like. I mean, maybe Germany's military, but a year ago, 16% of Germans said they would fight for their country. How big
Hey,
of a war? How much of a war can they go into if only 16% of their men want to fight?
I have to acknowledge just as much as that relationship segment was this world power and politics, the comment section coming through on that too. And not that I'm surprised, but I mean it's
My bad, Cairo. I don't know how long you've been in the waiting room, but
yeah, she went out and she said she was gonna come back because she had some static on her phone.
okay.
All right, so
What
picking
you
up.
say? You said, Solo, you have to see through the ghost lighting media BS and propaganda is real. I mean, it's so crazy. Like, as Americans, we should not be watching any mainstream media. You're gonna get your real media from independent people who are making YouTube
Yeah.
videos that are covering it. You watching Fox, CNN, ESPN, whatever the fuck that other one is, MBSC, whatever it is. They are telling you propaganda. The foreign minister of Iran was interviewing with, I think it was MSBC or something like that. Y'all know the one I'm talking about, the other Democrat one. And the lady was like, the man asked him, well, are you sure you guys don't plan on creating long-range missiles that can reach the United States? And the foreign minister of Iran was like, yeah, we can promise we don't intend on building the missiles that reach the United States. The bitch then asked him, well, if you guys don't plan on making missiles that hit the United States, then why are you guys hitting US bases that are in the area? And he's like, because you guys are attacking us. That's the shit you get on mainstream media. Is that how dare Iran respond to us dropping missiles on them? How dare they hit buildings in Israel with civilians in them? How dare they? It's like, but y'all are sending missiles over there to Iran. Why wouldn't they respond?
And they have to do that for their people to show their people that they're putting up some level of resistance.
Absolutely. Just like we would expect America to respond.
Hell yeah, fucking right.
And we as Americans, when we look at these other countries, I feel like we put ourselves on a pedestal.
There is no doubt about that.
These countries are supposed to just sit back and let us bully them.
Yeah.
And it's like, what the hell would we do?
You know what we would do.
Exactly. Why? But wouldn't you expect, if you're Iranian and the United States sends a missile over there and it fucks up your apartment building, they kill 20 civilians, don't you expect your country to respond? That's why you pay taxes.
Yeah.
To pay for this, to pay for protection.
That's the number one responsibility. Protect your citizens. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's just ridiculous to me. Like, you know what? I thought about creating a game where you sort of play fucking president of the country and you help these people resolve this shit. Cause like, damn, it seems so simple to me.
It is simple. Hello? I'm so glad you said that. Yeah, we hear you, Cairo. It is simple, and we could break it down to a hood level if we knew how to do it. We know how to do some of it.
I know how to do it.
I believe you do, Solo.
I know how to do it. Why it seems so easy to me to be like,
it is Solo. That's powerful if you can do that. I've connected the dots between nations, like going through what we're witnessing right now, and neighborhoods doing that too. It's really the same shit, to be honest with you. You know what I'm saying? As far as like them going through battles and stuff. This might be off topic a little bit, but shout out to Tupac, because when Tupac had the Outlaws, that's what he did with them. He named all of them after world leaders. Now, these are hood dudes. These are dudes straight out of New Jersey, New York, a few other places. But it just showed Pac's mindset. And Pac named them, all of that whole group. I think it was the Outlaws. It wasn't Thug Life. It was Outlaws. They all was named after world leaders. So back to what we saying, Solo. When we could make that connection, when we could break, because even when I was growing up, I always thought, man, that shit is just, I can't process that shit. I'm not trying to figure that shit out. But then the older I got and started understanding it a bit more, you could see the correlation. Like, man, really, we going through the same shit when our different hoods or wards or boroughs go at each other. It's politics. Hey, y'all kill homies, so y'all be prepared. We striking back. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. I'll leave it there.
Yeah, Son Jones, I know you are. Just so you know. How you doing, by the way? Go ahead, Solo.
I was gonna say, but a lot of problems that they having right now in the Middle East is because I think it's a lot of superiority going on. Like a lot of these, and shockingly, it ain't. You know what? Shockingly, it ain't white versus black. Honestly, of course, they're always gonna be oppressing us, so we're always gonna be at the butt end of that.
Cairo, say good night, y'all.
But
all right, good night, Cairo. We appreciate you.
Good night. But when it comes to this shit, so basically it's like the white Christians versus the Muslims. And for some reason, the white Christians feel like they got a standard of superiority where they can tell these Muslim countries, Arab countries, what they can do, what their military can be like, what their financial system can be like, who they can have relationships with as it relates to being around the world. So it's kind of interesting to see this, to see sort of it live in action. Like Iran would never be able to tell the United States military, oh, you guys cannot have these type of missiles. Oh, you guys cannot have this type of Air Force. So why is it that America and Israel feel like they can tell Iran what type of country they can have?
Iran didn't win, and I'm being neutral with this, Solo. Iran didn't win World War II. And I'm very interested in hearing your thoughts on the reason the U.S. has that superiority is because after World War II, the United States became a global superpower. So can we connect that to superiority? So let's put this in context real quick, and I'm all ears to hear.
Is it legal though?
It's illegal. Slavery was legal, Solo.
No, I'm talking about, like, when I say legal, I mean like what?
You mean, is it right?
Yeah, that's a different way to put it.
I'm thinking that they can't control what another country, another sovereign country can do. You're saying that that's the superiority.
Yes, all right. And so
they've been doing that for a long time.
And
Solo,
imagine
if
if
you guys
Hitler
are saying that,
I think
question is, if you are the smaller country, do you say, okay, America, I'm going to accept your superiority, or do I fight like hell to be like, oh, hell no?
Fight like hell. However, we still putting this in context. What if Hitler would have won? You think Hitler would have been as nice as the U.S.?
I mean, I don't think Hitler's the worst person in the world, so maybe that's not a bad. That's not a good example.
Solo, I hear your points, but let's put this in context. The United States stopped and blocked Hitler from world domination. His agenda was clear: world domination. So imagine it, and he already had France and the UK in the headlock, in a chokehold. The U.S. gets involved, stops Hitler from world domination. So Hitler was after superiority. So I'm not speaking like a patriot. I'm just asking you. The U.S. doesn't have a earned level of superiority since World War II. I'm asking people in the comment section too, and don't take it easy. Share your thoughts.
To me, I guess that's not. I guess that's something that I would have to explore. That's a timeline that I would have to explore. I don't have just this. I don't think Hitler is the worst person or the worst outcome. I would have to explore that between his regime versus the United States regime.
And
I
the
don't
difference,
necessarily think that.
the
I
solo.
mean, what?
The difference is Hitler agenda was world domination. So the whole world knew that's what he was out to do. The
See,
US,
I don't accept that as like that was for show for show. I feel
then
like
why
that's
did
the
he send
propaganda that they want us to believe about Hitler.
what's propaganda about Hitler sending Japan to strike Pearl Harbor? What's propaganda about? So
No,
that's
I'm
how you
no. We're talking about your original statement about him, about your saying his agenda was
No,
we
was
still on it. I didn't
global.
pivot.
Like,
Uh-huh.
but that's why I said. That's why I said
I get what she
that
mean.
if you're telling me to pick between Hitler and the United States,
Pretty
that's
much.
something that I would just have to explore. I'm just not gonna say, oh, I wouldn't dare pick Hitler. I mean, I would have to consider it.
Okay.
I'm just saying, I would have to
Uh-huh.
consider that as what he under being under his regime would be. I only know what the United States regime has been, and I know it's been hell. So, would it be worse under Hitler?
It's a great
We
chance
may
we
not
wouldn't be
know.
it's a great chance we wouldn't be having this conversation if Hitler would have had his way.
And if the United States would have had its way, we wouldn't be having this motherfucker either.
No, we're having a conversation because the United States had his way. Like I say, I'm not speaking as a
No,
patriot. I'm speaking as a U.S. citizen that comprehends history to a certain degree, and also open and willing to learn. So what I'm saying
but I'm
is,
thinking that if the United States was to continue the way they wanted to work it, it's a possibility we wouldn't be having this conversation either.
but the proof that United States is not like
We're
Nazi
doing
Germany
it.
is the proof that we are having a conversation.
Yeah.
But
You
we
see
never
me?
got to experience that, so we don't know what it could have turned about back then. I mean, America, we had our experience in America where it was the worst of the worst. I mean, was it worse than did our atrocity? Is it worse than what they went through under Hitler, or what America did to us? Which one was worse? Which one you rather go under? What happened with the Holocaust of American chattel slavery?
If you
God,
stretch
which
the
one? Which
you
one?
listen.
Pick one.
Yeah, I'm choosing my thoughts real carefully right now because that's a hell of a question. But I'm about to say this: if you stretch the Holocaust out to the
No,
same amount as
We talking about the historical event.
all right, so
Which
that's
one
what
was
I'm saying.
worse?
So, well, if you're gonna do that, then I got to use the word per capita. So I'm gonna use per capita because with the Holocaust, they was just straight up rounding them people up and throwing them in the ovens. With slavery was ain't no way, and I'm not here trying to make the Holocaust sound worse than slavery. With slavery was an economic engine, and if your ass got out of line, it was consequences. Can we agree on that before I go any further?
Hell no, because they was killing
Okay.
us too. They was killing us on the way here.
Understood, and I'm not disputing that. What I'm saying is the atrocities, and I know this has been a discussion, and people try to compare the two. But when Hitler turned up the heat, it wasn't no slavery for them over there in Nazi Germany. They round them up, put them in the oven. That's what happened. So for
But
you
check
to
this out. Okay, but check
you
this
asked
out.
me,
But check this
let
out.
me
Which
repeat
one?
the
Which
question
one?
you asked though. You
Which
asked me
one?
which one would I want to go through. At least with slavery, you like, well, shit, you can kind of finesse and maneuver your way. Not everybody, like you said, a lot of our ancestors didn't make it. I'm gonna go ahead and bring the Kanye statement up. When he said slavery was a choice, the issue I had with it was, well, damn, fam, what if your great grand ancestors who was in slavery thought that way, and they terminated themselves, and they chose not to go through slavery and got killed? You wouldn't be here to say that, bro. I hope that made sense. Just think about that.
But I
Imagine
can
if,
say the same thing about them. Not every one of them was killed either.
but what I get what you're saying, and we
Bro,
don't have to.
stop doing that shit, Brian. Put your last on.
let's get back. You want to get back to the world domination thing, or you want to stay on this? So
I wanted you to pick which atrocities you rather experience.
and here's what I'm saying. I would rather pick U.S. slavery, and you know why? Because our ancestors survived it, and if they didn't survive it, you and I wouldn't be here having this conversation. Now that don't mean,
But
huh?
look. This is why I rather pick Hitler's regime, because this is why I rather pick it. Because look, let's just say, for example, if I was, first of all, the reason why I'm never picking chattel slavery, because you was born in it and you died in it. This shit lasted 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, 6 years tops. 6 years tops. And these people, you got people who got captured, went through the experience of being in that concentration camp, and then were freed. Our ancestors, the chattel slavery we went through for 200 and something years,
And
they
that's
never experienced that.
see in crime, and right here in our cities, and when they say per capita, that means it don't matter what the population difference is. We're saying the type of murder rate that's going on in this small town rivals of Memphis, Chicago. That's what come on, you know what per capita means. So that's what I'm saying. When you compare the Holocaust to slavery, once it was up and on to where they was rounding them up, you knew what the fate was. It ain't no we putting you to work, we putting you in this whatever they called it, the ovens they was putting them in. With us, they was put. So you asked me to choose, and but you went right back to the time frame. You went back to 3 years, and I'm saying, okay, you got a point. In historical context, I can't get around that. But if you asking me to choose, I'm like, damn, that's really a tough choice. But I'm
Because we
saying
already put past the fact that you survived.
that's the point I'm making. So
Because you gotta give that same consideration to chattel slavery. You coming from Africa, you gotta do this day trip. You gotta do this motherfucking month trip across the Atlantic Ocean. You may or may not die, just like they may or may not survive what Hitler had coming for them. Right? So you didn't got past that. Now you done made it. Now you finna have to experience what it is that you've got to experience as an American slave. And now,
so
as a victim of the Holocaust,
you no,
you've already found out they're not about to kill you. They're not going to
okay. Now
put you in
you gave me hold
rich
on.
experience.
You gave me enough time to think. So let's say a person was born in slavery in 1860. So the same way you said the Holocaust was only 3 years. Let's say a person was born in 18. Oh well, so they only did 3 years of slavery because slavery was over in 1863. That's why I wanted to kind of compare what was happening over the time frame, and the reason I tried to do that because eventually you did what I thought you was gonna do, which okay, well it was only 3 years. I get that, Solo, but what was happening? I'm like, hot damn! Like, give me a chance.
But look, Taj. Even when you're talking about the punishment, they're punished. They used to have to work. We don't have records that Hitler was tying them up to trees, beating them with bull whips for hours, raping them. I haven't read that in
One
no
second.
damn Holocaust book.
What did y'all
I
debate
know,
on?
Jamie. Yeah,
What is
Jamie, we did a
I know,
pivot into
yeah.
we was talking about the Iran topic, and then it kind of went into a pivot on
Yeah,
what we're
went into
talking
a
about
deep
now.
hole.
But
Never mind.
we could bring it back to the question. But no, that was
Never
interesting. That was, I mean, if you made the time frame
I don't
equal,
know, Rona. I just
But
asked
the
them that.
time
That's why I
frame
had to
wasn't
intervene.
equal.
yeah, if we made the time frame equal, that's a
The
very
time
interesting
frame
question.
wasn't equal though, Taj.
You're right,
But
it wasn't equal, but
you
that
keep
don't mean
changing the facts. When I told you to pick which we was talking about America superior versus Hitler superiority. Which regime as black people would we like to be under? And I said, well, I don't know. I don't know what Hitler's regime would have been like.
well. Let me tell you, Hitler wanted a pure race, and we wasn't included. So when I'm not here to make the U.S. slavery sound like it wasn't as bad as it was. It's one of the worst experiences in human history. However, Hitler let it be known what he believed in and what he was pushing to do. And he wanted a pure white race, which he wasn't qualified. He said he wanted blonde hair, blue eyes. He had brown eyes. and olive skin. Some people say he had a Jewish grandparent. So his agenda was not democracy. His agenda was world domination by Nazi Germany, and you was gonna get down and lay down. And who stopped him from making everybody get down and lay down? The United States.
So let me go ahead and intervene with this real quick. So basically, something I wanted to highlight, and I can't help but to do it. It kind of goes a little biblical with this. So we know that Trump gave this big long speech after the bombings and stuff like that, and at the end of it, he was saying to the Iranian citizens, basically, your time of freedom. I'm paraphrasing, but your time of freedom is here. I did something that no other president ever did. He always got to pat himself on the back for some shit he did. But he's and basically, he was saying that it's going to be yours for the taking. As far as the regime, like I was talking about, the leadership is going to be different or whatever, and more than likely, it's going to be a pro-America leader. Like they're not going to let a random that's going to be opposing against us or opposing against Israel. It's going to be somebody that obviously agrees with us. So the reason I'm saying this is one of the prophecies that the quote unquote the beast, the Antichrist, supposed to fulfill is to bring the peace in the Middle East. So if he was to be able to successfully, let's say that this works out.
Who's supposed to be doing that?
Trump.
You said the mark of the beast?
Yeah, no, not the mark of the beast, the beast, which is another word for the people, what they call the Antichrist. The mark of the beast is something that he makes the world receive. But yeah, so if Trump is, let's say it works out the way he does, and he brings that, technically that would be bringing peace to the Middle East, because if he forces the Iranian people to accept that government, and let's say that government works out for them, they're like, hey, we like it, because I already uncovered, earlier how a lot of the citizens were somewhat relieved by new government, because they didn't like him to a degree. So if they put him, an America-like person, in place, Israel's already, pro-America, obviously, because we're hand to hand, we're buddy already. That would technically bring peace to the Middle East, which hasn't been going on since forever, right? And I know.
I thought the Messiah was supposed to be bringing. I thought the Messiah was supposed to be bringing peace in the Middle East, in the world peace.
Listen to what I'm saying. The Antichrist is supposed to bring peace to it too, and claim to be the Messiah. That's something he's supposed to do. So what's going to happen is it's only going to be a temporary peace. Not going to be a full peace. It's going to be temporary. He has to fool the world. I kind of talked on this last Sunday. He has to fool the world to believe this is the best thing you have ever seen, and then flip it on you. Oh, you have to accept this to be a part of this. So what I'm saying is, I know a lot of people has been looking at Trump to be the Antichrist. I still am on the fence and saying, no, I believe it's going to be somebody out of his cap. But I'm putting it out there because I got to say that do have me side-eyeing it. And I want to get your take on that. Even though, Taj, I know you don't subscribe to Revelation, but this is in Revelation.
All right, so I'll sit that one out, right? Because I mean, if I had to bet, I'm going with the Torah over Revelations. And the Torah is what Moses taught. That actually the prophet. So I sit that one out because I would lean more towards prophet Isaiah and all them over because those were prophetic revelations as well. So I'll just listen on this one.
And what they say, Taj?
They're saying that the Messiah is a military Messiah. The Lord is a man of war, born through the birth canal of a woman, a mother, and is going to lead the nation of Israel and the rest of the world to world peace, as you just said. And that the
Wait,
Messiah is
no,
going.
but he's saying that this is a beast. He's saying that this is one
Yeah,
of the
the
beasts that
Antichrist supposed to come.
Right,
some
but
scripture.
that's why
And be
James was like, see, I'm pretty much sit this out
pretty
because
much this is why I tell folks a lot too. The devil is always the devil, the evil entity, whatever it is you want to call it. They always are gonna try to make a similar um mimic to what God or the creator or whatever it is you want to refer to it as already has out. They have to make a copy of it. So you have the Messiah. The Antichrist is the opposite of the Messiah people. So all the things that the Messiah supposed to do, which is world peace, is one of them. The Antichrist is going to do it as well. He's going to make his own version of it.
and that's possible.
I mean, I ain't never read that in the Bible, but if you say it's in there, I
Oh,
believe you.
absolutely. I can show it
I
to
ain't
you.
never read that he was supposed to. I mean, you don't have to.
Okay.
I thought it was the Messiah that was supposed to bring world peace, and I
It
thought
is.
that
It is,
the
And it
what you
is.
call is the
but when you
prophecy
mix
that it's gonna
solo, when you
always be war.
mhm,
Well, it's gonna always be war in the Middle East until God put His people there. That
right.
was my that's what
Right.
I
That's why I
thought.
said
So I don't
temporary.
know nothing about I don't know nothing about this Antichrist uh creating world peace in the Middle East temporarily. But maybe I'll learn something. I ain't saying it ain't in there. I'm just saying I ain't never read it.
I know. I'm not. I'm not.
But
I'm not.
it's the difference between. Let me use what Solo said before. That's Christian theology, which they have a freedom of belief to put out there. That and the Old Testament don't teach that. The Old Testament teach a man will be born, and that man will become the Messiah, and he will reign supreme from New Jerusalem, and it will be world peace, with New Jerusalem being the city of the one world government of love. So nobody would be above the government of love. All right, so just sell our souls to the devil for the illusion of a few dollars. So that's running, responding to Miss 2D. I forgot the other name, Miss 2D wanted us to call it. You gotta refresh my memory. All right, so
Bradford, just
Ronald,
so you know.
huh?
Go ahead, my bad.
No, Ronald say Jared Kushner for the Antichrist.
That's possible.
And but that is Christian theology, to each his own. You got Christian theology, you got the Old Testament prophecies. So they both prophecies, and we just got to see which one gonna become true. It could be both.
Bradford, just for the record, I agree. I think you, DeMarcus, too.
Oh shit.
DV, you running out of
Conveniently, you pop in when DeMarcus gone, and when you leave, DeMarcus come back. I'm just saying,
that's a dead
conveniently.
giveaway.
That's what they've been talking about the whole
Dead
time.
giveaway.
It's that.
DV, that's a dead giveaway, bro. That's a dead. Yeah, it is.
What he say? He said, "Solo, when you go, let us see if the voice match the face." Who you talking about?
What
That's
happened?
Rondo said that. Jared is a Jew. So Ronald say Jared is a Jew. Tasha, there
That's
you
a
go,
lie. He a
Tasha. I haven't
European.
seen you in a while, so I forgot the name. All right, I'm Tasha. Trump does not believe in righteousness, period. That's one reason he's going off during Ramadan. Ooh, I ain't even consider that. He is popping off during Ramadan. Ooh, damn. Man, they done. They done over there. Trump, I forgot all about that. Like them Islamic countries over there, they don't want it. It may be something that could get more disrespectful than that, but like he punking them in every kind of way possible. And I told y'all the first
I
time, I
don't
think
think
Solo.
so.
Oh, let me hear what you think, Solo.
The United States government. See, it was always supposed to be a regime change. They was trying to kill the Ayatollah, whatever that man name is, and like the issue with that plan was that Iran has a constitution. So just like if we have planned the way this country is supposed to run in the event our leader becomes incapacitated. So we have a plan on how we plan on replacing him, right? It's not like you kill king, a king or something like that. Like we have sort of a process on how this works. So, they end up killing the guy, but see, I don't think the Iran is looking to win a war against the United States. They're looking to win a war. They're seeking to seek a lot of damage by bombing our military bases. And I'm gonna answer that question that was left in the chat about that. Then they're looking to destroy the Middle Eastern country that we can't talk about. Because they have to make sure that this never happens again, that they know that you can never do this again, because they are saying, we don't want you guys to run the government. So if you're saying you don't want me to run the government, then I either have to fight for my people or I have to agree to be a prisoner of war or agree to die for my people. So they're saying we got to fight to the end. So they don't intend on letting up off of the United States or Israel over
Well, we
there.
gonna
And
see.
eventually the
So
United
how
States is gonna run out
all
of
right.
ammunition.
All right, so it just popped off Saturday. How's it going? Y'all bring me up to speed. It just you said Trump just bombed them Saturday, this Sunday. So you mean he just bombed them yesterday?
Well, it was Saturday morning. We woke up. He had bombed them the night before.
All right, so this day 2, going into day 3.
Yeah,
Ronald, I got you.
I was live. I was actually live Friday when it happened because it was here. It probably was what, maybe midnight, 1 in the morning, some shit like that.
Uh-huh. Yeah, you
Saturday.
text me the morning after. You actually notified me, Jamie, that it happened when you said what's his name? Don't call me tall or some shit like
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
I didn't even know Trump had did that. But yeah, Ron, you know what? I intended to read that comment, so I'm gonna scroll back because that was an interesting comment, and I got to get a definition of that megalomaniac word you using. Damn, it won't let me scroll that
Oh
high up.
yeah, somebody was
And
and somebody was in the chat complaining that not Trump, that the Iranians were bombing other Middle Eastern countries. Um, but
Uh,
the thing about it is, the way I think Iran look at it, I think they look at it as an act of betrayal. Like we're supposed to be brothers, say of Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Lebanon. We're all Arabic. We're all Muslim. Like we supposed to be brothers, and you're letting the enemy put a military base in your country to threaten us, because you know that this has been a plan for 30 years. They've been trying to take this regime out for decades at this point. So this isn't new. This is something that they've been planning to do. So you knowing that this country has beef with me, we're supposed to be brothers, and you're letting them put military bases in your government. I mean, in your country, as station housing, as headquarters. They have weapons where they can fire weapons off of these military bases into my country, and you're letting them station missiles, all type of missiles, fire jets, all type of shit in your country on these bases. You're really not acting like a brother right now.
They're not. And well articulated, but it seemed like when I said it, you took issue with it. So I pretty much made the same point. 100% of what you just said. I made this when they had the 2-3 week battle last year. I told you I was on X keeping up with it, and I was following Iran and Israel, and Iran made a post to the whole Islamic world, the whole Middle East, like, yo, stand with your brother. And they didn't. So what make you think they got any chance of I'm not telling them to wave the white flag. You know what I mean? I believe in, hey, fight to the last breath if somebody try to come into your house. Even Jesus give you the right to do that. Even Jesus don't tell you to turn your other cheek with somebody trying to come in your house and overpower you. Do what you got to do to protect what's yours. I'm all for that. But the reality is, Solo, and it's right back to you, when they had that 2-3 week battle last year, they put out a post like, and nobody hit the like button. Nobody left a comment. When I say nobody, I'm talking about the Islamic countries over there. None of them came to the camaraderie or the solidarity with Iran. So
Because they're all because the people who are running these governments are also in bed with the Middle Eastern country that we can't talk about. These now what I'm talking about, that groups that support Iran are these what y'all call terrorist groups and rebel groups like
that's what they
Hamas.
are. What you mean y'all call? Clarify that,
I
Solo.
mean,
What you mean y'all
that's what
call?
I'm saying. I mean, y'all
They're
call
not
them terrorist
nations.
groups, but they're political parties. I mean,
That's a
we
stretch. These are like militias. If they was in the United States, because even militias in the United States got to register with the state. I don't think these militias are registered with. Maybe they are. I don't know that much about
I
Middle
mean,
East
but
militias.
I mean, it's probably a different system. Like they probably don't have to do. What I'm saying is, these rebel groups, they are political parties with a different name. You like to call them, but they are political parties with their own military, and that's who you see doing those what you would call terrorist shit. But like if they get power over Saudi Arabia or Iran, they have a military that they are going to instill and put and give the power to.
Right.
So I think that those groups that the West call terror groups, I think those are the groups that are going to help Iran.
It's
Not
they try those most of those groups have been we're I had it right the first time. I'm covering this almost as like a commentator. So I don't have no dog in the fight. I'm just watching world history unfold. And those groups you talking about, Solo, they done pretty much wiped 80% of them out. You're talking about pretty much gangs. I give them a little more dignity to that. I think militia is the right word. And that's all Iran had on their side. I think one is called Hezbollah or some shit like that.
which they are
Houthis and
still
all.
like the Hezbollah just bombed Israel. They joined in on the fight in Lebanon.
That's
They
what I'm
were bombing
saying.
Israel from the north. So like
Right.
Iran had support.
Do you all right? That does count as support. Is that kind of support? It's not like having a national military support, though. That's the difference. And most of those type of groups have gotten wiped out. I do think Hezbollah is registered with the whatever country they're in. I think they're actually, sanctioned by the country, whichever one they exist in. I can't even remember that. But remember, that's how, when you study world history, that's how the U.S. get down. The U.S. will go into a country and empower one of those type of groups that's pro-democracy and say, hey, if we're going to give y'all the weapons, we're going to give y'all the guns, good luck. If y'all could overthrow this regime, we'll help y'all install democracy. This goes back to the conversation you and I was just having when Jamie took the bathroom break. That's the difference between the U.S. empire and the Nazi Germany empire. The Nazi Germany empire was world domination. and we think certain people in this world need to be eliminated because they're blocking our
Like the
progress.
United States and the Israel government.
But it's not on paperwork. Even if you believe that, the Nazi
Oh my
Germany
God,
agenda,
it was
I can
a
show you speeches,
within the
Solo, with the
last
Nazi
13 years they
Germany
have
agenda.
bombed
Solo, we're not gonna
multiple
go off
countries. They
track.
have literally bombed every country in the Middle East. Iran ain't did that. Saudi Arabia ain't did that. The United States and Israel has done that. Trump has bombed 3 countries and invaded, quote unquote, I mean, entering their airspace without their fucking permission is probably a war crime. But Trump has bombed 3 countries in a year. You're what have we heard Iran dropping them type of bombs on any damn body?
Yeah, you gonna
You
see. Yeah,
can't
it's all
call
hell gonna
you
break
can't
loose.
call Hezbollah and Hamas a terrorist group if the United States and Israel is not a terrorist group. Especially Israel. If we just talk about Iran for Israel, we're not even gonna talk about Gaza. Because we already know that is straight terrorism.
Uh-huh.
We ain't even counting it. We talking about what they've done to Iran. Israel is who's attacked all the Arabian countries in their area.
Right.
All the countries they have attacked. So it's crazy how that we condemn these Muslim rebel groups, terrorist groups,
Okay, the
and
echo.
then
Yeah, I think let me turn the volume down.
we
Can y'all hear
America
me when I turn the volume all the way down?
yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess that's just the volume on my end. But I can keep going, Solo.
I'm just saying that I think these people I haven't heard about them. They say Iran is just this crazy, group of all this, that, and the other. They so bad, so bad. I ain't heard any news about them attacking all their neighbors until now when they got attacked. Then they responded. The regime change need to come in Israel.
All right.
Yeah, folks gotta realize that echo is back.
Yeah, that's for some reason, even when I turn the volume up a little, damn.
What is it the volume so that you can hear?
Yeah, the volume on the phone, like the side of the phone, like when I turn it up, that's when the echo is probably stronger now as I'm speaking because I turned it up a little. But when I turn it down, I can't really hear y'all speak, but y'all can hear me.
Got it.
But we'll work it out. In the scheme of things, Trump is ghetto as hell. Yeah, for sure. Trump owns
Yeah,
7
no.
countries since taking office: Somalia, Iraq, Yemen, Iran, Syria, Nigeria, and Venezuela. No white countries. And Ronald, I couldn't get to that other comment about the megalo. Let me see if it's let me scroll now. I might be able to find it.
So I wasn't going to touch on this because I was going to have a segment talking about the straw man theory, right? But I decided I needed to do some of my notes actually got deleted for one thing, and I wanted to make sure I had a little bit more thorough research to be able to bring that out. But I'm going to touch on something because of kind of what Tasha's comment kind of led me to go ahead and say something on it. You got to realize the president of the United States is not really the president of the country. He's the president of the corporation. The United States of America is a corporation, people. It's a difference. And he's a businessman first. He's not a politician. So he's basically gonna make whatever move that's best for making money. All the other shit, he don't give a damn about. Trump has dropped bombs in 7 countries since taking office: Somalia, Iraq, Yemen, Iran, Syria, Nigeria, and Venezuela. No white countries.
Bro, I said you was DeMarcus 20 minutes ago. Why you still fucking with me in the chat?
Man, Bradford, shut your weak ass up, bro. I keep telling you that, bro. Shut your
I mean, the thing is, Trump is a con man and a scam artist. Which I mean, maybe if he wasn't white, people wouldn't have bought into that bull crap. But
con man
Trump,
and businessman work one and the same kind of.
I mean, for me, I just operate within a moral capacity. Like everything I do, it has to line up with me morally. And regardless of how much money you make, it has to line up with your morals. And I just feel like everyone in the world should do that. And everything you do, any business decision you make, anything you do should line up with your morals. And if you fail to do that, that makes me look at you as sort of less than human. Because how do you sort of not consider the moral ground when making a decision? Like ideology, everything is, it's whatever. So with Trump, I mean, I think I don't care. I don't care because you know what? If he was a black person, y'all would have never voted for him. Y'all excuse him because he white. So you get what you voted for. You get what you get. You get it. You get it.
Yeah, well, that's why they separated church from state, so the state didn't have to have morals. All right, Ronald, I see you. Let me get to Ronald real quick. Thanks for retyping that comment. So
Well,
Ronald
but when
say,
you ask them when you ask them why they support Israel, they go to Genesis.
right.
Damn.
Great point, Solo. Great point. All right, so a megalomaniac is a person with an obsession for power, wealth, and grand schemes, often characterized by delusions of grandeur, inflated self esteem, and a desire to dominate others. Now, let's go to your next comment that says Hitler, Napoleon, Stalin, Putin, Netanyahu, Emperor Nero, Julius Caesar were all megalomaniacs. Got you, bro. I appreciate the clarification. That's exactly right, Tasha. About what exactly right about what, Tasha? Oh, the separation of church and state thing.
Yeah, see, that's what damn.
Yeah, that's me. Let me mute the
Robert was talking about though. He was saying that they're going to make the church and the state together to force Sunday worship. He's saying that's coming soon.
so that'll be between the Vatican and the state of Israel. Because how you gonna get the Jewish people to work on Saturday?
See, that's the point. So it's very few people that actually worships on, you know, on Saturday. It's not a lot of them. So getting the rest of the people to convert over, to say you have to worship on Saturday, on Sunday, won't be a big deal because majority of them do it anyway. It's the ones that's actually keeping the covenant, and you know, honoring the real Sabbath that will have an issue with that. And I told you, I don't know, something might just happen. to them because something has to happen for Rome to grow out the seed like out of nowhere. So
But if we're saying that allegedly that country we got to be careful of talking about has, I mean, Solo says they have control. I say influence. How could the Vatican usurp that? And so if y'all, because you and Jamie, you did a somewhat of a pivot from control to influence, but not playing semantics. If y'all saying that Middle Eastern country nobody can talk about has influence or control over the U.S., how could the Vatican influence the U.S. to merge? That's unconstitutional to merge church and state. That's like in the First Amendment. Separate
right.
church from
Right, but
state. And
that's
they
old.
did that
They've
so
been
the
doing
state can
that.
do immoral things. Huh?
Ooh, my God.
But that's old. They've been doing that.
Hey, say that again, Solo.
I said, Taj, but that's old. They've been doing it. They've been merging state and church. They've been merging it. And I know that from the fact that they used to say all the time, we need to put God, we need to put the church back in schools. We need to put the Bible back in schools. So that tells me that at some point the Bible was in schools. I mean, now they got it where they got the 10 Commandments put in every school in Oklahoma or some shit like that.
Yeah, Oklahoma. That's Christian nationalism. They call that Christian nationalism.
Yeah, so I mean, that's just like anything else in the Constitution. They say it's a law, but they always find a loophole on how we're gonna get it, how we're gonna get around it.
Nah, Ron, I don't think that's what it is. No, Sunday was that was, what'd you say, Solo?
I was just gonna say, just to add on what I was saying, I was like, they gave us the 14th Amendment, and they still discriminating against us.
So some people do say that though, actually, that they worship on Sunday because he rose on a Sunday. But that's
That ain't
ignorant.
what the Bible tell you to do.
Right.
That ain't what the Bible tell you. The New Testament don't even tell you to worship on Sunday.
Of course. But that's what I'm saying. But some of them do say that. I know this because I grew up going to church every goddamn Sunday and going into some of the churches and shit. I've heard them say that shit. But they don't even, they don't realize that it was the Roman Catholic Church that switched that and made them encourage them to worship on Sunday. And then,
right,
how it works with us. Once we're used to doing something as a people for so long, we just keep following it, even when it's been basically proven to them that this is not right. We'll make excuses to keep doing it. But the separation of the church part, to combine the state and the church. So that is unconstitutional, yes. But they have been trying to make that come together for a while now, but they just keep losing that battle. Like the last time that they got kind of close to making that something, it got shut down. That was during the time of Ronald Reagan. But they're trying to do it again. If you pay attention, a lot of people are comparing Trump to Reagan. So it kind of makes sense.
The reason they're losing is because Christian nationalism is exactly what the titles say. They don't want to allow any other faith doctrines into the state. So that's why it's called Christian nationalism, because if Islam or Buddhism, they say, hey, if you're gonna put that in there, then put this in there with it. And they're like, nah, no, this is a Christian nation. But that's not true. So we'll see what happens.
So I think this war gonna be done quick, or it's gonna go over for a while.
I actually wanted to ask, I was gonna ask that too. What's everybody's prediction? So what's y'all prediction?
I miss everything you said.
I said eventually the United States is gonna run out of ammunition.
Nah, I doubt that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's for
but I
sure.
mean, what's the portion of the budget? And it's sort of a rhetorical question, but the amount of money we put towards that's what we spend the most money on is ammunition and military.
Right,
You got
but
bases.
you gotta realize, Taj, they in the Middle East. They not in Alaska. They not on our bases. That's our Navy. The Army not even over there. That's our Navy and Air Force that's been out. You know what's fucked up is that them sailors thought that they were on their way home because they had been out there for 8 months, and they say that they thought they was on their way home, and they got orders to go to the Middle East. Now they in the middle of a goddamn war. They thought they was going home. They thought they was finna go dock and go home to their families, and now they're at war.
So there you go. If that don't prove that the U.S. is the global superpower, what other nation can do that? Have
I mean, I
ships
don't think
that close
anyone
to
is
the
arguing
U.S.?
it.
Huh?
I said I don't think nobody's arguing it.
All right. So if nobody's arguing that, is the U.S. gonna run out of ammunition? Because that's what you just said a few breaths ago.
Yes, because they're not their bases has been bombed. They can't
Hey,
fly the
man.
planes from their bases. They can't go there and get what?
Yeah. No.
Yeah,
You
they
talking
are in the
about
middle
war
of it.
hawks? I mean, this is
Yeah,
this.
no, this say that. That's all over the news right now. Is how is how they the United States is gonna run out of ammunition because they can't go against Iran. Iran at home. They don't have enough
But
weapons to go to
Iran
war.
is already boxed in, so low. We circling the wagon at this point.
But
We
what do
just
you mean
said
they're boxed in?
because we just agreed 30 breaths ago that no other Islamic country is coming to their defense. So
But
that's
why
how they're
would they
boxed
need
in.
why would they need their defense?
If they didn't need the defense, why did they put out a post asking their Muslim Brotherhood to stand with them?
Taj, I don't think that's what's going on right now. The- Iran been throwing missiles at the United States and Israel nonstop. They're not at
It's an
all.
old iPhone. Let me see if this works. Damn. It's the older one, Jamie. So you got the adapter. That was a good idea, though. Damn. All right.
I don't know why it's doing that. Usually with the mattress there, it don't do that. Oh shit. No, that was a good idea though. I don't know. Yeah. So Solo.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a comment commercial break. All right, so let me see. Tasha say, all I see for me. All right, my bad. I'm trying to get. All right, here we go. All right, let's see what Ryan got to say about. I'm trying to get back up to where. Okay, I think it's right here with the 7-day Adventist worship on Saturday, and that was from Tasha. All I see for me said is already here. Yes, separation of church and state. So that was Tasha agreeing with me on that. And then Ryan comes and says, do Christians worship on Sunday because Jesus rose on a Sunday? Jamie answered that already. Ryan came back. Separation of church and state simply means the country will have no official religion and will have religious freedom. That's a fact. That's what the Constitution say. But it also, you left something out, Ron. It also pretty much tells the church not to interfere or talk politics from the pulpit. So that's a part of the separation as well. In other words, mind your business, pray, but practice whatever faith you want, but stay
Keep
out of
them niggas in
state
check.
business. So that's a part of it too. That's a very important part of it because it's not like they saying, hey, you can talk politics from the pulpit. You can lose your 501c3 for doing that. All right, Tasha say they don't care about the Constitution. They want what they want when they want it. Hence the evangelicals, Christian nationalism. All I see for me, UAN, most of us know Sunday is out of pocket and go ahead because, it's been, don't like this. It's been, my bad for, but.
I think she was basically.
All right. Ron made a good point with this. And we've always said this. Christian nationalism has nothing to do with Christianity. Fully agree. His second sentence. Even Tellerico said that. Christian nationalism is a synonym for white supremacy. Absolutely. All right, let's see here. I think it's going to fester like a hayfire and implode with more nations joining either side. Who's going to join Iran? Tasha?
Hold
No,
on.
that ain't Tasha, my bad. That's Free Thinker. So Free Thinker never summit. Who's going to join? That's what me and Solo been going back and forth about for the last
I
20
already
minutes.
told y'all who it's gonna be.
Who?
It's gonna be motherfucking China.
China. It's the same country that told them to lower their red military flag in 2020 when Trump killed a top general over there. And Iran raised their red flag like they was ready for war, but they lowered it right back down. And
Because
allegedly,
China issued the warning already, and like I said, they're deeply invested into Iran. So they ain't gonna like this shit with what they're doing. Because you know United States gonna try to take over. But they're gonna basically do something about it, because if the United States take over Iran, you know they're gonna try to take over the resources too. That's just how we do. Pro capitalism, you know that's what we do. So we're gonna take over the oil and shit that Iran have, just like they doing with Venezuela. And afterwards, that's gonna put China and the other people that receive theirs from Iran in a bad bind. I meant to say, and they're gonna be like, "No, man, we can't do that. We're gonna have to intervene because So that's my pick. I think eventually China's gonna get involved.
You know what I think? I think Trump gonna be begging their ass to stop sending missiles to Israel, stop aiming at the Abraham Lincoln. And I think that they're gonna be trying to come out with a deal, but I don't think Iran is gonna be too happy to jump on reaching an agreement with them.
What's the Abraham Lincoln?
I think Iran is trying to destroy, cause significant damage, financial damage to the United States and Israel.
You said they're aiming at the Abraham Lincoln?
Yeah, well, it's been two different reports. Like, of course, they have intelligence on it. Like, they know where it's sitting, but supposedly it's so far out that they can't reach it. But I did see reports that Iran claimed to have struck it 4 times.
Struck what? That's the part I'm trying to.
The Abraham Lincoln, the aircraft carrier.
Gotcha. All right.
Captain Saver, ho ho. What are we talking about right now? The names these folks be coming in here with, it's crazy. But Israel didn't they have enough attack in Palestine? Now they going way back to biblical times. Trump said Kamala Harris would take us to World War III. Some people say Harris lost because of Gaza.
She did lose because of Gaza.
I've heard
yes, yes, the Democrats lost because of Gaza. We watched them fund a war. We watched them fund worse than a war. We watched them fund a genocide against the Palestinian people, while at the same time denying us social programs that they were supposed to be running on. Right? We were supposed to be getting certain shit from Biden ass that we never got, but yet they were sending money to Ukraine. We watched them fund
Georgia.
a
Remember
war.
they made her feel it. They say, "Oh, so you ain't got nothing to give us, but you still giving all that money?" Okay, watch this. Gotta ask.
Right, Lord, I want red.
So yeah, Kamala lost. I don't say Kamala lost. The Democrats lost because of Gaza, which is crazy because a lot of Americans don't vote off of international policy. They vote off of domestic policies. But damn, the Democrats, they lost big time. You lost to international policy.
Right.
Well,
I'm.
I don't agree with that because a lot of people vote Democrat regardless of who the fuck they
I
put
was
up.
about to
They could
say
have put up
that's an
any
excuse.
damn body and people would have voted
It,
Democrat
it
for
ain't got nothing
whoever
to
it
do with
would
the
have been.
days she had.
Yeah, no.
Oh,
If she run again, she gonna lose again.
'cause this is the thing. Y'all folks keep saying that. You gotta remember, she didn't even win the primary. She didn't. No one voted for her to even be the Democratic nominee. Nobody voted for that. They forced that, and people just only vote. The people that did vote for her only voted against Trump. They wasn't really voting for her. Really, they was voting against Trump. So she
Trump ain't
ran.
did shit for her.
You said what?
I said Trump. I'm responding to Donald. Trump ain't did shit for us.
So Jamie, you said just a quick recap. You saying China gonna come to Iran rescue.
I believe if this thing becomes an ongoing thing, and it gets to the point that America is trying to take over them, it's a possibility. Because I think for sure China I told you need to watch them motherfuckers. I think China and Israel both have aspirations to become the next world superpower, and they're like, hey, look how long they have been on the top. If we work together, we might just can get them. I feel like that's going on behind closed doors.
I
All
don't
right.
think neither. I don't think Trump or China or Russia are gonna get involved.
Read the comments from your phone without the feedback.
Mhm.
Fine. Tasha, all I see for me, I think Dita, all Dallas, Ron, all of them. It's coming with some good comments. Yeah, so yeah, I agree with that. Christian nationalism.
Trump owns crypto and the stock market. That was plenty for the people who were invested. What would you say to the allegations that blacks are worthless and don't take care of their children?
Not true.
But
I have
this
a
this a
question.
white person. This a white person that's trying to troll and be a ugly ass racist piece of shit. And I'm not about to give him that energy. But it's definitely not true. When I'm dropping the next episode of my show? That's a good question, bro. I've been saying I'm gonna do it for a while and then still been holding back. Who knows? Probably this week.
You said that for a month ago.
Hey, shut up. Now for that, I'm gonna make sure I drop it this week because you talking.
I'm just saying. I want to see the. Let me stop.
So here's Ron sort of making the point I made before, and I don't think he was around. The U.S. loves Israel because Israel is our only ally in the Middle East, and they have nuclear weapons. Think about the chessboard. So I've been making that point. I call it the 51st state. Pretty much the same thing. He's saying the same thing. Israel is America's way of getting into they're already in the Middle East, but just really having a bigger footprint over there. So
Well, the crash of the American dollar is part of the plan. I already don't talked about that free thing because I'm not sure if you were in here when I was talking about that, but that's part of the plan. Because once they do that, they can force that next currency that I was talking about. And then they're going to give us that temporary peace, make us think everything's all good, and then flip the switch.
Don't come in here trying to be on our side now, big time. You didn't came in here with all that racist bull crap.
Right.
The fuck out of here.
That's
what I want to know, MAGA. How the hell, all the hell y'all raised this for this country, all the blood on y'all hands that y'all have shed of other people for this country, how y'all let the Israelis, other European fucking immigrants come and take over y'all damn country? Answer that.
That's a good question.
How y'all let these white fucking immigrants come here and steal y'all country?
So I'm confused on you right now, big time. So you hate Trump. You look like you hate Blacks. You hate Israel. Who the fuck side you on? That boy hate everything.
He a white liberal. Look, Jamie, he a liberal.
It sound like it.
You know they be racist as hell. You know the liberals be racist as hell. That's why you here talking shit about black people and Israel.
He like money
So
bad.
he a liberal. And
I
he
don't
hate
like
Trump.
niggas. I don't like Israel. I don't like nobody. Oh shit. I like my own race. Okay, you want to make bad niggas. I got you.
What is his race?
White.
Why? Let me stop. I ain't gonna get you. I ain't gonna do that. I ain't
You crazy. It's kind of crazy you
racist
saying
like
that. Y'all forced to take care of our race. I'm pretty sure it's the other way around. I'm pretty sure of that. History would tell us that, idiot.
But you know what? He one of the ones that he just read the headlines. He don't read books for real.
Like that's crazy as hell. Like your little ugly ass granddad, grandmama, all them. You know, y'all were your great granddad and stuff were fed by our black women's breasts. You know that, right? So who's taking care of who, ugly ass nigga?
Black women are the mothers of America.
Right, that's crazy. What the fuck are we talking about? Y'all don't need us. That's I mean, that's good, my boy. That's good.
So just figure something out. I definitely don't care to be around.
Boy, hey, what part of the country you in, big time? You up this late. And I'm pretty sure you got to be the poorest, the brokest, the nappiest. You got shit in your head. You an ugly ass motherfucker. I know you are. I know you are. Because there's no way you up in here trying to do this at this time of the night.
All I see for me say he in Charlotte. That's South Carolina.
You notice how it's always the same shit. They ain't never got nothing.
They never have that to do.
No, they don't.
They so trash, bro.
That's how you know that it's like
They so trash.
to respond to something. It'd be the same shit. That's how you know they done ran.
Y'all come in here and say the same shit.
Without us, you wouldn't eat. I can go fix me a full course meal right now. Damn, I needed you to do that.
I know. Without y'all, I wouldn't eat. Cause who the fuck else gonna pick my food up and deliver it to my motherfucking house if it ain't y'all?
What y'all do? Hey, yeah. I'm starting to see a lot of y'all in that part of the world. I ain't gonna lie, because I've been, bruh, the delivery people sure do. They've been white lately. And my building is nice. I'm just being honest. And like it's a lot of black people live here, black and Asians. We got ugly ass motherfuckers like you delivering our shit to us.
You know what? You right. Now you're talking. He said you have no industry. Now you're talking. That's why I am. That's why I'm gonna ask 20 million black people for 20 million for $20, so I can create our own institutions. And you know why we don't have our institutions? Because y'all some hating ass niggas.
Yeah. Y'all afraid of if we was
Name something y'all have built without. Let me not give him anything, because at first I thought we was bonding over.
They're not gonna challenge us.
He's so lame. He's so lame.
Yeah, it's not,
He's so lame. He's so lame.
like challenge us.
No, you don't. You don't
He gonna
work.
say the same shit, man. You know it. He probably live in a trailer, but he dumb as fuck. I can guarantee you, he's dumb as fuck. Cause look at him. Everything he's saying is 4-letter words. Everything right for the bag. I'm serious. Institution is the biggest shit he I'm saying so far. Gotta give him some props for that one.
And he asked Siri for that.
Yeah, all I see for me.
All right, let's move on. Let's talk about something else. So Taj, who you think coming on top? You think the United States and Israel, or you think Iran coming out on top?
The United States and Israel solo.
No, let me ask you that. My bad. Let me ask you that. My bad. Let me take that question about who you think gonna call and ask for a ceasefire?
Nobody. Means Jamie said China put out a so-called warning.
Let me see if I can find that real quick for y'all.
It's solo. I mean, there's no national power. You know, Russia staying out of it. China don't want to get involved. They really don't want to get involved.
I don't think they want to get involved.
They don't.
I agree with that.
They would have got involved the first time.
They definitely don't want this.
How many reasons do you need in 2020? New Year, it's easy to remember this because it was on New Year's Day. Trump took out there in Trump's first term. He took out one of their top generals on New Year's Day, 2020. Then we got the 2-3 week battle last year. Then you got the new bombing that just happened yesterday. I mean, at what point do you fight back? So I don't.
They've been fighting back, Taj, for 2 days.
You're right, but if Russia and China, even last year when they had the 2-3 week battle, Iran struck a base that was empty. So that's their way of showing you, man, we really don't want this. Ain't what we want. You know what I'm saying? I mean, but for people who's up for a good fight, Iran is definitely not. You probably got some Americans that want to see a little resistance, like make us feel something, and they just don't have it.
They have though.
How?
See, I don't think they have though, Taj. They have bombed 8 fucking countries with our military bases in them. What are you saying? 8 different countries. 8 different countries with our military bases. You know we're gonna have to replace that.
Yeah. So you said they hit 8 different countries with U.S. military bases?
Absolutely 8 within the first day. Within at least the first 2 days, they have bombed 8 countries with our military bases in them.
Well, this is all right. So that's no resistance. I give them some credit for that. And this is day 2, so that's almost impressive.
What did I always tell you? Remember?
Almost impressive.
I said
that Iran
they don't
going. Iran's saying we not
she's
going.
making my point that I'm about to make. I told you Iran can't defeat us, but that's fine. All they got to do is form a resistance. I told you, bullies, but how bullies operate is they once you punch them in the mouth, once they've been bullying for so long, they ain't used to nobody hitting them. They used to just knocking your ass out all the time. But when they finally meet that person that hits them in the mouth, they're like, oh shit, I ain't been hit in a long motherfucking time. And then that's when other people that also been getting bullied by them for the longest will start to get enough confidence to be like, hey, and this position, it'll be like, hey, I ain't gonna lie. Iran ain't going, bro. If we help those folks, we might got a real shot at this shit. And that's when, if Iran can hold their ground for a little while, that will give China and the rest of them enough confidence to be like, bruh, I think we can take them, bruh. I've been saying it for a while now. I'm telling you. Because I told you, I don't think Iran's just a super pushover like that. And so think about it. Iran is not the third strongest country or nothing like that. So if they can do that, they're like, bro, America's not unbeatable. We can take them motherfuckers if we help them.
That's the question. Who gonna help?
I'm telling you who the fuck it is.
You said China. With all those Chinese people here,
Them motherfuckers got the largest goddamn army.
Yeah, they do. Yes, they do. And they got a lot of people over here.
And then, but then, like I said, it's their best interest. It's Russia's best interest. Two other strong countries.
And one is a white country, Russia.
What does them being white have to do with it?
Well, Ronald May left a comment saying how Trump hasn't hit white countries. He's only hit non-white countries. So it's just interesting to see if he would, if another white country would jump in against the U.S. I mean, white countries have fought each other.
All the time.
100 years war.
So I was like, I don't know why that matter.
Well, as of now, the facts are Trump has only attacked non-white countries. But like you say, white countries they have the history of going at each other. I don't know what the outcome going to be, but if another superpower don't get involved, I think Iran just going to have to put up the best fight they can. And it's going to be, because remember the vision, the agenda is greater Israel. Y'all familiar with that? The greater Israel agenda, but they want to go. You familiar with that, Solo? So, and that's a part of it. Once they get Iran out the way, they could manifest just like the United States manifested from sea to shining sea to manifest destiny. We're going to be able to manifest greater Israel. I don't know what type of ally just sits back and let, because the America wouldn't do that. Hit one of America's allies and watch that.
True. But America has a reason to. They like, ain't nobody with me, but they Debo.
Right. Pretty much.
But once Craig finally found that brick, what happened? Red got enough confidence. My grandma gave me that chain. That's gonna be China.
But like you said, Iran is definitely in the top. I'm gonna say top 10 for sure. They might be in the top 5, bro. Iran is a big ass country. That's a huge country. It's one of the most powerful countries. It was them and Iraq before the U.S. took Iraq out after 9/11. After Iraq, Iran was the lone wolf, if you will. That's the right way to use that. It was like the superpower of the Middle East. Right, Solo?
Let's see what this little hoochie had to say. That here's what this little hoochie had to say.
So once they neutralize Iran, then the Greater Israel plan is going to develop.
Oh shit, my contacts and stuff up here. God damn. That ain't supposed to happen. I know. I mean, hurry up and get that out there.
I was like, let me see.
Shut your ass up.
What the fuck is going on?
Dang.
You got some leftovers in there.
Some greens up in there. Greens and beets and what else I made?
So you do it right. So I got some beets for you. I'm gonna try to bring. Got some beets. I came straight here from that event. It's all beets, onions, something else, tomato. Yeah, Solo, it's only day 2, but so Solo, you would say that's impressive on behalf of Iran to strike. They didn't hit the bases. You
Yeah.
said, all right. And you saying they hit 8 countries that allow the U.S. to put bases within their country.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So that's more than what they did the first time.
Yeah, I think it's impressive. I also think it's impressive that they were able to fire, like, from their first time they got attacked, they was able to fire a counterattack an hour later. I thought that was impressive too. I was like, damn, they
Yeah,
was able to get the shit together in an hour, get people
yeah,
in
no,
place
that's
for an
the thing.
hour.
Right. No, Iran is a big country. I'm not surprised at that part. Because when Israel struck them last year, they was tearing Israel ass up. I'm telling you, I was keeping up with it on X.
They tearing their ass up now.
I've never seen Netanyahu play the way he was when that shit was going on. And that's why when y'all was saying they control, how do they control the U.S. when he was sweating because he was getting pretty much telling Trump through his sweat, hey man, you got to do something about these shit. These motherfuckers getting the best of us. And shortly after that, Trump. So that's if someone's in control, they don't have to do that. They can just tell you, hey, get it. But Trump did that on purpose to show them who got the power. And let me remind you, motherfuckers, who got military power. So Trump is almost like he allowed them to suffer for almost a few years. And Iran was punishing their ass until the U.S. got involved, and then you saw Iran kind of tuck his tail. So we'll see, but that is impressive. You're saying within the hour they was able to do a counter strike, and that counter strike went where to?
I know they blew up Dubai's airport. I seen that shit. They started cooking a little bit. They said, "Man, y'all ain't gonna keep doing us like this."
Right, and they got enough to put up a fight. I was about to say a good fight, but I'm gonna say at least a fight. And they could really punish some shit over there, like you say, they're already doing it. They hit the airport. So ain't no more tourism to Dubai. I think that was strategic. Okay, you motherfuckers want to stand idle? Let's see if you get some tourist money after you blow up this airport. Let's see how many motherfuckers come over here to see.
But what's interesting was but what's interesting is that they thought they were safe. They sitting back like, oh, we good. Iran said, no, y'all not.
Hell no. And I appreciate you bringing me up to speed on that, Solo, because you articulated that well as far as how when you was talking about how damn y'all we supposed to be they supposed to be brothers, and they allowing their enemies to put bases in their countries, which puts them closer to their targets. Yeah. So I'm not gonna lie.
You were supposed to say no. You got smoke with my brother. Right. I'm not even accepting the meeting with you because you got smoke with my brother.
And it sounds like Iran making their ass pay for doing it. You saying 8 countries in less than 2 days. And I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not mad at them. They basically saying, hey, if you ain't with us, you with them, and if you with them, then you go. Dubai, your airport gone, and whoever else they do. So I get, and that's what I was saying. Like on the hood level,
what?
It'd be the same way. Like even in my little small ass city, that's what we just went through that a couple years ago where it was it's like you had to take sides. And they had a saying that went, once you on that side, stay over there. Like it ain't no switching sides. And it's just hood drunk. And it was just a few hoods going at each other around, where I'm from. And so when you magnify that to the nations, it's pretty much the same thing is what I'm saying. And it was like, okay, if you with them, then we shooting at you too. And that shit was happening on the hood level. That's from a small city perspective. I can only imagine how big cities do. You know what I'm saying? When it's like all out.
You know what? To be honest, Taj, to be quite honest with you, I think it's easier on a nation level than on a hood level. On a hood level, we all together in this, 20-mile radius. We gotta share territory. We gotta share this. You know what I'm saying? We gotta drive up your street to get here. In
Right.
countries, how about you stay on your border, I stay on mine? To me, it sounds. I wish I could like be a mediator. In whatever I like, Judge Judy, whatever I rule was stickler, like was with your faith, because I'd have been like, you don't worry about what they got in their military. We gonna have them straight. We gonna make sure they ain't gonna do nothing crazy unless we authorize it. So you don't worry about what's in their military. They ain't gonna worry about what you in your military. You gonna stop killing these kids in Gaza, and they not gonna fund these rebel groups. Fair and fair. That's fair. They agree not to fund the rebel groups. You agree to stop killing kids in Gaza. That's a deal, right? Russia promises they not gonna invade Ukraine. You not gonna become part of NATO. First, bam. Don't worry about it, Ukraine. You ain't gotta worry about Russia invading because we got Russia. They not gonna invade, so you ain't gotta worry about having protection so Russia don't invade you. When we got Russia, they not gonna invade you. To me, that's so simple.
Yeah.
You gotta give up some, Russia gotta give up some. Iran gotta give up some, Israel gotta give up some. China gotta give up some, the United States gotta give up some. To me, it's so easy. But when you're talking about greedy motherfuckers,
Right.
power hungry motherfuckers, I feel like I'm superior than you, so I get to tell you what to do, and you don't run your country, so you don't have sovereignty to do whatever the fuck you want to do.
Can we switch the word feel for they know? Because if you talking military, is the U.S. superior to any other nation of the world? Military superiority.
The United States?
Yeah, who's the most superior military in the world?
But we know that.
All right, so you just answered the question, right? So you said you feel. You was like, we feel like we feel like we're superior or do we know? And you just answered because you said we know we the most superior.
You're talking about military only. I mean,
Right,
what else is we superior on?
but that connects to the superiority complex. When you know you got the most powerful military, that trickles down into the population.
I think that's what men have turned it into. Is my dick is bigger than yours. But if I was running a country, if I was running a world, I don't give a fuck about how big your military is. You may have this big, you spend all this money in your military and you never go to war.
Right.
So I'm just saying, if I was the one working out agreements, it doesn't matter that your military is bigger than Jamaica's military. You don't go to war until I say you can go to war. That's just me running the country.
Right. Now, you're saying that as of which country? Which country would you be saying that on the behalf?
Saying what? I'm talking about all the countries. If I'm the one controlling all of these resolutions, I'm getting the Nobel Peace Prize.
Right. From which country? From which perspective? As like from the U.S.?
No, I represent the world. I'm the owner of the world, and I'm
Right.
helping you resolve these issues that y'all got from neighboring countries.
So you haven't. It sounds like you haven't really accepted the reality that the U.S. that's the U.S. position as we speak.
It's not. I mean, they like. That's what I said. That's what men have turned it into. But that's really the only thing I would say
Since
that the United States uses to sort of control the world, but I don't think they use it with good intentions. Like, I don't think they give a damn that
No,
people
it's
are
not.
actually dying.
Right, I'm with you on that. But the fact still remains since World War II, undisputed global superpower. I'm not saying that as a bragging right. I'm just stating the reality of the world we live in. And nobody miscounted that.
I mean, they have become the superpower so they can go around causing terror around the world. But they're not this standalone standard of morality.
They're not. Which goes back to separation of church and state. When you separate church from state, the state can get away with immoral things. And the church has to mind not even their business. The church has to mind their faith. Like, hey, just pray about it. We don't need you telling us nothing. Like some countries have the moral conscience. They'll allow their, whatever you want to call it, their religious institutions to kind of guide them morally. But when you separate the church and state, the church don't have no influence over it.
Like I said, this is the world that men have turned it into. Your dick is bigger. My dick is bigger than yours.
That's always been around. I mean, I often tell Jamie, like Jamie, one of my few friends out here, and that's one of the reasons I don't like being around you, because I don't be having the energy to be proven who they, you know what I'm saying, hypothetically, of course. You know what I'm saying? And so I don't have energy to waste on that. Like, show me your work, man. Show me what you're doing. And either we're gonna collaborate. If you want to be a competitive, why, I don't want to be next to you if you're trying to compete with me. Let's compete. Just tell me what you want to compete in. So that's my issue with being around these dudes. It's like, oh yeah, I think that's a waste of our masculinity. That's a waste of our testosterone. Let's use that energy to build something. And if you don't want to build nothing with me, then why are we around each other? Are you just trying to scope me out, size me up? So that's why I've always kind of moved a certain way when it can. And I've just seen so much betrayal within the brotherhood, the black man brotherhood, of niggas playing you too close, and before you know it, they done did something to get over. So I've always been careful. But no, you're right about it. What you saying, like, hey, that's it, y'all. We'll see what happens. So no action for the day. Iran hit 8 countries. We'll see what happens.
Man, I want to know what Israel gonna look like after they get done tagging into their ass.
Yeah, I want to see what kind of. So they hit Israel too?
Absolutely. Oh my God, Todd, you need to look at the video. They tearing Israel ass up. These folks running in bomb shelters.
You know what? My cousin Florida called and told me. Who might have called me this morning. And his girlfriend was white Jewish girl. He said her brother was over there ducking missiles. Damn crazy. I just thought about that. She said they together right.
Say, Taj.
Huh?
What you say?
I have a cousin in Florida who dates a Jewish girl. And when we just spoke either this morning, I think it was this morning, like I said, it just started yesterday. And he was saying that her brother is over there ducking missiles from Iran. He literally
they ducking, they running through they got bomb shelters. You know how privileged they ass are. They got bomb shelters that they're able to run into. And that's where the Jews are. But they Iran, it only sucks to know that we pay for their military airspace defense, and to see it fail. To say, well, damn, Lockheed Martin, we need, hell yeah, no, that shit, they missiles and got through the Iron Dome. It's like, well, damn, Lockheed Martin, we want our money back. This damn defense shit ain't working.
That's our money.
I want
their money back, and then we paying for that shit. We paying for that shit.
Huh? We want a refund.
Who?
Lock
This
it.
because we paid for that. How could
Hell yeah, we taxpayers pay
Oh,
for
I get
that.
what you're saying. You
And
saying
to
the
see
taxpayers.
Iran,
Okay.
boom.
I thought you were saying that Middle Eastern country was saying they want a refund on, but really we
No,
paid.
we as taxpayers. That's what I'm saying. We sitting here looking at the missiles get through Israel's airspace. I'm like, damn, all this money we pay for their defense. You mean tell me these damn missiles are getting through that? We need our money back.
I heard that. Wow.
I mean, they getting their Taj. You got to go watch the videos. Israel's getting towed up.
I take the word for it because y'all heard me say that they was fucking them up the first time. And you saying this time, so they probably was like, yo, if we got to do this shit again, y'all really gonna feel it.
Yeah. Jamie, you heard that Israel got hit hard.
Yeah, I seen some of it.
Israel got hit hard. That's what I'm saying. Iran saying, baby, by the time we get done, ain't gonna be no Israel.
Wow.
That's why they think that Israel's gonna nuke Iran. Because they say Iran ain't gonna stop. And you know, Israel don't even supposed to have nuclear weapons, but we know they got them.
Damn,
They stole them from us.
I think one of them UAP.
So it's gonna be interesting to see what the news gonna be tomorrow.
Yeah.
Because they got these people in bomb shelters. These people are not able to go to their house. Iran is they hitting hospitals because they call themselves. You know how they used to lie and say, "Oh, we're bombing hospitals and schools." It's because Hamas is underneath the schools.
Right.
Israel had a military command meeting in a hospital. They were scared. They were scared as hell when Iran bombed that damn hospital. I mean, they was scared. They were so scared. You see, Benjamin Netanyahu got his ass up out of there. He fled to Germany.
Yeah, look at that shit.
Ain't that some bitch shit? But you see, the Iranian president, they found him at home. I was thinking to myself, damn, you know they trying to kill you. Why the hell would you be asleep at home? So you see that's really that made him sort of like a hero to the Iranian people because they like he
Which
won
it should, yeah, yo. He like, I'm not leaving y'all. I'm here.
life for them. That's why them people,
He gave them strength to fight.
That's right.
That's what that does.
They looking at him like modern day fucking Jesus.
Literally.
Yeah. They looking at him like some form of a hero, some martyr, because he died for his people. Now, do you think the Iranians are gonna like America more or dislike America more? Y'all done killed my Pope. That's what I'm saying. These people.
So you say tomorrow it's gonna be interesting to see what happens tomorrow.
Yeah, because you know they were supposed to vote on it come Monday. I'm saying ain't no vote. We gonna go to war over the weekend. It's too late to vote now. He done already did it.
Oh shit.
Damn. God damn. Hold up.
Iran can't do anything with us. But what they can do is destroy Israel. Can you argue with that? Just like if something happened to Trump, it would be people out there celebrating Trump dying.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a great point.
Like I don't understand when people make that comment. They be like, Iranians hate their leaders. Don't we hate our leaders?
You know how many niggas and liberals would be happy as fuck if Trump was to die? They would have a nigga.
We hate our leaders.
Niggas here would take it to another level. Not me particularly, but like niggas would take it to another level. They would be popping bottles,
destroying
twerking
Israel.
I can see hoes twerking in the street.
Man, we'll be happy as hell.
They'll be so live here, bro.
I just don't. And even if we hate our leaders, does that mean China gets to come over here and bomb the White House so they can
Nope.
put in a prop president?
Nope.
No. So I don't understand when people be like, Iranians hate their president. So
That's
do
a
we. We
that's a
literally
great
hate
point.
our president.
Yeah. That's what I caught as soon as she said it. I'm like, yeah, that's a great point. It's an excellent point. Yeah.
Exploding in Doha, the
But
capital
yeah,
of
this
Qatar.
is fucking Iran getting on Israel ass right here.
I think that's a whole bunch of propaganda that a lot of Western media trying to tell us. Oh, Iran is not free. Them people live just like us in Iran. They're Christians in Iran. They're Muslims in Iran. You have a freedom to do whatever religion you want to do, just
Hey,
like here.
some of this some of the shit Iran getting on their ass right here.
A missile fragment falling to the ground and exploding in Doha, the capital of Qatar. It's part
That's
of the
the military
retaliation
base.
from Iran after the U.S. and Israel launched a massive and ongoing military campaign across Iran. U.S. embassies across the region are now telling Americans to shelter in place, and just in, the State Department is now urging all U.S. citizens in Lebanon to get out while commercial options are still available. Let's go live right now to CNN's Paula Hancock, who's joining us from Abu Dhabi. Paula, you and your teams.
Why are you still in Abu Dhabi? They bombing the shit out that place. That's crazy. These reporters got to be. Hey, you got to get these reporters some. You got to get
No,
these
I have
reporters
not
they
been to
props.
Iran, but does that mean I can't form an opinion?
Iran can't do anything with it. If he flies somewhere, they could track him easier. Okay, so shout out to Alexander Brown. He said the Iranians hate the leader. They celebrate his death. They celebrate his death. Okay, now I'm guessing that's what you was addressing.
Yeah, and like I said earlier, I want to see the source on people celebrating their death. The videos I've seen, these people are
I
out
think
here.
I'm not gonna lie. I did see him. That's why I was asking. Do you think it's the majority, or is it just like a propaganda type of thing? Media led propaganda that's pushed. They push.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because the first time the Iranians were out there complaining that the Americans had depleted their dollar. I mean their money by sanctioning them. Right? They were out there protesting that.
Shout out to him again though. He said,
And
"But
that's the other thing is they say Iran is like, oh my God. It's just we just be proper propagandized. Like they said their women aren't free. I
the woman is
don't
not."
know what can they do? What can't they do over there? They have a right to protest. They have the right to assemble. We saw them protesting. I don't know if they got free speech, but we ain't even got fucking free speech.
I
Their
don't
women
know. I
aren't
don't know
free.
nothing about how they women. I know from what I was hearing, they can't. They not allowed to do a lot of stuff. But
Like
hey,
what? Like what?
they
Because they
women
don't
gotta.
have to have them. They don't have to wear them hair wraps. They can wear whatever the fuck they want to wear. I've literally seen women out there with half shirts and tube tops and shit on.
I don't know. Like I said, I've been hearing this thing. I can't say for it because I haven't done deep research myself to see whether or not any of that shit is true. But I just know that's what they said.
They say women don't have no rights, but I want to know what rights they don't have. What can't they do? What can't women do in Iran? That's what I want to know. Women have no rights. Please tell me what right it is. Maybe you'll teach me something. Each one teach one.
Yeah, that's crazy.
What is it that they cannot do?
I can do a quick AI search and just see what it says, but I don't know.
And you know you can't trust fucking Western.
You can't.
See this, but this is the thing that you watch a lot of media. A lot of them will have you thinking that you need to hate these people, and a lot of it comes from the hate our Muslims. Oh, you gotta hate our Muslims, and you gotta hate our Muslim leaders, while you love Christians, while we go around killing people.
Well, I'm gonna say this: them not exposing they body. That's shit.
I mean, what the hell is wrong with that?
That's a good thing, you ask me, but hey.
So they can't wear clothes. Now you're gonna have to come up with another right. Because maybe I agree with that. Plus, I feel like I've seen women with exposed like tube tops and shit on in Iran. So you're gonna have to give me another right they can't do. Because it is a religious republic. So
yeah, it is Islamic Republic.
So you got to tell me something like a human right that they don't have access to, like a human right, like a basic human rights. Nah, don't change the subject. I want you to tell me the rights that the women don't got. You said women don't have rights over there, and I want to know what women don't have a right to do.
Somebody came in and said Trump 2028.
Lord have mercy. I'm definitely moving.
What keep going? What break out?
Women in the U.S. have been brainwashed into thinking only their beauty matters and how much skin they are willing to show or who they will sleep with to get what they want. That was another segment, man. You know.
Is it a human right to be able to drive?
They can't drive? Dang.
I feel like I've heard that before.
I think I read that too. Certain Islam countries they can't drive. Saudi Arabia might be the most progressive out of all of them.
And that's an ally.
That's an ally. I was just about to say that. And that's the reason why they're the most progressive.
That's a fucking ally. So we support that.
Right.
So what's the complaint?
Right. That is an ally.
So it is what it is. I mean, my thing is, the United States ain't got no business meddling in nobody else's government. Imagine, like I said, imagine a motherfucker from China talking about we don't want Trump as the president, so we're gonna do something to Trump and we're gonna put in our own damn president. Ain't no way in hell we would go for that. So ain't no way in hell the Iranian people supposed to go for that shit. No matter how much they hate their president, that don't mean that we need to be over there trying to change their damn regime. Ain't got no damn business doing it.
But they got a track record of doing it.
I was just about to say that. You beat me to it. I was just about to say the U.S. has always done that, though.
Always.
As the world superpower, it's our kind of like our job to if a country is getting out of line doing some bullshit, we supposed to interfere with it.
Yeah.
Well, we failed at that fucking job.
We may have failed at helping them install democracy, but that's the U.S. way of governing the world.
No, that's their way of putting in people in their governments that they're gonna do what they want them to do.
Same thing. That's the same point.
That's not the same thing.
No, it is, Solo. So what the U.S. does is they help whichever group that's fed up with the government, and help them overthrow the government. But is based on conditions. If we help you do this, here's what we expect.
I
And
fully
we expect
understand what's going on in the world, and like I said, a whole bunch of greedy motherfuckers.
Oh yeah, but that's everywhere. But
He
that's
said, "Nah, I'm talking about the comments." He said, "Nah, I just don't understand the dynamics of the world." And just because we don't agree, that doesn't mean that I don't understand. So we can agree to disagree.
yeah,
That doesn't mean that I don't understand.
yeah.
Maybe I have a different perspective.
Right. That's persuasion. That's them trying to persuade you to think their way, but you got your own mind. Agree to disagree and move on to the next topic. Or next, yeah.
Yep, a hot ass mess, and guess who's gonna have to pay for it? I wonder. My question is are we gonna be the ones that's paying to rebuild Israel?
Yeah, of course.
Have I ever heard of bricks? What kind of question is that?
The what?
Have I ever heard of bricks? Jesus Christ.
Oh,
He really don't think I know what the hell I'm talking about.
that's gaslight. When they do that, try to make you question what you talking about just so they can.
Oh my God. Sir, I'm not about to prove to you that I know what BRICS is. It's an acronym. How about that?
Right, there you go. That's all you got. That's all you got to do.
It's an acronym.
Yeah.
It's okay.
So Stolo, what led you into your knowledge of world affairs? Like, did you get bored with domestic affairs?
You know what kind of woke me up is finding out about us as Jews.
Oh, that'll do it. All right, got you. That'll do it. That's
It's
good.
kind of crazy.
But that'll do it.
I don't, because I don't really want to say it on here, but yeah.
We know TK. We know. I guess if I would have answered that question, then that would have proved to him that I know the dynamics of the world.
That's another thing. Not everybody, but people's, desire to be right. I just be wanting the truth, so I can just do what I want to do with the truth. I don't need to be right. I've been practicing that for about 15 years, just accepting correction. Like if you catch me,
Alexander, my bad. Go
right,
ahead. Go ahead.
I learned that. I want to be sharp.
I was gonna say Alexander, he's slightly touching on what the points that I was making on this comment.
What the Vatican
No, when he said the issue is China gets their oil from Iran and China get the oil from Venezuela. So we cripple Venezuela and cripple Iran. We are
So we're still the world power. Okay, but look, that's the argument that people have been making. But how much do we import from China?
a lot.
So who do you think are going to be affected by China crumbling?
It won't be us. That'll play right into the MACA movement. That'll force Americans. It might get a bit more expensive, but it's gonna force us to either import from other areas or bring the factories back, which I always said that's bullshit. But if that was to happen, I don't see China doing it. They got too many people to take care of.
But apparently but no, Taj, but the argument is that is the United States doing this so they can cripple China? And I'm like, okay, let's just say that we cripple China. What the fuck is the United States gonna do, given that we haven't started manufacturing a goddamn thing? I understand that was a plan, but have we heard about Trump building manufacturing plants? Then our agriculture is gonna suffer because they're surviving off of tax-paying dollars. They're not producing anything, and we're not manufacturing anything. So if China can't import, then what the fuck you think we finna what we make in America?
I think the point he's trying to make is that basically since we took the oil from them, from both Venezuela and now Iran is next. That's both of the major sources that China gets their stuff from. China has been at war trying to get China to pay tariffs for the longest. So if he takes that from them, ultimately he's going to force them to play ball. That's what he's talking about.
Damn, well, it's a dirty game, but I see the moves they make.
That's what I was trying to say earlier. That's both of China's major source of resources coming from those two countries. That's taken away from them, which is why I said they might get involved.
That's a really good enough reason.
That's why I said. That's what I was talking about the entire time.
Right, you did that, so we understand it now. But what's taking them so long? Like if you
you chopping off your foot.
You know they know that's what the U.S. is doing. So what's taking? That's why I feel like it's a tail tuck. They tucking their tail because if we didn't figure that out, you know China know that's what the U.S. doing.
Mm-hmm.
So
I mean, I would say absolutely to a degree it's fear. They don't want it. They don't want to have it. But it goes back to my other point. If Iran can put up a big enough fight, they'll get enough confidence to do it.
Like you and me are baby brothers, and that's like your big brother backing up on you, bro. Imagine that you about to fight somebody, and you gonna fight hard if you know your two brothers stand. Hey, nigga, we ain't gonna fight this for you, but we got your back. You gonna fight hard. Imagine them walking off. And that's what China is doing to Iran. You know what I'm saying? It's like shit. The worst case scenario, this nigga might be the best of me. My brother gonna pull him off me. You know what I'm saying? Nigga get on top of me before he go to pounding on me. One of my brothers gonna knock the nigga off.
Right.
Iran don't have that big brother to bail him out. That's what's bad. I'm not having sympathy for them. That's a fucked up situation to be in, bro. They're pretty.
But hold up. So does China supposed to be the big brother to them?
Yes. You can't cop out now. China and Russia. Let's give Russia a pass since that's a white nation. China, come on. You just said it, Jamie. They get their oil from Venezuela.
That's true. I mean, that is true.
Look, allegedly, I believe this, but can't prove it. That COVID shit was China's way of getting back at America through biological weapons. Now, what's the reclaimer we got to say before we say stuff like that? Because that's making that claim on another podcast. But I believe, because I'm telling you, Iran raised that red flag.
Remember I told you I believe the Democrats helped them do it. Now, allegedly, keep in mind, this is all alleged, but I believe the Democrats worked with China to help accomplish COVID. I absolutely believe that.
Wow, that was found out. Because the two events that occurred that made me connect those dots, how you just did, when they took the red flag back down, which means, okay, we ain't going. And then shortly after, remember, I just said this earlier, Trump still there talking about do this and COVID came. Come on, bro. So it's like China said, no, don't go to bullet. We got it. About to release this shit out of Wuhan lab. They're gonna shut their whole shit down.
Bro, why every time we start talking about that shit, the viewership start dropping like crazy? The YouTube, y'all gotta stop hating.
Yeah.
Start talking.
We'll be connecting the dots.
We start talking about
what? What they say? Fuck about it. That shit crazy. I'm talking about that shit, bro. It's still dropping.
So that's them redirecting.
They like, yeah, bro. I need to chill out, bro. Stop all that. Stop all that damn truth.
That's crazy. So that's what we up against, Solo.
Mm-hmm.
Solo. In real time, I'm blocking myself. I almost feel bad for the people, but I don't have no reason to feel bad for them because they don't feel bad for us when we going through the hell we going through. But just the humanity in me almost feel bad. You see, that's the sad sight to see where that's like two groups walking up to do battle, but they only walking up so two people can fight. Like, hey, we got your back, and the other side saying, hey, we got our homeboy back. Ain't gonna be no jumping. It's gonna be a head up. And when you get there, all your people start kind of walking off on. Like so Iran walking up with China and Russia behind, and the Muslim Brotherhood. Don't let them off the hook either. And but the closer they get, the more of Iran's backup start falling away. And by the time
But are they falling away though?
Huh?
Are they falling away though?
Yes, we established that already.
How?
By confirming that nobody in the Islamic world is by their side. Why you?
No, I mean, I thought you was talking about China and Russia. I didn't expect.
I wanted to start with
expect.
Muslim countries first, and then work my way to China and Russia. China and Russia were supposed to get involved when they knocked that top general down. So the warning James said China gave recently, they were supposed to do that back then. Hey, y'all know that's one of our, whatever you want to call it, one of our allies. Y'all fuck with them, y'all fucking with us. But America don't give a fuck. America got no fuck to give.
No, because I think America knows that China and Russia isn't going to get involved because I think that there is. I don't think it was an expectation even on Iranians' part that China and Russia was going to get involved. I mean, like, I don't think that they have a military alliance. They have a relationship where they buy weapons and sell them gas and all of that.
I'm talking about, when I say full Devo, I'm like, remember what he told Craig? Tell China them you don't get involved. I'm gonna knock your ass out too. Making sure. Oh shit. Wow. This is some fucked up shit, man. Y'all gonna leave me like this.
Yeah. We probably can't reach China.
Yeah.
So, but they making all them other countries in a minute. Now, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'll be bold enough to say that. I ain't mad at them for doing that. They making their neighbor countries feel that shit. Bro. Y'all niggas think y'all just about to sit by and watch them blow us off the map? We gonna blow y'all ass off first. Suicide mission. Kamikaze.
I don't think Iran expects us to not be around. Like, the thing is that I think the way Iranians look at it is like I'm going to protect my people from these Christian nationalists who are in control of these governments, who don't want us to live the life that we want to live and the way we want to live it. We are free people. We can do what we want. Mm-hmm. We have our own country. This is how we've chosen to run our country. Who are them to expect us to make changes to our country based on what they want? We're free people. God was giving this to us. Whatever they say to God, they believe in God. They believe in something after life. So they're looking at it like, shit, I'm going to ride with my people. I'm going to protect, as a husband and wife, just a normal person, I'm going to protect my family. As a police officer, I'm going to protect my community. As a politician, as a military person, I'm going to protect my country. So they looking at it like we're the victims, rightfully so. And the United States and Israel are the aggressors, and they are the people that are attacking us. And I have to protect my country. I have to protect my family. So, like,
65% of Iran is Christian.
But I thought that they did. I thought they had no rights over there. That's what I'm saying. Like, Iran is supposed to be a democracy. Like, they have freedoms. Like, they're not living under Hitler. Because they're like, oh, the Iranian government is such a bad place. Like, they're not. They're not. So
I
I
damn sure
mean,
they were Muslim.
yeah, like they're Christians. Like a lot of them, a lot just like Israel. Most of them people are secular. Now, the reason why America is supporting Israel is because supposedly, according to the Bible, you're supposed to support Israel, and whoever bless Israel, God will bless them. But then you learn that these people are secular and they don't even believe in the Bible. So what we supposed to do with that?
That's today.
So we'll see. We're gonna see. I mean, at this point, I mean, I heard that Trump asked the Italian government, the Italy's government, to facilitate a mediation so they can get a peace deal. And I heard Iranians said no. And
If
the
I'm them,
reason
I'll
why,
say no. Shit. I'm saying no if I'm them. Because y'all already
exactly, y'all didn't kill my president. This means war.
and you already done violated some treaties and shit before. Like, bro, I'm past that.
Yes.
As soon as Israel decide that, oh, we mad about this, y'all gonna start that shit back.
Yeah, so no, I don't think Iran is letting up anytime soon. They got good missiles. That's what the Chinese man came on live and said that we have supplied Iran with more than enough
Oh, wow.
weapons to defend themselves.
Oh,
They
that's
do
what.
not need
Um.
us.
So that's how they helping out. That's good to hear. I didn't know that. So
See,
China
Let me
that's
did.
the
pull
type of
up.
relationship that they have. Like, Iran sell them oil. They probably got other exports and imports. But the reason really what Russia and China has been doing to Iran is been providing them with their own weapons because the United States ain't selling it to them,
Right.
right? And that's one of our biggest export is military equipment, bullets and guns and jetter flights. That's what we spend all our money on, selling these weapons to different countries. That's why Trump threatened Greenland. So to make Denmark buy a military package from the United States. Now you need to protect yourself because I just threatened to take your country. So
Man,
that's
what
what
you
Iran has been getting from what?
Nah, I was just making a joke talking about.
That's what Iran has been getting from China and Russia because the United States won't sell them weapons, so they have to manufacture their own weapons, and so that's what they've been selling to Iran. That's why
Mm.
that Chinese man came over and said that they don't need us. They got more than enough weapons
Oh, I didn't
to
know that.
more than enough weapons
You would have said
to
that
take care of
earlier.
themselves.
Just play what that fool said.
I wish you would have said that earlier. That could have saved us a lot of. Because I'm thinking, so okay, that's a fair statement. If China said that, and they did, if you saying they did, then they like, hey, we gave y'all enough to defend y'all. In other words, fight, nigga. You could beat them, or you could at least put up a good fight. We gave y'all more than enough to handle yourself. That's interesting.
China is trying to take over to be the global superpower, though.
Of
They
course,
are
that's
trying to
what's happening. I
they
told
are
you.
trying to do that. They say that it's just that the United States they so dirty. Like they don't play fairly, and I get that that's just been their history is being unfair in treaties and agreements and all of that and cheating everybody. That's how they've been winning. And China's saying we sick of that. The world is sick of that. That's why Trump wants to break up BRICS because he doesn't want BRICS to take over and be collectively a bigger power than the United States.
I'm not gonna lie, dog. I
That
get
is
it.
a threat. That's a threat.
Hey, I was about to say that's not good for us.
No,
You got,
it's not. It's not.
you got what's that?
But
British,
but
Russia.
but
What the I stand for? India, British, Russia, and
India. Yeah,
China.
no, it's Brazil, Russia,
So,
India,
yeah,
China, and South Africa.
Wow.
Yeah, because they had all came up with the some currency bullshit that they were gonna do, and like I said, that was a huge part of why Trump went out to Venezuela. He had to break China. That's why I was trying to tell folks. I understand y'all hatred for Trump is so badly, but at the same time, he's trying to protect us at the same time. 'Cause if them motherfuckers accomplish that shit, we cooked.
But that's what I say. That's what I say. That is what y'all have turned this world into: cheating and stealing and war and this, that, and the other, instead of working with countries fairly and being the superpower because you are just the best. Why is it that you have to cheat people, steal government leaders, bomb them for their oil and their resources? Why can't you just buy it like
Because you have the power. You have the power
Trump is
to take
supposed to
it.
be a business owner. Why couldn't he go in there and just get a deal done? Why is it that he has to, my dick is bigger than yours?
Because
That's what he's doing.
certain people that words can get you to do this. I mean, honestly, I don't want to take it to this point,
It's
but
not my country. I don't speak like I'm not pleased. America can go down in flames. You know where I'm gonna be? In Africa, like y'all tell us to go.
But we got to be wise about this, Solo.
What? I am. I
Yeah.
think I don't use that as an
You know
excuse
what?
for the United States to be walking around this world shitting and pissing on people so they can be number one instead of working like a decent
Yeah, but
human being and working and creating the best business deals.
so like out here a long time ago, I can't remember what war it was, but you had movie producers that was saying stuff like what you said, and they rounded. Oh, you familiar with that, Jimmy? I think it's called Red Hollywood or something like that.
what you say?
It's called the Un-American Ideas. And they took every producer that was producing content that was un-American or against the national interest or the security, and they pretty much put them on like a communist list, and it was communist sympathizer. There you go, communist sympathizer. So I mean, I feel you, Solo, and you know we always gonna have your back, but that's the thing with male female relationships, y'all.
That's where I was gonna go. This is a man thing, and she don't understand it because she's a woman.
No, it's
Because now we got
immoral. If
like,
it's a man thing,
she
if
done
it's
said
a
that
man
marriage is
thing,
like,
that
right.
it is very immoral. And I
Like,
don't
you saying
if that is what you guys are willing to do for power, that's why you guys are terrible
Is
fucking
where we're going.
partners.
How we looking at it, well, how they would look at it, and how men would look at it. This is how
No,
far I
the
am with.
way I look at it is the way China looks at it. It's the way Russia looks at it. China's not going around in the world trying to cheat people out of business deals.
That's
They're
their.
not going to Russia. Name one who said that they're trying to cheat them out of a business deal, a treaty that they have failed to go through. Like, where has it been just blatant disrespect
say the crazy
for a
shit.
The
great
craziest shit,
like
bro.
the
And
United
be
States?
really thinking it's right. It's crazy.
And then we got to fight. Win, lose, or draw.
They don't understand that if you don't do that, the only reason why China and Russia, all these folks, you're naming and not doing it because they don't have the fucking power to do it.
And then they'll call us scary for not like, man, you should have checked with me before you said this shit. And I get it, Solo speak for herself. We get all that, but we, you know what I mean, we hear the un-American I'm trying to pull it up now. So yeah, I think it came up already.
What are you Googling?
Un-American Committee, the House of Un-American Activities Committee. These motherfuckers that'll put you like on a list, like that you speaking against the nation you live in.
I'm supposed to have free speech.
You do. But then you practice law now. There's something called the compelling interest of a country. So if you speak against the compelling interest, and I got to get all that shit on. But I found what I was see, this is the one with the
Because I'm saying that you need to deal with people fairly throughout the world. I don't understand. But I think I'm not gonna get that I'm not gonna get that deep into it. Like I said, when you're looking around the world,
is loyalty and commerce ties among the private citizens and public employees. Famous Cold War era investigations, that's what it was, the Hollywood 10. The Hollywood 10 and creating blacklists. It was often criticized for trampling on civil liberties. And that's what you're talking about, your freedom of your freedom of speech. But this shit right here is saying. So I just want you to be aware, and I feel your sentiment. So we with you, but we that's why I said we gotta be, as soon as you said that.
And then the thing is, China done did a couple stuff. That's how they took over. Like he said, he's talking about that actually. How they took over in certain parts of the Caribbean. How they taken over parts in Africa.
no, that's not what we're saying. We're saying like when they have said, I'm going to do this. We're going into an agreement where I'm going to do this, and then I'm not going to do it, or I'm going to go in there and steal your president. Oh, or I'm going to go bomb a country because I want their oil.
They're
That's what I'm
not
saying.
doing
Like,
that. What I'm telling you is you're
but that's what
saying
we're talking about.
I get it, but what you're saying is a little crazy. And what I'm telling you is they're not doing that because they can't do it. Remember what
They
we talked
can
about?
do it.
Listen to what I'm saying. Remember what we talked about earlier. United States is the world superpower. They come to the aid of any country that's being mistreated like that. Now we can mistreat you because we the world superpower. That's what you're not getting.
But Russia invaded Ukraine.
You said what?
Russia invaded Ukraine. All United States did was give them weapons, but they still invaded Ukraine. So
And Russia came
China,
to that. And see, look, this is the thing.
don't say it. Don't say it. Go, because I wasn't done with my point when you interrupted me. But go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. We're on China. We're on Russia and Ukraine. When you said China doesn't have the authority to invade a country, I said Russia invaded Ukraine. So tell me how the United States stepped in and served as the what you call a global superpower.
They're doing it a different way. They're doing it by providing.
No. You're saying that the United States to step in and be the mediator and be the person that isn't doing it. I'm saying China has every authority, just like Russia did, to invade any country that they wanted to invade. But not the United States, of course, but any other country that they wanted to invade, they could. But they're choosing not to do it because they have what? Moral character. And I would argue that Putin got moral character as well, because I don't necessarily think that we can argue whether or not you think that Russia's invasion was immoral or moral.
That's a side of the point, and that wouldn't matter to me right now. What I was gonna get to with that is they first off, they gave them weapons and stuff like that to defend themselves. That's them assisting. But Russia only invaded because, like Trump loves to famously say all the time, because we had a weak, incompetent president. And Putin knew that. So he went ahead and went for it. The moment Trump came back into office, what happened? Shit changed.
Putin continued to invade and taking more territory. Isn't stunting Trump's ass.
So right now, actively, it's
absolutely, and literally taking their country.
Oh, okay. I said, like, what the fuck? But like I said, he came in because that stuff first started like way before then. But he was like, hey,
It started under Trump.
they didn't start the war didn't start under Trump. No, it did not. It started under Biden. So what I'm saying is he was taking advantage because Biden done tucked his tail on a couple of situations. Them world leaders are looking at that. Like, hey, Biden ain't gonna do shit about it. So they called him his bluff, and pretty much they were right. He didn't do shit about it. He gave them weapons and just stayed back. Even though America absolutely was profiting from it, but
it's almost like what she just said China did for Iran. Hey, we gave Ukraine more than enough weapons to fight against Russia. It's almost the same thing. And that was their way of dealing with it.
China wants to invade Taiwan. The only reason they have it is because of America and Japan.
There it is.
Absolutely. 100% correct.
That's all we saying. So
Taiwan is a republic of China. That is,
and it's a democratic in China. I know that. Is it Taiwan or Hong Kong?
Taiwan belongs to China. China will invade Taiwan whenever the fuck they get ready to.
All right.
Whenever they get ready, they are going to invade Taiwan. A lot of people were telling them to do it now since the United States was dumb enough to move a third of their navy to Iran for a foolish war. They said this would be a good time for China to invade Taiwan because the United States have moved all of their military power to the Arab states. That wasn't me. I'm just saying that's what they put on the internet.
I swear, folks love it. Them folks gonna get them emotions involved. One of the comments. Like, we ain't saying nothing about that, but that's what they automatically assume just because you ain't. Like I said, to a degree, I get what the man be talking about with the what he call it. They got Trump reigns, Trump what? Trump reigns assembly. Because man, you cannot. All you can say is, well, that's how America has always been, and Trump so happened to be the one in office right now. So they gonna take it as, oh, he agreeing with Trump.
You do agree with Trump though, a lot. I don't think I've ever heard you criticize Trump.
I just criticized him today for a whole
By
lot.
what?
See, that's what I'm saying. That's the definition of what we talk about the Trump. What's the name of it again? Because how the hell
That's a lie. Because I've definitely it's certain. I don't unnecessarily.
Bro, okay. So just to refresh your memory, because you got that Trump arrangement center that he's talking about.
I do not.
At the very, you clearly do, because I can.
I don't. And I'm not gonna go back and forth with you on it because that's your opinion, and I'm not trying to.
And the footage
I'm not going to try to convince you. It's whatever, Jamie. But you do.
You're doing what I was talking about. What I was talking about. You're doing it right
Trump. You do cheer for Trump. I can see why people would say that you support him.
Anyways, like I said, when it comes to that, whenever you say anything that's not criticizing him, they automatically assume you're a major supporter of him. You can
no one saying major. Somebody said that you support him
bruh, again, I'm gonna try to finish my statement. Just because you're not the one that always jump on them like everybody else does, that does not mean. 'Cause this is the thing. You know how many times I don't went against the grain on this podcast?
We can't hear you. We don't care if black people working in the federal government or not. Y'all don't want us working in y'all systems anyway. So who cares? And then for you to just believe that they were fired because of DUI is crazy. I can't hear him. Can y'all hear me or hear him?
I actually admitted myself, but I never fucking said that. See, that's what I'm saying. That's the second time today you went off and saying that I said something that I never freaking said.
I said it can appear as though you support Trump. I didn't say that you said you supported Trump.
I'm talking about the part you said I supported him firing all the black women because they were DEI. I never said that.
And I never said you said that. I'm reading a comment. What are you talking about? I never said that.
My apologies. I thought you were saying that the time when we was having that segment. I'm about to say I never said that, I agree.
No, but you did assume that the all 300, you said that they got fired because they were DEI.
Okay, so basically you're saying what I thought you were saying. And I never said
that's not the same thing.
I never said that. What I said,
you did say that he got rid of them because they were DEI. You did say that.
I was saying that's the reason why he said he did it. I never said I agreed with it. So that's the difference. People
that can't be
feelings when you saying something that is other than just attacking the people that they think you should be attacking.
Okay, Jamie.
That's the issue, and I don't understand why people are like that.
And people can't just criticize him, and it's not that you just hate Trump, everything about Trump. We can criticize him, and it can be a normal criticize and not derangement syndrome. Every time I come on here, I can criticize Trump on something different that he's done, and that doesn't mean that I have Trump derangement syndrome because I criticize him.
Okay,
right? So two can be true. Both can be true.
It can be, but this is my thing. I think when you're getting to the point where almost every other thing you're finding a way to do it,
because you have so many things that you can complain about.
You notice that I'm letting you finish and then I'm waiting. I'm talking.
No, I don't. I didn't notice that.
Okay.
Yeah, Trump derangement.
But what I'm saying is though what I've noticed about that is that anytime you say something about him, if you're not just straight out attacking the man, they're gonna automatically assume you agree with everything with him. And that's just like somebody that was a known murderer. He killed somebody in the past. But let's say they turned their whole life around and he did something right this time. And you're like, I ain't gonna lie. We know he did that in the past and stuff like that, but that right there, that was a good thing. People get mad. So you support a murderer? That's like, I don't understand that.
But that's not Trump as an example. Trump is still fucking up.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I'm giving an example of that's what it's like. Because I kept repeatedly saying on the last segment when we did it, I said, bro, I really don't even want to do this because now it's starting to make me look like I'm defending him, and I'm not. my whole objective of that thing, which I said repeatedly, was he is going to break this system to a point where it's going to be able to benefit us because they're going to have to start over. It's going to break the will of the Democrats and it's going to break the goddamn Republicans to the point that we get a new government system that like just like everybody else is getting. That's what I was been all for. And what I was saying is if we would have gotten another Democratic president, black people would have went back to sleep and we would have got more of the same. That's been my whole point this entire time. When it turns into, oh, you always back and forth. That's what I've said. Everything I've ever said has aligned with that. Exactly. And I've been saying this shit since 2024.
And I voted for her, but she would put us back to sleep. And would have been reaching in our pocket while she's doing it.
And like, bro, it's been my mama, my aunties, my uncle, all of them, the same thing. That's why I'm saying this is nothing new to me because they all do the same shit. You can just say something like that and they're going to automatically assume so you agree with him going and he's killing all them people and stuff like that? Now that Epstein stuff came out. So you agree with him messing around with the 13-year-old or whatever it is? I'm like, bro, no, the fuck? I didn't say that.
Well, do you criticize him?
I just did earlier today. That's what I just said.
I mean, on all the shit that he do, or because the thing about it is, if you see this person and their house is on fire, and then all you keep saying is, well, when I saw him, this was funny, or this was great, or this was this, or this was that, and you're never talking about the bad shit that he's doing. That is how people could think that you are supportive of all the bullshit that he's doing.
I think what it
That's
is.
like you say with the Democrats, how black people will point out everything that Trump's doing, but then when it comes to Biden, they won't say shit. That's sort of how it can appear as though that you're supporting him, like you a supporter. But even though you say I don't support him, I didn't vote for him, but if you're not like bringing up the good shit and bringing up the bad shit, that's how it can appear as though you are a supporter of him from somebody out on the outside looking in.
So what I'm telling you is I said this before. I've been very consistent with everything I've always said. I've been way harder on the Democrats than I am Republicans, which Trump so happened to be under. And the reason being is because black people has been sheep to the goddamn Democrats for the longest. It's no work to be done to try to get them out of the Republican Party because they're not there. My whole purpose is to get the black people from being asleep. I don't have no fight in the Republican Party because they don't give a fuck about the Republicans. So that's why I tend to go harder on the Democrats. It has nothing to do with the support of Trump. It's more so with to let go of the goddamn Democrats.
Okay, so question. So after black people let go to Democrats, what would you propose them to do? Who should they be and vote for?
Form our own goddamn political party.
Justice for all.
Yeah.
Well,
other than that,
right?
It's a fair assessment.
Justice for all. Cornel West.
I don't heard so many different years with what year Biden died, bro. He said 2014. I heard 2017 before. I heard 2018. Damn.
I don't care.
About what?
What year Biden died? I'm not assuming.
I don't care. You want to play them games? That's what happened when you play them celebrity games. You want to be a politician? You want to change the world? That's what happened when you change the world. You play with demons.
Who you talking about right now?
You get spirits. You biting ass. Whether that's biting or not, I don't give a damn.
Wow, that's definitely not Biden. I can tell you that. That's definitely not that thing. The
That
Democrat
some shit is weird.
people of their citizenship.
What's that god? What's that god? What is it? Bala? Bala?
Ball.
Bala.
Mhm.
Is it Bala?
Ball.
Ball.
BAL. Yeah.
Yeah. Them folks said that Iran burned that god in a protest because they was making fun of Israel. So they had a
Oh shit.
protest
Oh
and
shit.
they set that
Hey,
motherfucker
hey,
on
hey.
fire because
You
they
got to
say
say
it's been
allegedly for that, but you tripping.
okay, allegedly. I mean, I thought it was funny that they burned that, trying
I
to say
feel you.
that's really what you follow. that's re- that's really that's really the God you serve. I thought that was so funny. I was like, damn.
Bruh. So, what's the name of this dude? Let me try to find the name of this dude for you. Bruh, it's this dude that used to go so ham on me. And of course, ended up dead out of nowhere. But what's his name? 'Cause he used to do a lot of skits. The fuck? Who was searching this shit? Oh, okay. This is not mine. Nah, nah. I seen some some search engines in my YouTube. I was like, where the hell they come from? But now I know. Where's that dude at? Trevor Moore.
Right.
You know what it is?
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
So dude used to go ham and he used to do like Illuminati sketches and shit. He used to do a skit about Illuminati, how they do stuff and how they worship Baal and shit, the Baphomet and all that, and the owl, the man. I'm talking about dude was going ham, and then eventually he disappeared. But that shit was like, they said, "Oh yeah, you would have made fun of us like that? Okay, we're gonna show your ass." Yeah, allegedly they said, your boy's bank account was damn, they just did it last stream. Married approach. They just did one 4 hours ago. I'm definitely watching that. Solo, you need to watch them too. I'm telling you. There's some
Boy.
deep brothers. Married approach.
Mm-mm. I kind of got my hands full.
Yeah, I do too. But I made time for them. I made time for them niggas.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Born Trump then started a war with Iran. Everything I said tonight is allegedly, y'all. These are rumors that I hear out of the streets. But I do think that everybody just plays fairly. Everybody could win. The thing is that y'all want to cheat people. That's why y'all gotta kill people. Kill innocent people. They ain't got shit to do with your wars. Y'all gotta kill innocent people because y'all just don't want to play fairly. Imagine if everybody had what they needed at a fair price, everybody was able to eat, y'all could provide for y'all citizens, but y'all don't want to do that. Y'all want war. Cause my dick is bigger than your dick. That's why. That is insane.
I tell you, hey, it's been like that for quite a while. Dog eat dog. You
And look
gotta.
at the world today.
I feel it, but at the same time, that's what keep us where we at right now.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
By looking at the other parts of the world, say, look, I mean,
That's so weird. I guess I'm looking at everybody as humans. Everybody should have decent lives, not just certain peoples of certain countries.
I mean, I get it, Cholo. Like I said, that's typically how women think because by nature y'all are nurturers. We don't think like that.
I just feel like that uh everybody should just be able to live peace and harmony. Yeah, we ain't gotta fight each other to get the shit you want. How about you sit down and have a conversation like men? I see now that y'all really not even running the countries like men now. Y'all acting right like tyrants because your dick is bigger than my dick and your military is bigger than mine. So we're really not able to sit down at the table like men and come up with solutions to our problems. We have to go to war for them. Boo.
I mean, let's take it to a biblical standpoint. Then, in the Bible, do you think God is worrying about all of that and stuff like that? When it's time to war, it's time for war. You ain't never seen him trying to negotiate with the motherfucker. He told their ass up.
But that's God though. We're
Okay,
talking
so we
about
made in
men.
God's image.
No. We're humans. We're humans. When God decided it's over, everybody going. But none of us are God. All we are is human. You're a fellow human. I'm a fellow
It
human.
tells you,
You
it
run a
even
country. I
says,
run a
Christ
country.
himself even said, ye are the gods.
No,
Yeah, I can
that's
show it to
not.
you.
You can show it to me, but it doesn't mean what you're telling me it mean right now. No,
Okay,
it does not.
it do, but okay.
It does not. It has nothing. We are all on this
Ye
planet
are
making
God, and it
decisions.
also said he created us in his own image. What does that
That
mean?
doesn't mean that we get to Star Wars without that we
That
just
he
get to Star
granted
Wars because
Adam
God gave us
domain over
the
everything on
power to
the earth.
Star Wars. Anytime we went to war, it's because God commanded us to go to war, not some shit that we sat down at the table and came up together amongst each other, amongst the other nations, because we couldn't work out a deal with the Egyptians. So we started a war with them, or did God come and free us?
Man. The stuff you talking about, see, like you remember during the time when you say God told who was that? Damn, I can't even think of who it was but right now. But anyways, he said go in there and destroy everything, every cattle, animals,
In
kids.
God's command,
I
right?
get that. Let me finish what I'm saying. He said destroy everything, but what did they do? They decided to keep some of the other animals and stuff for themselves, and God punished them for that. He said slaughter everything. So what I'm saying is like God is a man of war. He said that anyway. Man of
But
war.
we're not. That's not the God that they're talking about in the Bible, Jamie.
What?
I'm talking about you. You the president of Russia. Taj is the president of China. I'm the president of the United States. I'm talking about us all sitting at a table trying to figure out how can we all live amongst each other as maybe I'm the best. Maybe I'm number one. And Taj number two and you number three. I'm
What you got
saying,
this
what I'm saying right now is that you guys as men are not coming together, figuring it out, reaching resolutions. You guys are saying, you're not doing what I want to do, so I'm going to start a war.
That's typically how men operate. If it's a major conflict,
And that's unfortunate.
it might be, but it's what's kept everything together.
It's
With your,
not together. No, I don't know
your
what you're
mind
talking
said
about.
we would be cooked in less than a week. Because see, to be honest with you, perfect example. That's how these people that's controlling America right now took over America, trying to talk with them and negotiate with them. What they do.
I have
Fuck
no
their
idea what you're
heads
talking
up.
about.
What you mean? When they first came over here to America, they came in peace. They were talking with them, trying to negotiate, like they friendly and stuff. And then they had war. It's like they said, smiling in your face, but war is in his heart. So, like, bro,
Like I said, that's what you guys have turned the world into. That's the culture now, and that's what's acceptable is the culture now that you guys have created. When we can't reach agreements as countries, we go to war. I mean, you guys are saying I'm talking crazy. I'm just saying that it's acceptable to y'all because that's the way, that's the culture that you guys have accepted in the game of international policy. That's the culture is, war when we can't reach a resolution, steal your president when we can't reach a resolution, attack other countries to make sure that we're on top. That's just what it has come to be. I mean, I get that. You guys are saying I'm crazy because I'm saying maybe we shouldn't do that. Like maybe we should
I mean, no one's,
like
we'll never get
be
upset.
fairly
Bottom line is that's
like
the most women thing.
okay. Okay. I mean, maybe wild assumption. Maybe I'm a woman.
No, look, this is the thing. In the chat right now is all men. That's the reason why everybody's agreeing with me. I promise you, if there were some women in there, you would be getting some, yeah, I agree happening. Because that's how women think. But at the same time, you gotta it's like, especially in survival time periods, like that reminds me of that survival show. Some of the stuff that you're talking about, the women were doing. They put the women on an island and the men on it. The women were negotiating like you're talking about, saying, "Oh, who think we should do this? Who think we should do that? I think we should do." And they couldn't come up with a chain of command like they should have to be able to survive. They didn't want to kill no animals or nothing like that. And guess what? Ultimately, they almost all died. So they had to come and save them. The men, they instantly, okay, you're the strongest at this, you're the strongest at that. Cool, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that, do that. They built a whole goddamn house, they had food, they was able to make it easily because we understand what it takes to survive in the world. I mean, it's just what it is.
Well, I wish you guys do better. You guys got y'all need a lot of work. A lot of more work because this shit is failing. And America is failing. If this is the way you guys do business, this shit is going downhill. It's going downhill. The shit is not working. Y'all need a new strategy and a new plan.
Well, I'm gonna say
Figure it
that
out.
obviously I don't agree with a lot of the atrocious shit America has done. We all know that, of course. We're not saying it's right. If it was able to, if I had the power to snap my finger and make it the way you are proclaiming, I would. But we know that the way the shit is right now, this is how we got to deal with it.
That's what I said. The culture that you guys have created. That's the culture that you guys have created. No, I'm about to go because I got to work in the morning. I'm finna go. It's almost 2:00.
So I'm finna go in here. I might watch this Married Approach episode. They did a late one tonight. Then go ahead and go my ass to sleep for a little minute. Get back up. I got 2 auditions to knock out tomorrow, but they easy.
Well, all right.
All right, good people. Catch
Dang,
up.
they done hit. All right.
All right.